5 minutes remaining. Three minutes remaining. Please take your seats. One minute remaining.
People have only just arrived here and they're in terrible shape.
64.340 neue Corona-Fälle.
Full brutality of Russia's war on Ukraine.
In Häfen auf der ganzen Welt stauen sich Containerschiffe. Sie können nicht ausliefern, was die Kunden bestellen.
Ja, wir sehen, dass in Berlin die Erkenntnis nun vorliegt, dass wir Alternativen zu Pipeline-Gas brauchen. Und diese Erkenntnis ist leider spät gekommen, aber sie ist jetzt da aufgrund der Energiekrise.
This is all wrong. I shouldn't be up here.
We are all on the search for that one idea, for freedom,
I have a dream
for individuality.
that one day
Want to get our heads through the wall. Want to make a difference and show it to everyone.
It's one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind.
We worship lone fighters and heroes. One person can move mountains, but only together can we move the world. Together we break down walls. We solve conflicts. We achieve the unthinkable. The whole is much more than the sum of its parts. Together we break new ground. Let's act, create, and shape together. The time is now. Welcome to the Hinterland of Things 2022.
Put your hands together, clap along, clap along. Here we go, here we go. Do this with me, ready? Here we go. 1, 2, 3, go. Don't believe me, just watch. Don't believe me, just watch. Don't believe me, just watch. Stop.
Wait a minute! Good morning, everybody!
And welcome to Hinterland of Things 2022!
Woo! So great to be back, and thank you so much, everybody, for coming today.
We just had to do that. I don't know about you, but you cannot do what we just did on Zoom or Teams. This is a live experience, and it's so good to be back in person, in flesh. You're also welcome here.
Yes, and Dan, now let me please introduce you. Dan is my co-moderator for today, and Dan is hosting more than 150 events per year on 4 different continents, actually. And when he's not on stage, you'll maybe catch him playing the piano, or I found out he's a really great singer as well last night. So, well, I'm going to leave the singing part to him, but this man is definitely born for the stage. So please, everybody, give me a big round of applause for Dan Ram!
Thank you. You're so very kind. And I believe that some of you, if you've been here before to Hinterland of Things, recognize my amazing co-moderator. So either you know her from this stage or you know her as one of the top LinkedIn voices. Honestly, this is the first time we're together on stage, but I see her content pretty much every day on LinkedIn. One of the biggest accounts in Germany, top 15, and she's taken all of that knowledge to build the people branding company. So if any of you are wondering, personal branding, development, all of that, she's the one. And it's actually really fun to be here, matched in energy, and maybe not in fashion, because she does look a whole lot better. So give it up for the wonderful Celine Flores Villas.
Thank you so much, Dan.
So I've got to ask, as a newbie, first of all, really quickly, who's here for the first time? Raise your hand, first time people. Yeah,
wow,
first time.
Quite a lot.
Okay, so since you're the veteran, and it's also my first time, tell me, what have we missed over the last couple years?
Well, Dan, I've been here in 2018 for the first time ever at Hinterland, and I must say, it's been growing quite a lot. In 2018, we only had 60 speakers here. Today we have 106, okay? And in 2018 we had about 500 attendees, and today we are right now in this room about 1,500 attendees. So clap yourself, give yourself an applause for being here. Thank you so much.
That is pretty amazing.
But Dan, I mean, why did you come? You don't know anything about this conference. Why are you even here?
I don't know anything about this conference. I don't know also anything about this region, but I actually just moved outside of Cologne. And so I'm just trying to discover what is the best of this region. And I heard that Hinterland of Things is where we celebrate the best of entrepreneurship and innovation. It's investors, it's corporates, it's innovators, change makers here. So I'm here for the networking. I'm here to make some new friends. I'm also here to see what's worth celebrating in this region.
Yes, and we want to know what you guys are here for, do we?
Yeah, actually I'd love that. Chris, can we put on the lights in the house for a moment?
We want to see you.
Those of you standing over there, we have some VIP seating right up in the front, and it's free. So if you're tired of standing in the back, please come right up to the front. We have at least 30 spots up here. So 30 of you can come to the front. So here's the thing. If I were to ask you one word why you're here, so I said mine is like friendship. I want to make some friends.
Well, I'd say if I need to nail it down to one word, I'd say growth probably. Like
Growth?
personal growth, learning something, growth. Yeah.
Super. So now I'm going to ask you, think about one word. Why are you here? Why are you
one
here?
single
So
word.
are you looking for a founder? Are you looking for...
Fundraising, money.
Are you looking... Yeah. What are you here for? Networking, partnerships. What are you here for? So think about it, because when I count to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, you're all going to scream it, because that's our job. Our job is to make your dreams come true. So whatever you shout, we're going to deliver. So think about one word, and one word only, not entire sentences, just one word.
And don't be scared, because we're all going to shout together. No one is going to hear the exact word you're saying. So you can scream whatever you want on 5, right?
Yep. You guys ready? Everyone got a word? Just nod your head if you've got a word. Nod your head, nod your head. Okay, about 20, 30,
yes,
50.
yes.
We're at about 100 people, so we need all of you. And by the way, I know you can see us. We can see you standing as well. So everybody just shout in the house the one word. So here we go. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Wow.
Okay, got it. Registered.
I could hear networking crystal clear here in the front.
Registered. So this is what Celine and I are going to do all day long, is to make sure this happens. On stage, we have the great joy and honor of introducing people, but off stage, honestly, come talk to us. Let us know what introductions we can make, how we can connect the dots for you.
Yes, and actually to share what we're celebrating here today, which is entrepreneurship, to share it also not just here but online, we'd like to obviously to use the hashtag, which is Hinterland22, and you're going to find it up here right now, Hinterland2022. Please make sure you share something, whether it is on Facebook, on Instagram, or hopefully on LinkedIn. Please make sure you don't just share a picture, but also what you learned here, right? Provide some good content for your community.
Absolutely. While you have your phone out, also we have an app. So if you want to network with people, if you want to know the agenda, because we have 4 stages. In the old days, I believe there's only 1 or 2. So we have 4. There's a lot happening. We've got the expo and everything else. So please get the app. And we got one more thing.
Yes, we do have one more thing, because we want to thank our partners for bringing us all together here. Without you, this won't have happened today, and this won't have become true. So thank you so much for supporting us, for supporting the Hinterland of Things conference, and for bringing us all together here today.
All right, so with that, Celine, where are you off to?
Well, I'm heading to the founder stage right now, which is right across the room on the other side, and I'll be interviewing great founders, maybe soon unicorn founders, who knows. So come join me at the founder stage. Yeah, I'm happy to see you there, and really enjoy your day, mingle, talk to each other. This is what we're all here for today.
Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Celine. All right, it's a big stage to walk through, isn't it? So, on this stage, we're going to be talking everything from Web3 to German Startup Nation to women in tech to... We have the CTO come front. We have the CTO of Slack who's going to be joining us live. So much happening on the stage, the Hinterland stage. But let's kick things off with you. You're the moderator of this panel. Yeah. I know a lot of people are excited for your panelists, but for a moment, let's talk about you. You work at Handelsblatt.
Right.
You're a journalist.
Right.
Give us the juicy details. Right now, we're in the middle of a crisis. a lot of factors not working in our favor. Is this a good moment to be an entrepreneur and a journalist, or is this a better watch out?
Oh, I can tell you, I'm not scared at all because journalists love moments of crisis, isn't it? So, the more is happening in the world, the more people look for our stories and are interested in our reporting. So, I'm very excited what's going to happen within the next month.
Well, Larissa is going to be on now as well as later today. So with that, I'm going to leave the stage to you. Guys, can we give a wonderful Hinterland welcome to our panelists as they come on stage? We can clap. Here we go.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dan.
Hello. Yeah. So I'm very happy and excited to kick off the conference with two of the most famous representatives from the German startup nation. First, we have Verena Pauster, digital education expert, entrepreneur, and startup investor, and Christian Miele, president of the German Startup Association and investor at Headline. So how often have you both heard the it's so great to see you again part in recent weeks? Can we skip that part already?
No, it's really great to see you all, and especially in Bielefeld. I grew up here, so I have a specific relationship to the city and the people, and I'm very proud that something like the Hinterland happens here.
What about you?
No,
Already
100%. I think that coming together physically is something that we have all been looking for at least 2 years now. So glad to be here and great to kick it off.
Yeah, sure. So when we last met at Hinterland, I guess that most of us wouldn't have considered it possible to invest remotely. And then we've learned that your folks even invest without ever meeting a founder. So please be honest with us. Any bad surprises so far?
So not on my end. I think that certainly the pandemic has made the world a little bit more flat in that regard. I feel like that a lot of US investors, but European investors alike, got used to investing just via Zoom. However, we are recognizing that there is a trend now coming back to meeting founders physically. And I must say, at least for us, we have put in the effort to meet in person when we invested, also throughout the pandemic, always, of course, under those regulations that were in place, but we were not just investing in someone without meeting them in person.
What about you? Any vanished co-founders or offices that turned out to be only fictional?
Well, I think it's very difficult to get the people back to the office. Berlin has, where I work and live, has really cool office spaces, but they're basically empty right now because people have just got used to working somewhere else. And I think that's a trend that will be challenging to keep up company cultures if everybody's spread out. But on a positive note, I mean the venture capital flowing into the startup system in Germany went from 5 billion in 2020 to over 17 billion. And that is due to the Zoomification of venture capital, because suddenly Palo Alto was equally far away as Berlin or Bielefeld, because it was just a Zoom call away. Yeah. And I think that that's a really great development, because we were always lacking a large amount of capital in Germany, and that was no problem in the last 2 years.
Yeah, we'll come back to that later. So first question is more about, did you change your decision-making process during the pandemic, and do you think that you're going to stick to these methods?
I think, and especially this year, the time is back for real solutions to real problems. I think what happened. By that? So in the last 2 years, you saw business models coming up who were great for a complete corona pandemia anomaly, but which didn't really make the world a better place. I don't want to bash anyone, but let's say fast commerce probably was a trend which won't make it all the way. And energy efficiency, the whole climate tech sector, education tech, food tech. Those are industries and trends that are so big and that are coming up now. And I think the mindset of we have to invest our money where our mouth is. If we want the world to change, then we have to put venture capital to that change. I think this will not go away. And this is now even more important in terms of Ukrainian crisis, inflation, recession, that being an entrepreneur is equally good as it was in high boom times, but we have to choose more wisely what we found now and where we put our money.
Do you want to add something?
I mean, I think what is most important to me to highlight here, and just to add to what Verena has just said, I think you have 3 different times that you need to differentiate between. So there's the pre-COVID times, there's the corona pandemic, and then there's the post-corona pandemic that I would say just in a way stopped with Russia's invasion into the Ukraine. And I think the way how we invest in businesses, the way how we build businesses will change dramatically. And as Verena has just said, I think for many of the founders and investors being in Europe, this is the first real crisis. Everyone has just seen a large bull market over the last 10 plus years. So for the very first time, you will have to go back to fundamentals. And a lot of, especially young people, will have to learn how to maneuver a crisis and what matters during a crisis. And Verena and I talked about this before, and we think that this is in particular an incredible area and region here in Ostwestfalen-Lippe, where you have a lot of companies that exist for more than 100 years, that have been going through 2 world wars, different crises, and that is what gives me a lot of hope that this era, this post-pandemic era, this post-Ukraine era, with all the challenges that Verena has just mentioned, is also the new beginning of a way how we think about building companies going forward.
And this region was always in love with fundamentals and profits. So finally, we've come back to this value of the valuations of the last 2 years. They were crazy. And as much as I like big visions, and also the fact that some businesses need a lot of money, so they have to start at high valuations to not dilute their shares too quickly, fundamentals are still cool.
Okay,
and I think that's where we're now.
And I mean, just to add on that, because I think that this is a very important point on the fundamental side. During the pandemic, you've seen 0 interest rates, meaning that the entire market is flooded with capital, and then this capital obviously seeks a great yield, a good return. And while everybody was sitting at home, ordering food online, speaking with other friends and family members and business partners online, and ordering all the stuff on Amazon instead
Netflix.
of going to... Exactly. So there, the pandemic almost acted like a catalyst for the digital transformation. However, and you would see this reflected in the prices in the market, you almost priced in the perfect future. So in a way, this correction that is happening now is also fairly healthy, and it has been something that a lot of people have been waiting for a long time. Now it is happening, and I think, as Verena has just said, now we have to go back to the fundamentals.
Okay, but may I interrupt you? Because so I hear that again and again, yeah, that we now see investors thinking twice about investing, and some valuations might go down and so on, and all that is due to what's happening in the Ukraine and what's happening with tech stocks in the US. But isn't that a poor excuse? So I personally ask myself, so what does all that has to do with 10-minute delivery in Berlin?
No, I think it's a mindset thing. If you believe, like, rising tide lifts all boats. That's what happened the last 2 years. There was so much money, the valuations were high, so it was basically a no-brainer at 0 interest rate. You were kind of dumb to not found a company. And now that you kind of feel like the funds are more hesitant to invest, the IPO market is dry. So we haven't seen any tech IPOs in Europe this year, and every IPO that was up for going public has been delayed. So the funds know that their funds are not coming back as quickly as they thought. So there is actually access to capital is getting more difficult, VCs are getting more hesitant, and consumers are holding back. So inflation rates hit us all, and it's not just something in our head. So you can see that all the B2C models are struggling. Then you have all the Lieferketten problems globally. So I think it's tough times, but tough times are entrepreneurial times. Entrepreneurship is not a comfort zone, happy place. Entrepreneurship is finding solutions for problems. And I think we have a lot of problems, good times ahead.
But do you expect your fellow investors investing at all within the next 12
Well, they
months?
have to, yeah. The funds are still full of money, and they have a limited time where they have to allocate that money.
But first you could starting having a lot of holidays and...
What, the investors?
Yes.
Well, but their funds still have to be allocated. You have LPs who said, listen, I gave you 100 million. I'd like to see a return on that. So there will be investments, and there are. Like if you just look at solar panels just got 100 million in their funding round. 1.5 degrees from Philipp Schröder just got a huge funding. The energy markets and energy techs are getting lots of money. So there is still capital being allocated, but it is not flowing as easily as it has been the last 2 years.
And on average, do you expect valuations going up or down?
I think it will depend upon the kind of sectors. Overall, I do believe that there will be a correction on valuations.
Can you give us some examples for sectors?
It's too early to really tell that, but what I can tell you is that you can see that on the public markets that the corrections go up like to 80% of the market cap. And we expect to be seeing a ripple effect into the private markets as well. It's very hard to say what this ripple effect will be in the end percentage-wise. Personally, and obviously, like I hate to say that, but I feel like that it will be a good decade for venture capital investors because valuations are going down and the quality of entrepreneurs will probably go up. So it will be a little bit harder maybe for founders in terms of the negotiations on dilution. But let's be real. This will not go away. This will not go away. Entrepreneurship is as old as mankind, and entrepreneurship will be here also in the next 1,000 years, as long as there are people out there who have great ideas, who have innovative ideas for real solutions. There will be other people who believe in them and will give them the funding and capital and resources to pursue their dreams. So I'm 100% sure that while we are entering a time of uncertainty, and I don't know what's going to happen. I really don't know. I don't know what's going to happen in the next 6 months. I'm not sure what's going to happen in the next 18 or 24 months. I don't know that. But if there's one thing I'm sure about, that entrepreneurship and investment will remain what it is today and what it was 10 years ago, 20 years ago, 100 years ago.
I'd like to respond something like, yes, but. So the German startup nation just seemed to have recovered from the dot-com bubble, isn't it? So how do you think, or how serious do you consider the situation for the long-term outlook?
So for me, I was already an adult when the dot-com bubble happened, so I remember it very well. And if I compare it, it was necessary to start into this whole game back in 2000, but it was not at all comparable to what we have today. So it was like the first. We're getting used to venture capital in Germany. We're getting used to investing in innovation and startups. But what we have now is here to stay. So if you look at the companies that they just have found business models, and you don't only have to look at Celonis or something, you can also look at HelloFresh is doing 6 billion in revenue, is profitable, and is market leader in the US with 50% market share there. They have made a market that wasn't there. And these companies and this ecosystem is kind of, it's here to stay. And now we develop it from there. And the dot-com bubble was kind of, it imploded and not much stayed. other than that people who already experienced that kept going. And this is, I think, the comparison to now. People who now feel, ooh, it's getting a bit tougher, they will make even better decisions and found even better companies coming from here, but it's nothing but that will burst or go away.
To be honest, if you ask me just to add on that as well, is that this is also a big opportunity for the European and the German startup scene in particular, because for years, I think we have been trying to copy what's been happening in the Silicon Valley, and I think this model of like looking what they do at the West Coast is now not the right model anymore. We should find our very own identity, and I think given the fact that, as I said earlier, in this region here in particular, there are a lot of companies that are more than 100 years old. So what can we learn from them? What has happened throughout a world war? What has happened throughout other crises in the past?
So what
you should just really make sure that, and that's what I'm telling all our portfolio companies and what I tell all the entrepreneurs, is grow with this crisis. Make sure that you take care of your employees. Make sure that you act responsibly. Make sure that you make the most out of this bad time.
So where do you think typical German strength?
I think it's not really easy to say what the typical German strength is. I think that's a cultural discussion. I think what we could definitely get out of this pandemic and the war and the high inflation and the supply chain issues is that we focus on those issues that we really have and that we try to tackle them and don't hold back. I mean, it is now, and I think this was also mentioned in the trailer, it's now the time to act, it's now the time to create, and it's now the time to do this together. And with together, I mean like everybody in this room, everybody in this country, everybody in Europe, essentially. Because if you ask me, if we don't tackle these issues, if we don't hear this wake-up call, then it's going to be a lot more difficult to tackle these challenges in 5 years from now or in 10 years. So I would say do it now.
So what about you? Do you see any typical German strength?
I think we're very resilient, we're hard workers, especially in this region. People don't feel they first talk about something and then they create it. They first create something and then they talk about it. And I think that's a strength that you're really deep down in operations. Every time I think about German strength, it sounds boring to say hard workers and discipline and resilience, but in my eyes, those are the strengths of the future, because in changing environments, in insecure environments, what you need is people who just hang in there. And I think that's what we're very good at. And I think the only thing we're not good at is thinking about where are the people going to come from for all this change and all those companies we want to build? Because the war for talent, which we've heard for decades, it's over. Talent has won. And I think this is something this region and Germany in general has to make its mind up. Do we want to invest into education, into our people more? Or do we just want to hope that they keep coming? And I think the latter won't happen because it's a global market. And I think this is something that has to be on the top of the head of every leader, founder, entrepreneur out there. How do I get the people for all my great ideas?
And looking back, would you say that the hype we've seen last year was a good or bad thing for the ecosystem?
I think it was good to see, yes, we can. We can get a lot of capital in Germany. 17 billion, nobody would have thought that we get so much capital, and that this ever-going topic of we're good at seeding the beginning, but then we're not good at financing the growth. We saw that. It was great to see that IPOs happen in Germany at a very large scale, if they are sustainable. But see HelloFresh, it's a DAX company which was founded 10 years ago.
Auto One is another example.
Delivery Hero is a bad example. Of course, you will always have both. But I mean, a DAX company, we haven't managed to found one DAX company in the last 30 years before. And now we have one that is definitely there to stay. And let's hope others follow. So, Zalando. So I think we've seen we can do large businesses. And we can define our own DNA, and that's the time for it now.
I think this is incredibly important because, and that gets me back to this question of strength. I think there's a European set of values that are very unique in the world. We live in a free country, a democratic country with very, very specific values, and I think it's all about protecting these values at all costs. So in my opinion, that is a strength, and that is something that everybody needs to work on and to make sure that we protect these values.
Yeah, so since I don't want to mess up the schedule right from the beginning, I think we need to stop here. But I'm pretty sure that we'll discuss the state of German startup nation all day long between coffee breaks and other panels. So yeah, thank you both for your insights, and thank you audience for listening, and have a wonderful conference now.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, so we're having a little change in our agenda. We're going to probably share one of the biggest success stories and the founder of one of those biggest success stories right here on the stage, and then swap things around. So it starts off a little bit like a bad joke. 3 people walk into a room, except here it's 3 consultants walk into Roland Berger, where they're talking to each other, and they go, you know what? There's a problem when it comes to logistics. Can we solve it? And this next gentleman and his 2 co-founders dared to believe that they could. They have raised hundreds of millions of euro in funding. They've got local and international investors. They're probably Europe's hottest and probably one of the best logistics startups. They're based out of Berlin with 1,000 staff, 40,000 trucks. I think many of you know who I'm talking about. Please give a warm welcome to co-founder and MD of Sender. It's the wonderful Nico.
Thank you. Thanks a lot for the intro. Good morning, everyone. It's a very pleasure to be here in front of the stage for you today and tell you a bit more about our journey at Sender and also how we aim to actually break in or bring digitization to an established industry on logistics. Sender, we're the largest European road freight forwarder, digital road freight forwarder, apologies, very important remark. What this means, I explain you in 1 second because it will become a bit more relevant throughout the presentation. In a nutshell, road freight forwarders and Sender, we connect large-scale enterprises. 30% of the DAX 30 companies are our customers, with small and medium-sized trucking companies, thousands across Europe on them. We take care of everything from securing capacity to operating the transport, taking care of claim management, and actually facilitating all of the payment, and therefore owning the whole service process. So this means we're actually offering a value proposition that has been existing for decades, maybe even centuries, from a lot of the large freight forwarders that you all know, a DB Schenker, a Kühne Nagel, and so on and so forth. And for us, in the beginning, that definitely wasn't easy to deliver a value proposition that might be digital under the hood. So we aim to digitize all of the processes end to end. But that was essentially a commodity in the industry. And before I talk a bit more about this, I just want to share 1 second about where Sender stands today. So Sender, after launching 6 years ago, we're employing 1,000 employees across 11 countries, 11 offices, operating in 18 countries, serving roughly 500 shippers across Europe and thousands of carriers on a monthly basis. The market that we are that we are delivering on is something that has been, let's say, operating in the same way for the past years in a way, leading to a lot of inefficiencies through lack of transparency and through lack of information, predominantly due to the fact that it's such a fragmented industry. And this basically leads to massive price differences on the shipper side. A lot of, we see here, up to 3x of different prices on the shipper side, 27% of profits actually going to freight forwarders, to middlemen, multiple layers sometimes that are not necessarily required, and inefficiencies also on the operation sides, up to 30%, 31% on, let's say, empty capacity on some of the trucks that go in Europe. There's no fixed number on this, but that is the one that we see as most reliable. And so for us, coming into an industry that has been there for decades, if not centuries, as I mentioned, basically brought us as the newbie, as the newcomer, for 3 different challenges. Number 1, how do we win customers at an established value proposition? How do we convince operators to use tech? And number 3, how to remain cost competitive on new technologies. And I want to spend the next couple of minutes to basically walk you through a bit on that side as well, and how we tried in terms of sender to actually come over on each of them. Please note, what works for sender might not work for everyone else. So this is the story of sender and how we managed to build our business over the past 6 years. Number 1, winning customers from incumbents. What we realized in the industry is that we're essentially playing in a commodity field. What sender delivers the value proposition in the end is that a truck delivers from A to B at a fixed price at a fixed time. And it's something that's done tens of thousands of times every single day across all of Europe. And in order to basically gain the trust, the acceptance of everything that sender can deliver on top through technology, by digitizing, by building APIs, by optimizing the transports of our shippers, and by automating this eventually to reduce all of the numbers of errors that we have in the supply chain, value chains every single day. And I'm sure you're reading a lot about this as well in some of the newspapers. We kind of had to make sure that we build the trust from these large-scale companies, the DAX companies and so on what is actually the bread and butter in the industry. So what our strategy was in the beginning, from the beginning, and I think what has served us very, very well since then, is that we tried to tick the basics, that we tried to fit in the industry, that we tried to excel about whatever everyone else gets measured in the industry. That is being able to deliver capacity, and being able to have trucks whenever you need it, being able to be cost competitive. Logistics is one of the main cost buckets on everyone's P&L, who is actually at least of producing manufacturing companies, and actually delivering an outstanding customer survey part. And then over time, as we build relationships with these customers, actually building the APIs, the EDIs, and then actually upselling them on the additional service we can do, optimizing their loads, optimizing their spends, and actually building automation. So gaining acceptance by really excelling first on what actually everyone else in the industry is counted, even though we believe we can do so much more on that front. And I think especially for our service teams, that was a hard sell to basically focus on what they thought is basic rather than focus on the tech. But that is what has actually allowed us to break in one customer at a time across all of Europe. The second point is selling technology in an industry that has predominantly operated without technology over the past decades. And convincing somebody the technology can actually add value is something. When I started out, and I must confess, I am not coming out of logistics, so I started in consulting, worked for Rocket Internet, and then started Sender with my 2 co-founders. Thought it was an easy win because everyone would see the value. And actually we realized it was probably the toughest thing we had to do in the whole journey, is to convince the industry how technology can add value. And probably the most easy example I brought for you here today is GPS tracking, GPS adopting. Knowing when a truck is where and when, to reduce all of the calls, all of the emailing, when, let's say, a production stop is close to happening, or when supermarkets running out of foods, and is something that really took us multiple months and multiple years to actually establish in the sender network. I think we're very far from getting there to in the industry, but at least on the sender network, we're getting to a value where this starts making sense. And this is the most obvious for me as an industry outsider, one of probably the most obvious use case we can have, because everyone understands it, why GPS, knowing when and where a truck is, can actually reduce a lot of, let's say, the customer service churn that our shippers have with us as a service provider and have with their customers. So their supermarkets calling, their other manufacturing lines calling, their service providers calling on that front. Nevertheless, every time we spoke with our service providers about that, we got the same comment. It has been working in the past like this. Why should we change it now? Why do we need it? Why do we need to put in the extra effort? And we only managed to succeed on this over time, and I think you see it kind of where our GPS tracking across our portfolio increased over the past 2 to 3 years by really focusing on 3 principles. Number 1 is smooth onboarding. Once you get somebody to actually thinking about doing something what you want them to do, is you cannot make any mistakes. So from there on, it needs to be flawless. It really needs to, there could be no hurdle, there could be no churn on that front once somebody made a decision to actually follow your advice. I think the second one is a clear use case and communicating a clear use case. If you can't display and convince somebody on why to do this and quantify it and tell them the stories, and especially the stories were probably more important than the quantification, it's very tough to do so. And what we learned is it's less about what the use case actually is. It's more about communicating, repeating this over multiple times. And the third one is that we started doing very clear expectation management across all of our partners, across all of our customers, what we expect, that after a certain time, every truck that drives for sender needs to be fully integrated through GPS tracking if he wants to become a regular customer, so there are no excuses down the road. Because too often in any conversation, any partnerships you have, you always allow for excuses down the road, and this was some of them that we wanted to take out on that front. The third part that we had to tackle quite a lot is how do you remain cost competitive on new technologies that especially in the beginning cost money. And I want to share today with you one of our most recent market launches at Sender is green fuels. So zero emission or at least reduced emission fuels across our network. Everyone, I think every major organization in the world at the moment is thinking about how to tackle it, and there's still a lot of open questions on how to do this. And that is the same thing that we see in logistics. You have sustainability goals at every major company in the world, whether it's a Volkswagen, whether it's an Amazon, whether it's an Unilever, you have very high sustainability goals where the companies want to get over the next 20, 30 years. But on the other hand, all of the operations companies, operations teams still have cost targets. Operations teams today are not willing to pay extra for any CO2 neutral, sustainable trucks in any way and so forth. And so this is a dilemma that you actually will see over time quite a lot. Every single time is how do you actually manage to, let's say, remain cost competitive on new technologies that customers are not yet, and I strongly believe that sustainability is the future and that we all be moving there as a society, are willing to pay extra on it. An example of what we developed is what we call HVO Flex, is because if you introduce something new, you need to look in what kind of technologies do you have on the market, where can you actually adapt them, and at least this is in our network, so where in Europe do you actually have certain availabilities and where you don't have them. And number 3, what do you need actually, what do you know customers do you need to invest in from an infrastructure side. And we just put up the 3 graphs here a bit on schema as a scheme, as an example, on how we could, let's say, on how this works. And basically try to come up with how can we combine all of this, that we can actually offer services to customers that want it in areas, in industry verticals, in certain demands that they're having, if they actually cannot yet pay extra for these. And so what we've come up with is that we'll actually spread out all of the cost in areas and with partners who have the infrastructure, who we can scale fast, where we don't need to pay any extra or charge our customers any extra, or where we don't need to, let's say, invest a lot on our side, to all of the customers that are not in the same position as these ones are. And basically sharing these costs, that wherever a green truck drives in Europe, that we're actually guaranteeing that somewhere to our customers, somewhere else in Europe, where he might need to still rely on a fossil fuel or diesel fuel, we can actually compensate and offset these emissions of this truck. And in that way, we can basically shift costs from geographies and from some of our trucking providers to others by basically building an internal offsetting program for all of the shippers being able, in a certified way, to actually reduce the CO2 emissions of their network. And that as an example on how we can actually remain cost competitive on new technologies that shippers over time, or customers, is probably more important in a general way, actually do not yet see or are not yet able to pay extra, as an example of sustainability. And I think, so Sender definitely had a few hurdles, let's say, to overcome. And I think we're also very, very happy on how Sender is still operating in this very established market. But I wanted to maybe close this today also with a few remarks on why we believe this journey is so important, and why, let's say, we are aiming to bring digitization to a market that actually already exists. Road freight forwarding, as I mentioned earlier, has been a market that has been existing for decades and if not centuries. And for us, there are 2 primary reasons on that. Number one, on the right-hand side, you see a lot of the newspaper articles that are coming up over the recent months. Some of you might have read this, that we're having an extreme shortage of capacity in the market. This is actually affecting a lot of supply chains. No matter whether it's, let's say, supermarkets in the UK, or maybe you've read about fuel stations in the UK, where that's sometimes that some of your supermarkets don't have the foods anymore that they used to have on a daily basis. If you're, let's say, construction materials, cars, everything getting shortened because supply chains are disrupted. And we believe that this shortage was predominantly fueled because of a lack of drivers here in Europe, will hold on until we actually see the first autonomous trucks. I know this takes a lot of time, and this will be a lot more time, but we feel that this industry requires the infrastructure and the digitization to actually be able to stabilize their supply chains over time, because without the technical infrastructure, without the digitization that we as Sender want to bring forward, we wouldn't be ready for a world of autonomous trucks. That, again, I know will take a lot of time to come over the next few months. The second part is logistics and road freight in general is still a major part of our CO2 emissions in Europe. And a lot of my colleagues actually joined Sender with that aim, to make a dent into this industry and to actually reduce CO2 emissions in the industry by using algorithms, by reducing the inefficiencies that we have in the market, by increasing utilization, and by actually advancing alternative fuels, as mentioned earlier, and actually reducing CO2 emission. And because of these 2 things, that's why we strongly believe that we require digitization. Number one, to, let's say, remove the shortage of capacity that we have in the market, and this, again, will not go fast. And number 2, actually reducing, let's say, CO2 emissions that we still do as an industry, and that's every manufacturing company needs to rely on trucks in some way or other, but that we can make a dent with that beforehand. And therefore, that's basically the last 2 words I want to give you today, to share a bit more about our journey at Sender, where we came to over the past 6 years, and also our aim and how we broke in, or why we decided to break into an industry that is very, very established. Thanks a lot for your time today. Highly appreciate it, and I wish you an awesome day here in Bielefeld today. Thanks a lot, everyone. Thanks a lot.
All right, beautiful people. I think it's time for a little bit of a coffee break. So go for 10 minutes or so. When we come back, we want to talk about the intersection of politics. One of the most influential men from the local German politics, one of the oldest parties in all of Europe, is here. And he's going to be joined by the co-founder of Hinterland of Things. So innovation meet politics here in 10 minutes. But go get some coffee. Bring the coffee and sit here as well. Meanwhile, we got the amazing band in the house. They're going to entertain us with some jam. So see you in 10 minutes back here. See you in a moment. I can't get over the fact that we have a real band in the house playing some live music. Hey everybody, hope you got some coffee, some tea. You're feeling excited for the conversations that we have for this second half of the morning. We are really going to be talking about a lot of exciting different topics. So please use hashtag Hinterland22. Share with the world the insights that you're learning here and that you're experiencing. You're hearing it first. Some of the things that are being said, you're the first people to hear it, so get it out there. Please come on in. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I would recommend come close. Honestly, you can do your emails and your tweets from the front row as well. It's just nice to see faces and eyes and see you that you're here, so it's amazing. So please come on in and filter in. Our first conversation here, a fireside chat that we're going to have, is the intersection of innovation and politics. He is the chairman of the oldest Democratic Party in all of Europe. Many of you know SPD, and this gentleman leads it. He's going to be joined by one of the co-founders of Hinterland of Things. So please welcome onto the stage for our first fireside chat, the wonderful Dominic and Lars.
Cool, stimmt.
Hallo und herzlich willkommen auch von meiner Seite. Als Co-Founder der Founders Foundation und Gastgeber der Hinterland of Things freue ich mich natürlich besonders, euch hier zu begrüßen, aber ehrlich gesagt auch dich, Lars, zu begrüßen.
Vielen Dank.
Wir haben uns ja vor ein paar Wochen mal hier in Bielefeld auch im Pioneers Club und im Harmsmarkt getroffen. Da hast du schon den ersten Einblick von der Digitalszene.
War ziemlich beeindruckt, muss ich sagen. Ja.
Sehr gut, das klingt gut. Und die Region wahrscheinlich auch mit allem, was dazu gehört. Du giltst ja so ein bisschen als der, ich sag mal, Digitale in der SPD, der Digitaltreiber, hast Koalitionsverträge am Anfang vor allem mit den Themen Digitales mitverhandelt, den letzten komplett mitverantwortet. Giltst als Kanzlermacher tatsächlich mit allem, was dazu gehört. Und wir müssen natürlich heute auch so ein bisschen darüber sprechen, was alles aus dem Koalitionsvertrag, den es jetzt gibt, in der Umsetzung ist und was noch passiert. Aber tatsächlich ist es so, dass gerade ein anderes Thema total dominant ist. Und über das Thema müssen wir ehrlich gesagt als erstes sprechen. Also wir hatten heute Morgen einen Einspieler, der natürlich Corona adressiert hat, der den Ukraine-Krieg adressiert hat, der so ein Stück weit auch die Folgen des Ukraine-Krieges mit, ich sag mal, den Lieferketten, Lebensmittelknappheit, Inflation und alles weitere adressiert hat. Gib uns doch mal einmal so aus der, ich sag mal, Berliner Sicht einen Blick, wo wir gerade stehen.
Na, du hast es gerade gesagt, wir haben wahnsinnig viele Krisen, ja, und das ist für unsere Generation, ich hätte nicht gedacht, dass ich nochmal erleben muss, dass wir mitten in Europa einen imperialistischen Angriffskrieg haben. Ich hatte gedacht, dass wir anders aufwachsen können und das haben wir jahrzehntelang auch getan. So, wir haben 2 Jahre die Pandemie, wir haben jetzt den Krieg, wir haben Als nächstes Thema die Inflation. Es gibt große Unsicherheiten, was das Ökonomische angeht. Ich persönlich mache mir große Sorgen auch über den gesellschaftlichen Zusammenhalt, wenn ich sehe, wie viele Leute gerade nicht mehr können. Wenn ich mir angucke, was in Frankreich passiert, was in den USA passiert, wo die Rechtspopulisten immer stärker werden. Also es sind multiple Krisen, die gerade da sind. Der Krieg ist gerade das Präsenteste und ich glaube, ich muss das auf einer Veranstaltung wie hier nicht sagen. Wir stehen uneingeschränkt an der Seite der Ukraine, wir helfen, wir wollen, dass Putin diesen Krieg beendet und dass das Morden in der Ukraine sofort aufhört. Das ist uns ganz wichtig. Olaf Scholz hat das heute Morgen im Bundestag betont. Und trotzdem, auch wenn dieser Krieg gerade das Thema Nummer 1 ist, gibt es eben andere Sachen, auch auf die wir auch gucken müssen. Das ist die ökonomische Entwicklung in Deutschland, das ist die Frage, wie können wir ein starkes Land bleiben? Und insofern muss ich sagen, hast du als Politiker gerade keine Langeweile. Also das ist,
Aber
das
wie,
ist schon
wie können wir ein starkes Land bleiben? Also was ist deine Antwort?
Wir haben einen Koalitionsvertrag, den wir mit der FDP und den Grünen verhandelt haben, ja ganz viel drin, wie ein ökonomischer Aufbruch auch in Deutschland gelingen kann. Also ich glaube, die Potenziale sind alle bekannt. Wir wollen nach 250 Jahren erfolgreicher Industriegeschichte, wollen wir jetzt in 25 Jahren die Klimaneutralität schaffen. Das ist ein massiver industrieller Umbruch und der wird nur funktionieren, wenn wir sehr, sehr innovativ sind, wenn wir stark sind, wenn wir hier in Deutschland dafür sorgen, dass die neuesten Technologien, Innovationen, dass sie entstehen. Ja? Einfach rauszugehen aus Kohle, aus Gas, aus Atomenergie, reinzugehen in die Erneuerbaren, das wird nur funktionieren über Innovation. Wir haben das Thema adressiert im Koalitionsvertrag, wie wir Deutschland digitalisieren können. So, und hier sitzen kluge Expertinnen und Experten, aber wenn ich mir angucke, wie digitale Verwaltung funktioniert, dann habe selbst ich als Laie ganz viele Punkte, wo ich sage, da muss es besser werden. Und auch das ist ja ein Aufbruch für Deutschland, der kommen kann. Und mein Anspruch ist, dass die Dinge nicht in den USA stattfinden oder nicht in China stattfinden oder nicht in Indien stattfinden, sondern hier. Und dafür müssen wir ein bisschen was machen. Da geht es um Infrastruktur, da geht es um Datenpolitik, da geht es um Fachkräfte, da geht es um die Frage, wie können wir Kapital zur Verfügung stellen. Und alle diese Dinge sind im Koalitionsvertrag beantwortet. Und ich hoffe einfach, dass der Krieg, das Thema, nochmal, das ist das dominierende Thema, aber dass der Krieg nicht alles so überlagert, dass die Ministerinnen und Minister nicht mehr dazu kommen, diese richtigen Punkte aus dem Koalitionsvertrag anzugehen. Das ist auch meine Erwartung. Wir dürfen nicht in einen Stillstand verfallen, sondern wir müssen trotz Krieg an der ökonomischen Modernisierung, an der digitalpolitischen Modernisierung Deutschlands arbeiten. Und das ist für die nächsten Jahre sehr entscheidend.
Wenn wir mal konkret werden, ich meine, jetzt haben wir hier sehr viele Mittelständler, wir haben natürlich auch die größeren Tech-Unternehmen hier, wir haben die nächste Generation an Startups, die gerade in der Wachstumsphase sind hier. Und alle haben jetzt die Herausforderung. Auf der einen Seite natürlich wird es schwieriger, an Kapital ranzukommen für die Startups, die wachsen wollen. Die Familienunternehmen und Mittelständler haben die Herausforderungen in der Abhängigkeit der Lieferketten mit allem, was dazugehört. Steigende Preise, Herausforderungen für die Unternehmen, aber tatsächlich auch für die Bürgerinnen und Bürger. Und tatsächlich mit der Inflation muss man dann ja fairerweise sagen, im Umkehrschluss mehr Geld im Staatshaushalt, weil das ja auch gleichzeitig mehr Steuereinnahmen sind. Was sagst du jetzt den Unternehmen hier, die natürlich da so ein bisschen auch um ihr Kerngeschäft kämpfen? Wie machen die das parallel? Also was ist so deine politische Vorstellung, wie man da die Rahmenbedingungen für schafft?
Also ich kann niemandem die Angst nehmen, dass das nicht anstrengende Jahre werden. Also ich glaube, das wird sehr hart die nächsten Jahre. Aber nochmal, es geht um das gemeinsame Commitment. Olaf Scholz hat heute im Bundestag eine konzertierte Aktion angekündigt. Das heißt, Gewerkschaften, Unternehmen, Politik zusammen, alle an einen Tisch setzen und jetzt genau gucken, wie kommen wir durch diese Phase durch, wie können wir das gemeinsam schaffen. Und nochmal, wenn der Anspruch, den wir gemeinsam haben, ist, dass am Ende Deutschland stärker sein muss als heute, dann wird das auch gelingen, da bin ich überzeugt. Also ich habe die inhaltlichen Felder Digitalisierung, Klimaneutralität habe ich gerade genannt. So, und jetzt geht es ja um ein paar Schwerpunkte. Und wenn wir uns die Inflation angucken, dann hat diese Inflation ja vor allem 3 Treiber. Das eine ist der Energiepreis. Die schießen gerade in die Höhe und das hat natürlich damit zu tun, dass wir gerade raus wollen aus der Abhängigkeit von Russland, hat aber auch damit zu tun, dass wir Innovationen in den letzten Jahren nicht ausreichend geschafft haben. So, und nochmal, ich glaube, dass der Klimawandel und der Weg zur Klimaneutralität nur mit klugen Technologien und Innovationen gelingen kann. Das ist eine Chance für die Unternehmen.
Warum glaubst du, dass wir Innovationen nicht ausreichend schaffen in den letzten Jahren? Also ich würde dir erstmal zustimmen.
Weil wir zu bequem waren. Also das sage ich auch für die Politik. Ja? Das sage ich erstmal. Ich glaube, wir haben über Jahre lang uns zurückgelehnt in Deutschland und gesagt, uns geht es doch irgendwie gut. Also es hat doch, ich habe gerade davon geredet, dass unsere Generation, dass wir ja ganz bequem aufgewachsen sind. Das Leben hat doch funktioniert. Das war doch alles in Ordnung. Und jetzt sehen wir auf einmal, wie China nach vorne schießt. Wir sehen auf Silicon Valley, gucken wir schon länger, was in den USA passiert. So, und jetzt müssen wir kämpfen. Wir müssen jetzt kämpfen, damit diese wirtschaftliche Stärke erhalten bleibt. Und ich glaube, dieser Spirit, der wächst gerade, der ist gerade da. Und nochmal, das ist die Chance. Und deswegen kurz zurück, also Energiepolitik. Der zweite Treiber der Inflation ist der Fachkräftemangel. Den merkt ihr, glaube ich, auch. Ja? Ich habe kein Gespräch ohne Gründerinnen und Gründer, die mir nicht auch sagen, wir kriegen kaum Leute. So, und deswegen auch da Investitionsaufgabe, in die Bildung investieren, aber auch endlich mal das Zuwanderungsrecht, das Einwanderungsrecht so modernisieren, dass die Leute wirklich unkompliziert hierher kommen. Und das Dritte sind dann in der Tat die ganzen Störungen, die wir haben in den Lieferketten. Ja, das hat kurzfristig eine Belastung für die Wirtschaft, aber ich glaube, langfristig kann das sogar viel bedeuten, wenn wir zum Beispiel sagen, wir wollen jetzt raus aus der digitalpolitischen Abhängigkeit, die von China schon längst da ist, und wir wollen wieder viel stärker auf Deutschland und Europa setzen. Ja, ich habe gestern mich mit dem Chef von einem großen Mobilfunkunternehmen getroffen. Die Antennen sind zu 70%, zu 60% in Deutschland abhängig von China. So, wenn wir das hier endlich auf den Weg bringen, wir haben im Koalitionsvertrag die Frage Halbleiter drin, dass wir das europäisch auf den Weg bringen wollen. Also wenn wir schaffen, da in Europa wieder stärker zu werden, dann kann das ein totaler Turbo auch für die ökonomische Entwicklung sein.
Wenn wir mal auf die Themen eingehen, weil du gerade total viele richtige und wichtige Sachen gesagt hast, die auch ehrlich gesagt hier für das Hinterland of Things entscheidend sind, um weiter wettbewerbsfähig zu bleiben. Finde ich, sind ja im letzten Koalitionsvertrag die Dinge benannt worden. Aber wo stehen sie jetzt gerade? Also ist das eher nach hinten geschoben worden oder hast du das Gefühl, dass da auch aktiv weiter dran gearbeitet wird und dass sie vorangetrieben werden?
Nee, das wird schon vorangetrieben. Also ich nenne mal ein Beispiel, jetzt mal nicht aus dem SPD-Ministerium, aber Volker Wissing, der für Digitalisierung zuständig ist, arbeitet gerade sehr hart an der Frage, wie kriegen wir die Gigabit-Netze ausgebaut und wie kriegen wir die erreicht. Und hat jetzt die ersten Runden gemacht, will jetzt in den nächsten Wochen auch die Strategie vorstellen. Da geht es ja nicht um die großen Städte, da geht es eher ums Hinterland, und es gibt ja noch viel mehr Hinterland als Bielefeld. Also ich komme aus der Lüneburger Heide, das ist
ähnlich Hinterland.
Das ist noch mehr Wald. Aber darum geht es ja, dass du ein flächendeckendes Netz hast. So, wir haben die Flexibilisierung Arbeitsmarkt, auch das ist ja ein wichtiges Thema. Was lernt man eigentlich aus dieser ganzen Corona-Zeit und wie kann man die digitalen Instrumente auch bei der Neuausrichtung des Arbeitsmarktes haben? Arbeitet Hubertus Heil dran. Wir haben die ganze Frage Modernisierung der Verwaltung, liegt im Innenministerium. Also es gibt eine ganze Reihe von Maßnahmen, die sind manchmal im Medial gar nicht so groß. Ja? Also die werden in den Zeitungen spielen andere Themen eine Rolle, aber, und ich habe es gesagt, da achte ich auch drauf, dass dieser Koalitionsvertrag umgesetzt wird, und da arbeiten alle Ministerien dran, weil wir wissen, wir werden als Ampelregierung dran gemessen. Und Olaf Scholz, ich habe die Rede jetzt gerade im Zug gesehen, ja, Olaf Scholz hat heute Morgen nochmal betont, dieses Jahr ist das Jahr der Entscheidung. Also dieses Jahr müssen die Dinge auf den Weg gebracht werden. Nichts wird auf die lange Bank geschoben, und deswegen wird es in diesem Jahr dann eher in der zweiten Jahreshälfte eine ganze Reihe von Entscheidungen geben, die aber genau auf das einzahlen, was wir hier gerade diskutieren.
Jetzt hast du gerade zwei sehr wichtige Worte verwendet, Maßnahmen und Messen. Also wir arbeiten ja sehr viel in der Founders Foundation auch mit unseren Gründerinnen und Gründern, und die können sich alle sehr viel vornehmen, aber letztendlich geht es um die Umsetzung. Ja? Und die müssen die Daten liefern, dass man tatsächlich die PS auch auf die Straße bringt, weil nur dann weiß man, dass das Startup funktioniert, und nur wenn die KPIs entsprechend auch getrackt werden, dann weiß man auch, dass es Investorengelder gibt und das Startup weiter wachsen kann. Ich habe immer das Gefühl, wenn jetzt aus dem Koalitionsvertrag Maßnahmen entstehen, dass dann gerne mal eine Agentur gegründet wird, dann gibt es eine Agentur für Sprunginnovation, ihr stellt das Paket bereit, und dann ist erstmal so, ja, die müssen das schon irgendwie machen, und dann wird eigentlich nie wieder darüber gesprochen und vor allem auch die Öffentlichkeit nie aufgeklärt, wo steht ihr da eigentlich? Also kannst du so ein bisschen was zum Tracking der Maßnahmen auch sagen, und dass du den Leuten auch mal mit auf den Weg geben kannst, wie wird dann eigentlich auch umgesetzt und was passiert?
Na gut, unser Tracking sind natürlich vor allem die Wählerinnen und Wähler. Also, ja. Und ich meine, wenn man sich anguckt, mit welcher Anmutung auch die Ampel angetreten ist, was FDP, SPD und Grüne da auch sich vorgenommen haben, dann werden wir daran gemessen. Also Ausbau der Erneuerbaren, rauskommen aus der Abhängigkeit von Gas und Öl und Kohle. Digitale Verwaltung, wo ganz klar auch Ziele benannt ist. Ne? Der Gigabit-Ausbau bis 2025, das ist bald, also das muss bald fertig sein. Und ansonsten gibt es natürlich auch viele Journalisten, kann ich nur empfehlen, die gucken ja genau, welche Versprechen sind im Koalitionsvertrag drin, wie sind die umgesetzt. Also das findet schon sehr viel statt, dass an diesen Stellen gemessen wird. Und letzter Punkt dazu, wir haben auch etwas geändert im Koalitionsvertrag, dass wir haben ja den sogenannten Koalitionsausschuss, also die Spitzen. Ich selbst bin ja nicht Teil der Regierung, aber eben Vorsitzender der SPD und sitze ja mit im Koalitionsausschuss. Und da nehmen wir uns regelmäßig vor, was ist alles geschafft, was ist umgesetzt. Und nochmal, wir haben gesagt, die wichtigen Sachen müssen im ersten Jahr stattfinden und das erste Jahr ist bald schon vorbei. Also insofern gibt es eine hohe Messlatte, die wir uns selbst für dieses Jahr gelegt haben.
Wenn wir mal ein spezifisches Thema ausgreifen, also ich sehe für uns immer, für uns als Deutschland und als Europa jetzt die Herausforderung, dass wir neben China und den USA uns eigentlich viel stärker auch positionieren müssen. Und das geht natürlich eigentlich nur im Schulterschluss zwischen Frankreich und Deutschland. Wenn man jetzt mal nach Frankreich guckt, also so aus der Start-up-Szene, guckt man schon mal neidisch nach Frankreich, wenn dann ein Macron sich vorne hinstellt und sagt, ich schiebe jetzt die KI-Strategie an und das ist Chefsache und wir machen das. In Deutschland wird ein KI-Paket verabschiedet, aber irgendwie kriegt man dann nichts mit, was damit passiert. Wer wird der deutsche Macron, um halt solche wichtigen Themen, die auch nachhaltig wichtig sind für die Wirtschaft, dass die halt auch zur Chefsache vorangetrieben werden? Wer steht dafür?
Na, es gibt bei uns ja nicht das eine Ministerium. Ne? Also es gibt einen Teil der Digitalpolitik, ist im Kanzleramt angesiedelt. Ein großer Teil ist bei Volker Wissing angesiedelt und ein weiterer Teil ist angesiedelt bei Robert Habeck, der sich ja auch ganz gezielt zum Beispiel um die Frage junge digitale Wirtschaft, Startup-Verband und diese Dinge kümmert. Also es sind mehrere Ministerien, die sich kümmern, weil wir haben ja diskutiert, bei den Koalitionsverhandlungen ist ja kein Geheimnis, ob es ein eigenes Ministerium dafür gibt. Am Ende konnte sich die Position leider nicht durchsetzen. Insofern sind es mehrere Ministerinnen und Minister.
Was ist deine Position da gewesen?
Ich bin immer dafür gewesen, ein eigenes Ministerium zu schaffen. Ich glaube, es gibt auch gute Argumente, das so zu machen, wie es jetzt ist, aber ich habe immer argumentiert damit, dass es für einen Übergang von vielleicht 10 Jahren Sinn macht, ein eigenes Digitalministerium zu haben. Und noch wichtiger vor allem, es muss dann eine Person sein, die ähnlich wie der Finanzminister, der ja bei Haushaltsfragen ein Vetorecht hat, also der sitzt am Kabinettstisch und hat ein Vetorecht, dass es dann genauso ist, dass die Digitalministerin oder der Digitalminister auch ein Vetorecht hat bei allen digitalen Entwicklungen. Also ich finde, wir sind manchmal zu sehr noch auf dem Papierweg und könnten digitaler sein und da hätte ich mir viel von erhofft. Nochmal, hat sich leider nicht durchgesetzt, ging auch der Riss durch alle Parteien durch. Aber insofern gibt es nicht die eine Person. Aber das, was im Koalitionsvertrag angelegt ist, das kommt schon sehr stark ran an die Sachen, die wir in Frankreich erleben auch. Du hast den Punkt künstliche Intelligenz angesprochen. Für mich ein ganz wichtiger Punkt Datenpolitik, wo ich glaube, wir müssen vieles anders machen. Du hast die transatlantischen Fragen angesprochen. Es kann nicht sein, dass wir in Deutschland, Europa immer bedauern, dass die Innovationen aus den USA kommen, aber wir selbst uns auch im Umgang mit Daten einfach ganz viele Möglichkeiten nehmen, dass hier Startups, dass hier Innovationen entstehen können. Also da plädiere ich auch dringend für eine andere Datenpolitik und das kommt jetzt von allen Ministern und nicht nur von einem.
Wie schätzt du die Kultur gerade, auch die politische Kultur in Berlin ein? Also ich meine, hier auf der Hinterland of Things wissen wir, es wird nicht mehr den Status geben wie vor 1, 2, 3 Jahren. Also wir befinden uns jetzt in der Transformation. Aus meiner Sicht ist es tatsächlich auch ein Transformationszeitalter. Also ich glaube nicht, dass jetzt irgendwann Corona vorbei ist, Krieg vorbei ist, alles wie früher, sondern die Veränderungen werden immer schneller und flexibler. Glaubst du, dass die Politik in Berlin und vielleicht auch deine eigene Partei bereit dafür ist, tatsächlich auch die Transformation zu leben? Weil es sind ja durchaus auch unternehmerische Kompetenzen, die man dann braucht, um so einen Wandel gestalten zu können.
Also Politik ist kein Unternehmen, aber ich erwarte von allen politischen Parteien, dass sie die Offenheit haben. Und wenn am Ende das gemeinsame Ziel steht, dass wir alle wollen, dass Deutschland, dass unsere Heimat stark bleibt oder sogar noch stärker wird in diesem Prozess, der ja, wenn wir das falsch machen, können wir ganz viel verlieren. Ja? Also die Frage, ob die neuen Geschäftsmodelle in Deutschland oder Europa entstehen, ob die Jobs der Zukunft bei uns entstehen, ob Wertschöpfung bei uns stattfindet, das ist ja keine Frage, die eine rein theoretische ist, sondern die ist praktisch. Wir können ganz viel verlieren die nächsten Jahre, wenn wir es falsch machen. Und wir haben die Unternehmer, wir haben verantwortungsvolle Gewerkschaften, wir haben die Kreativität, wir haben die Hochschulen. Wir haben das ja alles. Und deswegen geht es jetzt darum, das so zusammenzubringen, dass eine Stärke daraus entsteht. Und das merke ich eben schon, dass das in den 3 Parteien, die gerade Verantwortung tragen für dieses Land, dass das bei vielen in diesen Parteien präsent ist. Ich wünsche mir, dass es noch mehr wird. Ich wünsche mir auch, das sage ich hier, dass es auch bei Unternehmerinnen und Unternehmern noch mehr wird. Dass man nicht nur auf sich selbst guckt, sondern dass zum Beispiel Mittelstand und Industrie auch begreifen, dass sie viel stärker mit Startups zusammenarbeiten müssen. Dafür ist eure Konferenz hier, glaube ich, auch wichtig, um diese Kontakte zu haben. Ich wünsche mir, dass Startups stärker begreifen, auch dass sie sich in politische Prozesse einbringen müssen. Christian Miele war ja vorhin hier. Ich finde, das, was der Startup-Verband macht, ist total wichtig. Aber das gibt es halt auch erst seit ein paar Jahren, dass Startups sich politisch auch äußern und sich einbringen. Und das ist eine Gemeinschaftsaufgabe, aber ich kann das für mich einfach nur sagen. Ich bin 44 Jahre alt und ich habe ein Interesse daran, dass es hier die nächsten Jahrzehnte einfach noch gut geht in diesem Land und dass wir Perspektiven schaffen. Und die Zeit, das zu entscheiden, die ist jetzt. Also jetzt, gerade in diesen Krisen, die da sind. Wir haben die alle, Klimakrise, Krieg, Corona, Zusammenhalt, Inflation. Krisenzeiten sind ja bei aller Brutalität, die da ist, auch immer Chancen, dass was Neues wachsen kann. Und ich glaube, das haben wir jetzt selbst in der Hand, ob wir das tun.
Jetzt habe ich noch eine abschließende Frage, weil wir natürlich viel mit den mittelständischen Unternehmen auch zusammenarbeiten und die befinden sich selber in der digitalen Transformation und die müssen natürlich ihre Belegschaft auch mitnehmen, müssen ihre Mitarbeiter ausbilden, die digitale Kompetenz fördern. Jetzt bist du Chef der ältesten demokratischen Partei Europas. Und ich würde sagen, es ist wahrscheinlich noch mal eine größere Herausforderung, eine Partei zu transformieren auf dem Weg als ein mittelständisches Unternehmen. Gehst du das auch an, dass du deine Parteikolleginnen und Kollegen und Mitglieder halt auch entsprechend mal anschiebst, dass sie auch die digitale Kompetenz haben, um überhaupt halt uns in so einem Zeitalter dann auch zu unterstützen?
Ja, also das ist ja mein Job auch mit. Und ich glaube, wir werden bei der Bundestagswahl, wo ich ja, du hast es angesprochen, der Wahlkampfmanager sein durfte, das hätte gar nicht funktioniert bei der Bundestagswahl, dass wir gewonnen hätten, wenn wir nicht auch diesen Transformationsprozess gemacht hätten, wenn wir uns nicht anders aufgestellt hätten die letzten Jahre, wenn wir nicht auch in der Parteizentrale digitaler, kommunikativer, agiler geworden wären. Und wenn ich jetzt auf die SPD-Bundestagsfraktion gucke, das ist ja die größte Fraktion, 200 Mitglieder, da sind jetzt auf einmal 50 junge Menschen drin. Das hätte nie einer gedacht, dass so viele junge Leute auch in die SPD-Bundestagsfraktion kommen. Viele mit Migrationsgeschichte, ganz spannende Geschichten, also auch eine Diversität und Vielfalt, die auch die Lebensrealität vom heutigen Deutschland abbildet. Also das macht mich sehr stolz, dass wir diese Transformation geschafft haben. Ich weiß allerdings auch, dass sie nicht zu Ende ist. Also sich einmal transformieren gibt es nicht. Transformation ist ein permanenter Zustand und das heißt, wir müssen weiter daran arbeiten und sich zurücklehnen, zufrieden sein, ausruhen, geht auch in der Politik nicht.
Sehr gut. Geht in der Politik nicht, geht im Startup-Bereich nicht, geht in den Familienunternehmen nicht. Deswegen sind wir heute hier, um genau in dieser Transformation die richtigen Sachen auch weiter zu gestalten und das auch fortzusetzen. Vielen Dank, Lars. Schön, dass du hier warst. Und
vielen Dank.
Vielen Dank.
Okay, so we're going to have a conversation that is really about the future, big time future. For those of you who don't know, this is the wonderful Anna. She is in charge of NFTs. I know some of you love that word and some of you like, uh-oh, NFTs. At Misa Art, she's also a consultant facilitator. When she is not talking about NFTs, she's talking about sustainability and innovation. But first of all, what do we think about Hinterland of Things?
Hello and welcome. Yeah, talking about NFTs, I want to ask a question to the audience first. Does anyone consider themselves like as an art collector? Please raise your hand if you collect art. Oh my goodness.
Few
art
people,
collector.
Few people.
Okay, cool. And has anyone ever bought an NFT yet?
Right
hey,
over
that's
there.
Even
right
more.
over there. Okay.
Wow, cool. Okay, amazing. Because now we want to talk about Web3. And in 2021, NFTs have been kind of the catalyst to realize what Web3 could mean, could be. And we want to really open a field, philosophical in a way, what decentralization can bring to us as a society. And I'm very happy because I'm talking to amazing people here.
Yeah.
And Dan.
So don't worry, we're not going to sell you NFTs. Certainly I'm not. But we are going to talk about the future of Web3. And I think this is a very exciting space. So with no further ado, we're going to invite up the panelists. Anna, take your seat. And let's give them a nice big warm applause as they come on stage.
I'm so happy to be with you guys. Philip, I've known for a while already. Leonard, I met yesterday. And now we want to talk about Web3. And I give a short introduction to these amazing guys. And then we'll dive directly into the rabbit hole, I would say. And maybe start with a question. What is Web3 for you? And Leonard is the co-founder of Peak, which provides Internet of Things blockchain infrastructure, enabling vehicles, machines, robots, and devices to independently provide and render goods and services to each other and to people. Yesterday he explained it to me, he will explain further. This is so great. Peak therefore works on enabling the Web3 machine economy to emerge. Oh my goodness, so many words we should explain further. Professor Dr. Philip Sandner has founded the Frankfurt School Blockchain Center. And from 2018 to 2021, he was ranked among the top 30 economists by the Frankfurter Allgemeine Zeitung, a major newspaper in Germany. He has been a member of the FinTech Council of the Federal Ministry of Finance in Germany. And what I love most is that he initialized the DLT talents that also empower women to be part of the space. We're still kind of underrepresented in a way, but it's kind of growing, and this also thanks to you. And your expertise includes blockchain technology, DeFi, decentralized finance, the digital euro, and of course crypto assets like Bitcoin. So, but first, before we start with Bitcoin, because it was kind of the initial moment of Web3, what is Web3 for you in one sentence?
For me, Web3 is basically a technology base, a technology stack for all kinds of new applications, going from entertainment to communication to all kinds of things. A second point, which is very important to note, it's by definition international. And a last point, I think Web3 is not existing and will not exist without Bitcoin. That's something we should not forget.
Okay.
Bitcoin is the core here.
We come back to Bitcoin, but Leonard, Web3 in a nutshell.
Yeah, in a nutshell. Hi, everyone. First of all, great to be here. So for me, Web3 is neutral digital infrastructure. So the Web2 is platform-based. So we have big platforms like Google, Facebook, and so on, which are providing an infrastructure to digitally interact with each other. And Web3 is enabling to have that interaction without actually central platform providers like Google, Facebook, and so on.
Cool, thank you very much. We were talking about Bitcoin and that Web3 wouldn't even exist without Bitcoin. What do you mean by that, and how has Bitcoin been this initial moment and the root for Web3?
Well, Bitcoin is basically, at this point of time, by far the largest project out there in this entire space. We have 10% of the European population who is owning Bitcoin and similar coins. We have 16% of the US population doing so. That's basically massive amount of numbers. And all these people, they are interested at this point of time in Bitcoin, Ethereum, NFTs, DeFi tokens, and so on and so forth. But Bitcoin basically is the origin of all this from a technical perspective, but also even more so, it's basically at this point of time the one and only most decentral approach out there. I think that can be said because it's a technological reason that Bitcoin basically by definition is a distributed network of computing nodes, and these computing nodes, they have the size of, say, a box of cigarettes or of a tennis ball, and rendering this technology in this way basically allows it to be fully decentralized to some degree. No other Web3 technology at this point of time is as decentralized as Bitcoin.
That's right. For selling art, like we do at Misa.art, we needed something else than Bitcoin, so we made the second part Ethereum, which is working quite well so far. So I hope this will continue. And for me, it's like gold and silver. Would you agree to that, like in a standard of Web3, that Bitcoin is gold, Ethereum is silver, and then there are many other players as well?
So that Bitcoin is digital gold, for sure. I would agree to that. Silver, not necessarily, because Ethereum really is the first internet computer, right? It's like a platform that enables to run applications in a decentralized way. Bitcoin really has only the use case of storing digital value and enabling the exchange and the transfer of it, where Ethereum enables to run decentralized applications without central platform providers. So I wouldn't put it necessarily in the same corner like Bitcoin.
Coming back to our topic, the chances, what examples do we already have, like from the real world, where this has enabled us to do something that we couldn't do before? Maybe you start.
Yeah, I mean, I think talking about NFTs, it's a great example. There's a massive hype right now. It's one of the first mainstream adoptions, right? And it enables to actually present digital art in a unique way and own it, right? So before it wasn't possible to own a digital piece of art or to own and trade music, for example. And NFTs as a technology enable that artists can create something, for example, in the field of music, which is extremely disruptive for society because right now there's Spotify, which has all the artists signed up. They make majority of the money, and then the artists are receiving a little bit of that. And going forward, musicians will be able to actually create music and then sell it as NFTs. So they will be able to monetize that much better, make much more money, and it will be much fairer and much more democratized than it is today.
Exactly. This is what I see like every day coming from the art space as well, especially for digital artists, of course, that had kind of for the first time the chance to be seen, to sell their products, and also we don't have to forget the secondary market where they always receive royalties. That has not existed like this before. So this is a huge step forward. And also when I talk to artists from the traditional space and they ask me, why would I do an NFT? And I say, yeah, well, when it's sold again, then you get royalties. It's like, what, really? This works? And it works automatically. And I think this is also like the beauty of this whole decentralized system, Philip, where I see so much potential when we talk about chances.
Yes, absolutely. So coming back to your question, I think there are, I just had a thought, I think there are 3 points here where I would see that this is already visible in the real world. Not much from the crypto world is already visible in our new world. Sometimes it feels a little bit techy, it feels like a niche phenomenon and so on and so forth. But when you're talking to younger people, people being at the age of 18 to say 25, people doing their first studies in their entire life, people we are educating at the university, for example, there you see a massive inflow of young people into everything which is related to crypto, DeFi, Web3, NFT, Bitcoin, and so on and so forth. So we at the university, we are now launching one of the first master programs for blockchain and digital assets, and it will be one of the best intakes from our university perspective ever, because we have such a huge interest in this technology by young people. But of course, you know, these young people, being 18 to 25, they are not here at these conferences yet. They are sitting in their residence halls, studying, and so on and so forth. But you should not underestimate it, because it's young people, they are 22, and they have 3 years of blockchain experience, right? So at 22, they have a better knowledge than the senior management of Deutsche Bank, Deutsche Börse, Deutsche Telekom, Siemens, and so on and so forth. That's massive if you talk about the young generation, which is basically absorbing this entire knowledge at an age which is so young. So give it a couple more years, then it becomes reality, and we will see it here. The second point, to be very short, where we see it is the NFT space, where in a very decentralized manner, people can create, consume, trade, and purchase all kinds of digital assets in the form of digital art. I would not call it digital art, because for me it's the digital status symbols, but that doesn't really matter. Still, everybody can do it on the entire globe. I can transact these assets with other people who are sitting in Thailand, South Africa, Argentina. So the world is getting truly international here. That's one aspect of decentralization in Web3. And the third point...
Do you think that it's accessible enough? Sorry for interrupting at this point, but do you see, you were talking about all these young people, is it accessible enough? Because what we see is that we really make it more accessible by accepting fiat currency, for example, instead of crypto, and there's still this hurdle of, oh my goodness, crypto? Is this a thing, and is it like dangerous, and what can you do with it? Do you see this also when you talk about all these advantages?
That's a very interesting question. Is crypto, DeFi, Web3 accessible for people? And I think it's basically, this question needs to be answered with the age of people. In case you're talking with people 50 plus, 60 plus, it's not accessible, right? If you talk to people 30 minus, 40 minus, it is accessible.
Okay.
In case you're downloading an app like Börse Stuttgart, Coinbase, Coindex here from Bielefeld, right? You can onboard within 10 minutes and you can purchase crypto assets, NFT, all kinds of things right away. So it takes you 10 minutes, so it is accessible, but you need to be open. And this openness is very often there with younger people, say 40 minus, 50 minus, and this openness is sometimes lacking with elderly people, 60 plus, 70 plus.
Okay, interesting, because we had more people here collecting NFTs than art, which I found already very interesting. Just I always ask audiences about this, and I think this was the first one they said more people that they collect NFTs instead of art. So things are moving forward. And your third point, very, very quick, because we're running short of time.
The third point is Bitcoin, right? Bitcoin is basically, at this point of time, as I've said, the most decentralized technology in this space. It's not perfect decentralized, that's what we know, but in relation to other technologies, it's the most decentral approach what we have right now.
Okay, yeah, very cool. Do you see also dangers coming with this whole new ecosystem we are entering? Because we're talking about chances, but I think there are always two sides. So you coming from the Internet of Things, I think many people ask you this question very often, like, oh my goodness, AI, is it taking over? How do you feel about it, and how do you take away these fears?
Yeah, that's a very, very good point. I mean, in general, like how AI and automation is going to take over, that, right? That's the question. So we actually see the future there very, very bright and positive, because of course a lot of jobs are going to be automated in the future, but I think that will really enable many people to spend their time and focus their time on the things that they really like to do. So that repetitive and also dangerous jobs are going to be completely performed by machines, and yeah, people have time to do what they like and don't necessarily need to work to earn money. And then of course it comes down to how is actually the value of this machine economy being distributed, how is everyone being kept liquid, and right, because if this machine economy is owned by a few big companies, then these companies are going to profit from it, and people are going to be dependent on the government to give them money. And I think there Web3 really offers a tremendous opportunity, because it democratizes access to the machine economy and enables all kinds of players to individuals to actually participate. And there's one really great example that's already in production, and this is the Helium project, where they managed to have the biggest LoRaWAN, which is an IoT communication network in the world with 500,000 gateways, and it's completely people-powered. So it's individuals that can set up these gateways at home, and they earn money for providing that communication infrastructure. And it's massively successful, much more successful than any telco could be, because a telco company needs to actually first find the right spot to place these gateways, and there it's just individuals putting them at home, earning money by providing the telecommunication infrastructure. And I think many of those use cases are going to emerge, and individuals will be able to earn money due to Web3 and the right incentive mechanisms there.
You raised the word democratization again, and I think this is something that you always stumble about. Our claim is also democratize art. And is this something that Web3 really strengthens again, that it enables us? How do you see this for the blockchain, and especially for Bitcoin you were talking about, Philip? Because is Bitcoin that accessible? Do we need to spread information better, to educate people better on this? And will everyone understand what it means, especially in times of inflation? And Christine Lagarde saying, well, my son bought crypto, it's not a thing.
That's a very difficult question, because I'm, coming from a university. Very often people tell me, so you, me, or you here, and you, we need to do a better job at education. So it's so indirectly they tell us it's a supply issue. So we, as supplier of knowledge, need to do a better job. But actually, I think that's just 50% of the truth, because the other 50% is that all knowledge is out there sitting on the internet. You just have to open the Google Chrome browser, you type in Bitcoin, hit the enter key and start reading, and after a couple of hours, days and weeks, people will understand this technology. There are YouTube, podcasts, all kinds of things out there. So the knowledge is there in a way which has never been before. It's at the fingertips. You just have to hit the enter button after typing blockchain in the internet browser, but people don't do it. And the same stuff with inflation, by the way. Inflation is so dangerous. We are at 8.1% measured for the last month. 8.1%, that's massive. The interest rates, the yield is at 1%, so we are losing wealth in Europe by 6.5% per year at this point of time. So wealth in Germany is decreasing, but people in the society, in the full press, are not understanding it because media is instructing them, yes, but people need to do their own job. They need to go to YouTube, Google, and so on, type in inflation, hit the enter button, start reading and start understanding to see how dangerous this is for their personal life. Yeah? And therefore, it's a supply side issue. Yes, we can do a better job. We try our best, you as well, and you also. But I think it's also a demand side issue where people need to have the energy to inspect and learn such topics on their behalf as well. So it's both-sided.
Yeah, I think it's super interesting because I see that, for example, you say internet, it's like for me, for the NFTs, it's like OpenSea. When people really want to start because they say now, well, that sounded interesting, what's in it for me? I think that they always are looking for some guidance. This is what I see with our company. We deliver the reputation like you do from the university, and therefore I think it's good that we have some people who give this guidance, who have the reputation to help them, because let's face it, we have many scammers out there who will tell you like, wow, this is the next thing, it will give you 10x whatever. And I think it's kind of our responsibility also, being very early in that space, to deliver this. And Lennart, you are from this younger generation. How do you feel about this, about all the digital natives that are coming? Where to start to really get it going? I think this is something very, very important that we can also deliver right now to the audience that is listening here and also online.
Yeah, for sure. I think it's a process, and a lot happened during the last years already. I remember back in 2016 when I got to know about the technology, there was almost nothing out there, and it was a lot learning by doing and trying things out. By now we have amazing educational programs like Philip's, and I think we're moving really, really well on that side, so that adoption is happening, understanding is growing, and it's the young people for sure. But the young people will get older and will be at some point also the decision makers and so on, and that will really catalyze the whole process. So the entire transition to Web3 will take time. We have a lot of user experience issues, of course. What is about the private keys when they get lost? There's security issues, scammers, and so on. But I think that's all part of the process, and the whole ecosystem is going to become more and more robust. And there are scams, there are tragic things that are happening just recently also. But it's going to get stronger and stronger over time. And it's transparent, it's decentralized. And that will help a lot to create a really strong, trusted, decentralized system. But it takes time. Yeah.
Okay, Philip, economy-wise, do we have to get there? Is there any way not to use it? Or how do you see it? And how much centralization do we still need? Because you also work a lot with banks. This is for me the most interesting part, like the super centralized systems, now getting into a decentralized world. How does that work?
Well, in theory at least, and it also works in practice, you have these approaches of diffusion of innovation, right? So you have a new technology, it's coming to our planet, and it takes years until everybody is having it. The best example is the smartphone, right? Everybody is now having one smartphone, maybe two smartphones, everybody out there. But we should not forget that back in 2004, 2005, there was no smartphone yet. There was the iPhone 1. I didn't have one. And I also asked people purchasing the iPhone 1, what do you do with it? It's battery runs empty, data traffic doesn't work, so what do you do with this iPhone 1? But, we already have forgotten how it was at that point of time. What happened after the iPhone 1? The the iPhone 2, 3, 4, 5, and so on. Now we are at iPhone 13, 14, 15, I don't know. So it's basically multiple generations of these devices having been sold in billions of units to the entire world. That's technological diffusion, and it happens basically automatically. On a society level, this diffusion is happening. It's happening for Bitcoin, it's happening for Web3, for NFT, for all kinds of things, and we just have to wait until diffusion takes place. On a worldwide level, we have now 200 million people owning crypto or other Bitcoin approaches, Ethereum, Web3. So 200 million, that's quite significant. And
it's only 300,000 to 1 million for NFTs actively trading, so there's even more to come in Web3, huh?
Much more will happen in the future, and it's each one's individual decision whether he's onboarding to this technology now or tomorrow or next year or in 10 years. Everybody needs to decide this himself, but sooner or later there will be hundreds of more millions people joining this technology, but we can't really push it to a much higher velocity because we can't force people to digest this technology, to now purchase NFT, Bitcoin, and all kinds of things. Things to some degree happen as they are on a society level, but everybody himself, herself can decide whether to adopt this technology or not, right?
Yeah, maybe I think in the end it will be somewhere, and most of the people will not even realize it. We have about 1 minute left, and some final thoughts on the Internet of Value, as I would say, for Web3, and I really like this definition. Like, where do you see Web3 in 1 year from now?
In 1 year from now?
Yeah, you have
a little
30 seconds.
Okay, a little bit further than we are now, but not much further. I think it will progress nicely. A lot will be built in 1 year, less hype. We're not in a hype cycle at the moment anymore. But in 5 to 10 years, I think we will all be using Web3, and we don't see it. It's going to run in the background. A lot of the Web2, as we know today, is going to be replaced.
Philip, 1 year.
Well, we have many more people joining this ecosystem, many more IT guys developing things all around the world. We have more NFTs, more tokens, more DeFi tokens. Bitcoin will have risen, Ethereum will have risen. We have senior companies, German DAX companies, S&P companies, employing people in the field and so on. That's just a normal way of diffusion, an ecosystem attracting people, attracting funds, and on the way to go, we will also see token prices increasing and so on. Partly also, as I have said, driven by inflation.
Perfect. Thank you very much. And you see, it's all about community, so feel free to connect with us after too. LinkedIn, I think we are all open for your inquiries, whatever, if you want to chat. Thank you so much for this great panel. A lot of information and so much more to come. Thank you for listening, and it was a pleasure,
Thanks.
Philip Leonard.
It was a pleasure. Thank you. Thank you for listening.
Macht noch jemand Fotos oder so?
You guys.
Is anyone taking pictures?
Thank
Someone
you.
find a picture. Thank
Everybody.
you.
Enjoy.
Good luck.
Rennie. Check. Is this working? Super. Now we're live. Mics. I'm sorry. Just to make your life harder, I switched mics. For those who don't know, Verinia, right, and she is actually part of 2 different departments, innovation and digital. And I have to ask, come stand a little bit in front while they set this up behind.
Yeah.
A very big panel. Checkity-check. Very, very big panel.
Sounds good.
Speaking. But I want to know, with the pandemic and technology and automation, has this brought us closer as humans or farther? I'm asking for research because later I'm going to be talking to the CTO of Slack. And Slack is one of the things that I think has brought my team closer, but in some ways.
Well, I will give a very diplomatic answer saying it depends. It depends. So I remember that at the beginning of the COVID crisis, I felt that all these Zoom and Teams and Slack tools felt very cold for me, that I had lost the contact with my team. But then one day during a video conference, the little toddler of my colleague arrived on his knees, and the little boy thought that I was the main person of Sendung with der Maus. Do you know Sendung mit der Maus?
Haven't watched it, no.
It's a very popular TV show for kids, and so the little boy was very disappointed that I was just a journalist.
Just a journalist. Journalists are super important. We're really glad that you're here moderating this conversation. So we're going to be talking about digital sovereignty. Big, big topic. As always, we'd like you to share online what you're hearing, so please use hashtag Hinterland22. And with that, Verinia, I am going to leave the stage to you. Guys, can you all give a warm applause to the panelists as they come up on stage? Let's welcome them on stage.
Thank you, Dan. So, yeah, super. Please have a seat. So, a couple of years ago, Kashmir Hill, a journalist at Gizmodo, tried to figure out if it's possible to cut the 5 big tech companies out of her life. No Amazon, no Apple, no Google, no Facebook, and no Microsoft for several weeks. And she put the outcome of this experiment in her headline. It was hell. So Amazon, Apple, Facebook, Google, and Microsoft are companies that you can't avoid, that dominate the digital space, and that are all American companies. So digitization is more than Googling and scrolling through your Instagram feed, I think. So what are our chances as German and European entrepreneurs in the digital world? What are our strengths and resources, and what do we have to do to leverage them? This is the question I want to discuss with this great panel, and I will introduce my guests for you. So first we have Christine Wang, Managing Director at the Lufthansa Innovation Hub, the innovation and corporate venture arm of Lufthansa Group, focusing on travel and mobility tech. Christine was also, prior to that, the China CEO of an AI startup in Shanghai, and she built a lot of mobility and consumer startups for corporates around the globe as a project leader at BCG Digital Ventures. Please give a hand for Christine.
Thank you.
Then I'd like to welcome Christoph Schuh, partner at Lakestar. He focuses on growth investments also in the mobility and travel space, such as Get Your Guide, Home2Go, or Scoutbee. He has a long track record of investing in and operating digital companies. He joined Lakestar in 2016 and is active in deal sourcing of mainly growth stage companies in the German-speaking markets. Welcome, Christoph.
Thank you.
Then I'd like to welcome Mario Stefan Oelkers, founder and managing partner of Brightpoint Group. As a former associate of eVentures and an entrepreneur, Mario's key expertise lies in business development, raising capital, and due diligence. Please give a hand for Mario. And one of the advantages of technology, I'd like to introduce to you, last but absolutely not least, Miriam Wohlfahrt, a serial founder. She founded one of the first fintech companies in Germany, the payment service provider RatePay, with her latest company, Banksware. She revolutionized the European lending sector, and she's committed to the startup ecosystem cooperation between business and politics through different initiatives and advisory boards. So, Christine, I'd like to start with you, because getting in touch with all these real people still feels quite new for us after only seeing them during a conference call on your laptop. The travel industry is one of the sectors which have been most challenged with the COVID crisis during the past 2 years. So let's be honest, were there moments when you were afraid that Lufthansa was so busy by surviving that it won't be able or won't see the need to think about innovation and new approaches to the travel industry?
To be honest, I think in times of crisis, there are only two reactions you can really decide for as a company. It's either fight or flight. And I think in terms of our company, we actually got into the fight. And I think for travel in general, the need for innovation, for digitization, has become even more important with the pandemic. Simply because I think during that period of time with travel restrictions going on, there was no other way but to adopt more digital behaviors. And because of that, that's actually going to be maintained even after the crisis. And so because of that, innovation is actually more important now for the travel industry than actually before.
So to get maybe a broader lesson from that, why does innovation matter even more in times of crisis?
I think this is, so I think when everything is fine and everything is like comfortable, the need for innovation or the need to change something is actually not as strong perhaps when things are not really working. And I think it just makes you want to change more and want to like really innovate around different things. And I think especially with the pandemic and with travel business models, you can see that your business model is also prone to different challenges such as the pandemic, where you actually have to rethink how you approach travel, how you actually include virtualization, different trends such as sustainability, how do you bring that into the equation?
As I said, you founded your own startup and built startups on different continents. What would you say characterizes the European entrepreneurship? Are there any specific approaches, any specific business models, or even topics that we can focus on?
I think it's a very broad question, and I think just based on my personal experience from living in the US, but then also in Asia, I think the biggest difference I perceive is really the culture. And I think, especially my time when I spent in China or in Singapore, I perceived so much more hunger. Like people are really competitive, they really want to be very pragmatic, trying out things, etc. And after moving back to Berlin, I think what I perceived was there's so much more perhaps red tape or policies that people have to adhere to. That's definitely something that I just like out of my personal experience just seen. I think in terms of different platforms, yes, of course, like I think the internet is run very differently in China versus perhaps the rest of the world, right? You mentioned Facebook, Amazon, and so forth. You don't have that kind of ecosystem in China. So just by that, you already have to like innovate differently. But I think when it comes to differences, the most very tangible difference is really the culture, I would say.
Yeah. Christoph, you as an investor, what's your perspective on that? Is there too much bureaucracy? Or on the other hand, what are our strengths?
Thank you for the question. So first of all, I have to say if I look into the European ecosystem, it has really evolved within the last 10 years. In terms of universities, look at the ETH, KTH, Oxford, Cambridge, they all developed these great entrepreneurship lectures and others. Second, we have serial entrepreneurs now who are doing, let's say, this kind of journey a second time or maybe a third time. You have, on the other hand, you have the investor base, which is much bigger than in the past. So I think the ingredients are getting better, but from a European perspective, we still don't like that 80% of the growth rounds are done by US or Asian VCs. So we really want to create a European, let's say, landscape in terms of investors. That's what we are working on. For example, with our growth fund, and we want to create this kind of sovereignty play in terms of not only doing B2C marketplaces in Europe, we want to really create products which go into sovereignty, which I can explain in detail if you like. But that is the ambition we have to create fundamental innovation kind of stuff.
Let's get a little bit deeper into your first point, European VC ecosystem. For a long time, we saw this comparison between European and US venture capital, visualized by a huge ball for the US side and a very tiny one for Europe. I think that has changed, or at least the tiny ball has got a little bigger. So what is the status quo? And why do you still think it's important to have a European VC ecosystem?
Yeah, first of all, I have to a bit disagree because a lot of US VCs are now coming to Europe. They open offices in Europe, so everyone is seeing the potential of the European ecosystem. That's why, let's say, I would say the US VCs are even more active than in the last 5 years. But on the other hand, let's say us as European VCs, we are on the ground in Europe in different offices for more than 10 years. We have the network to the corporates. Like here in Bielefeld, you see the difference if you are connected to the families and the business, Deutsche Mittelstand business. So that's a huge value add which we as European VCs can bring on the table if it comes to a pitch in terms of investing into the hot companies. I think that's the benefit. And also that the, let's say, European family offices are now also investing into European VCs. Let's say 5 to 10 years ago, they had a tendency to invest into US VCs, and I think us, the early birds, the Holsprings, and others, we all actively worked on changing the mindset so that these kind of German Mittelstand and others are investing into European VCs and bring the value into European players. I think it's super important because, as you mentioned at the beginning, we lost a lot of, let's say, important plays in terms of social media, in terms of payment, let's say payment 1.0, in terms of other technology pieces, and now we want to be ready for, let's say, being, as Europeans, defining our own technology play for the future.
Yeah. I kind of understand that it's important for you as a representative for a European VC that it's important to have Europe investment in startups. But what would be the argument for the founder? Why does it matter for a founder or for a startup that there's European money coming to his company and not American or Asian?
It's a good question. If it comes to these really competitive deals, so founders are not asking for money only, they are asking for value add. And then, let's say what we are typically doing, we are explaining, we commit a kind of value add, which is in terms of tech, in terms of introductions to corporates, in terms of hiring, in terms of go-to-market experience. So that I think that is the new kind of package the founders expect, and which is what we like. We are, for example, aiming for leading rounds and being part of the play, getting a board seat, and be active part of the journey. So that is our ambition. It's not the ambition to look from the sideline how the business is growing. We want to actively help, and for that you need this kind of relationship to the politics, to regulation and others we have, and I think that's something we play out in this kind of pitches.
Yeah. Mario, I would be interested in your point of view because you are an investor that has been flown under the radar for many startups, but you recently announced a new fund of 500 million euros. So for every founder out there, this is the man to ask for money later on. And you created the fund on purpose to counteract the dominance of American or Asian money rule in the European VC ecosystem. So what is your perspective on that?
Yes, that's correct. So first of all, we are super excited that we could set up this fund of funds. So, and what we are doing is investing through this fund of funds in growth funds. So, for example, Lakestar is a growth investor, is getting money from our fund of funds, and therefore we can support the next tech champions from tomorrow. And as Christoph and his colleagues at Lakestar demonstrated, so we are facing a financing gap of 200, 300 million. And I think that the Tech Venture Growth Fund, as a fund of funds, can support to close this gap or make it even smaller.
In addition to the COVID crisis we mentioned earlier, we have a lot of other problems. We have the logistic problems, we have inflation, we have an economic downturn due to the war in Ukraine. The US company builder Y Combinator recently told or reminded its portfolio companies that it's their responsibility to ensure to survive if they cannot raise money within the next 24 months. So I'm wondering, maybe Mario and Christoph later on, what do we have to expect here in Germany?
Yeah, maybe I start. I think this kind of warnings we got from Sequoia and at the bubble in 2008 and now again, I think this is a good wake-up call, but I have to say, if I compare the ecosystem in the internet bubble 2000 and 2008 to now, we have really experienced founders who know what to do. I have to say, if we talk to our founders, they are doing the right things. Runway extension, so making sure that the runway is hopefully 18 months, 24 months, so that is the job they are doing. Coming down on the cost side, not cutting product costs, so we want to see that product development is the asset the company is having and working on it. And then being disciplined in terms of hiring and growing. But as I said at the beginning, I think we have a much more experienced team of founders who are really sensitive in terms of cost, and the business is much more fundamental. So path to profitability is different to 2008 or 2000. So people are, especially the growth companies, have this path to profitability clear in mind. So that's why I have to say the wake-up call is good, and we think, by the way, that this crisis is a decent one because you have this kind of different dimension which are all coming together: supply side, war, let's say corona, post effects, inflation, too many dimensions at the same time. That's why we think this crisis cycle will take longer than the classical 6-year cycle, and that's why we have to be really careful, but as I want to say, the founders are aware of it and they do the right things in my way.
Yes, and as Christoph said, so we as a fund of funds, we selected for our fund of funds actually VCs with a very long track record, and they have shown even in the past, some of them started in the 90s, that even in uncertain time and crisis, these VCs can manage portfolios in this crisis. And I mean, the big advantage in private equity and private capital is that if you have a promising business model and this technology is really an innovation, this company will survive this crisis. And for, let's say, from a funds manager's perspective, is probably the fund will be 1 or 2 years longer, but in the end I'm pretty confident that the tech champions from today will survive also this crisis. And we see in the past that one of the best companies of today were founded in 2008 and 2009.
Yeah, which is the perfect moment to get Miriam on stage. Miriam, you founded RatePay in 2009, in the middle of the finance crisis. So tell us a little bit more, how did you manage that? And would you say that a moment of crisis that requires the need to focus can be even a chance to found a company?
To be honest, we didn't take the 2009 year because it was the crisis. It was just because we had this idea and we believed so much in the idea. It was really difficult at that time to get funding because nobody believed in us. They all thought we were a little stupid. But we, at the end, we found actually the Otto Group that trusted us, that we had a good product. And I think it was maybe more difficult because at that time fintech was not a hype, so we were not really in a hype segment, and it was not really a well-known thing, and payment also was not really hyped. But we managed to grow really, really nicely, and also well, we reached profitability in 2016, so it took long, yes, but it's technology that you have to build. And the good thing in payments and also these kind of processes, once they really, really work and everything is sorted out, you can grow really fast because they scale very, very nicely. But it takes some time, so you need lots of volumes. But we always, let's say, we were really careful in spending the money. So we took, let's say, we were careful in doing marketing things, and people asked me, why are you not the second Klarna? So, but the problem is at that time we did not have a lot of funding, we just had a little funding, so we had to spend it really wisely, and we decided on white label things. So at the end it all worked out, and today I would say, just recently actually there was, I stepped out of RegPay last year, but recently there was an article about the most successful fintechs in Germany, and so RegPay is named, let's say, I think it is even the one that makes the most profit, so that's quite interesting. And so we are, let's say, on the ranking, I think on number 4 in Germany. That makes me really, really proud, to be honest. So it was a really long journey, but yeah, it was a lot of fun. But I think it worked out because we really knew the industry, we really knew the product, and we knew that this gap was there, and we really believed in it. And yeah, we had a lot of failures. We fell down many times, we had to stand up many times, and we had to adapt and to be really resilient on things that happen and stay positive. Yeah, but it worked out.
Okay, so some lessons founders can learn from your experience. Christian Miele earlier on the stage said that for a lot of young entrepreneurs, this is the first crisis, and he was not really sure if they really know how to maneuver through it. You know the startups ecosystem in Germany very well. Would you say that young entrepreneurs have the resources and strengths to get through this?
Yes, sure. I mean, I think the thing is, it's difficult to say this in English because it's a German thing that my father always said to me. In German it means Begeisterung ist das Prinzip aller Möglichkeiten. So they say enthusiasm is the principle of all possibilities. This is what my father always said to me. And when you really believe in something, you can be really, really strong, and you can also get through crisis. So I really believe in founders, and I do sometimes little investments too, but only in founders that really, really that are really crazy about their product. Because I think when you really believe in what you're doing, nothing can really hit you and kill you, because you can stand up and you will make it. And therefore, it doesn't depend on age. And when you really believe in this, then you have the strength as well, and then you will make it. And you will be good, because when you really love your product and everything, you always will be good. And I always think also in this crisis time, even if we now, I mean, there's a lot of fear going around now in the market because of maybe fundings that are not working because of the war. But I mean, it has always been a great founders and great teams. They always survived, yeah. And this is, but you need passion for this. And I don't believe, to be honest, in businesses that are founded out of, let's say, out of a business case, because it sounds good to go in this way. Because usually you don't have teams that are very diverse, and you don't have teams that are super driven. And then if there's a crisis coming, they don't have the, let's say, power in their mind to go through this, I think.
So for the last 10 minutes here left on stage, I'd like to dig a little bit deeper into what you mentioned, what are our strengths, or what I would call a European DNA with regard to certain business models or approaches. And earlier on stage, we saw Sender, a startup, and for those of you who are busy sharing business cards or having coffee, it's a company that is working on the digitization of the logistics sector and uses data analytics to reduce costs and emissions. So, Christoph, you invested in Sender quite early. What made the team, like Miriam explained a little bit, what made the team and the idea stick out of the tons of startup pitches you receive every day?
Yeah, I think everyone who had listened to Nico, the co-founder of Sender, which is the trucking, so digital freight forwarding company in trucking in Europe. When we first time saw them, that was 2007. And I have to say, we met the founders. We did a mistake. We did not invest into Series A because there were 12 teams on the ground doing the same thing in Europe. It was early days. So we wanted to invest into the European champion. And the team is outstanding, but it was not clear at that moment. And we were about to wait another round to see the traction and how they evolve. And we were staying super close to the founders. And I think that is part of the play which you normally do. You stay close to the founders. And then what the guys are doing better than others is the combination of organic growth plus acquisition. So you have to acquire companies like Everroad they did in France, like doing a joint venture in Italy with Poste Italiane. It's the skill set of organic growth, building the right tech platform plus inorganic growth. And I think that is what the team is about. And then when Uber Freight tried to enter the European market, they were so far away in terms of traction that they finally acquired the assets of Uber Freight in Europe, and that made them to the biggest European freight forwarder. So all in all, I think it's like always, it's the team with the passion, as you mentioned, which is an outstanding important point for the judgment. When we judge about companies in our IC, it's first and foremost about the team. And that was the case at Sender, and they proved to be right. And I have to say, in terms of sovereignty, it's again something that we helped, let's say, in terms of European logistics, that a European company had the chance to win that trucking discipline, and that made us proud to help on that journey.
Christine, Sender is disrupting the quite traditional world of shippers. Coming back to the travel industry, what would you say is the biggest disruptor in your sector? And will it come out of Shanghai, the Silicon Valley, or Bielefeld?
I mean, I think it's very obvious. No, I think the pandemic was certainly the propeller of disruption for the travel industry. But I think more importantly, I think it's the 2 or 3 trends that come out of it that is really shaping or reshaping the travel industry. I think the first one I mentioned before, which is the acceleration of digitization, so that all of us are now ordering food online and using e-commerce, and that kind of user behavior is something that will very much shape how we also interact or do transactions in the travel space. I think the second trend is certainly also how remote work is shaping how we actually go on business travel, for example. I believe I've seen some surveys around 80-90% of people, of respondents say they don't want to go back to a 5-day work week, right? Like where people go to the office 5 days per week. So I think those are the trends which obviously also have an impact on how people travel or for what reasons they travel. So what we observe is, for example, that workation or remote work is something that will certainly be a new travel case, right? So for example, Airbnb just announced that they're just going to be remote. You can basically go to any Airbnb and work from there. And so the challenge is shifting from not necessarily connecting, but how do you preserve company culture? So then I would imagine that there are these travel cases where people need to come together in some kind of offsite, but then you talk about 500 people or 1,000 people, and how do you account for that? How do you go on Google and search for like accommodation for that? So I think those are some of the trends that are coming out of this pandemic or this period where people are only connecting virtually. And I think the last trend that I think is very substantial is obviously sustainability, the heightened awareness of it, and also companies reacting to that and wanting or are really rethinking when and how people actually move around and travel for business. I think those are the biggest, I don't want to say challenges, I would want to frame it as opportunities where you can actually innovate and really see new startups and services popping up.
Yeah. So good inspiration for all the founders out there to think about and maybe coming up with a next unicorn growing out of Bielefeld. So before we're running out of time, I'd like to ask one question, the same question to every one of you, asking for a short answer. And I would start with you, Christine. What are the most important resources we have to provide to become fully digital and sovereign?
To me, it's definitely the culture, the mindset, the openness to want to change and improve.
Christoph.
I think university is an important resource we have to enable much better, like we are doing. Second is all the infrastructure, which is the backbone of our industry. We have to, in terms of transformation, we have to sit on the transformation as European teams.
Mario?
I would say capital to support the VC managers like Lakestar with their growth funds to be a counterpart to the US institutional investors coming to Europe.
Yeah. And Miriam, what are the most important resources to become fully digital and sovereign?
I think it's actually education. So education, when it starts at the beginning, that we teach different things in school, that we, let's say, I mean, today in Germany or in many European countries, you don't have any, let's say, you don't learn digital skills, so this is a no-go. This has to change, absolutely. And also furthermore in our lives, this is not a, let's say, we tend to, let's say, especially here in Germany, we tend to live, we learn something and we think we are this what we learned, but learning never stops. And this is something we have to, let's say, put in our mindset. We have to change our culture into a culture of always learning. And this is also, we have to change the mindset of many people. We have to help them transform. And we have a lot of, let's say, older people that we also have to integrate, because the digitalization is not only for the young people. We have to, we have to make it more inclusive, and we have to help other people to become more digital. So we have to find new ways of educating all, let's say, the older people as well, and help them and support them. So for me, this is definitely one of the biggest things, because we have a huge, let's say, a gap of talent in the next years. So, and the talent is not only coming from the young people, also from older people that have to be re-educated. But this also needs a cultural mind shift, that we really understand why we need this.
Yeah. So thanks a lot for your insights, for this inspirational talk, and thanks you for listening. And I wish all of you a wonderful, interesting conference. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. So one of the things that I was most excited about when I came to this brand new region was to stand next to someone with green trousers. No, actually it's about this conversation that we're going to have right now, bridging two worlds. For those who don't know, I am joined by the wonderful CEO, founder of Bridgemaker, over 150 ventures that have been created through her efforts. So, Henrika, hello, how are you?
Good, thank you.
It's good to have you here at Hinterland of Things.
Yes.
Is this your first time?
No.
Okay.
Of course not.
Of course not.
No, it's wonderful here.
So I have to ask, as someone who also loves, let's stand a little bit in front while they set this up. Come forward a bit. As someone who also enjoys creating things, why this particular space? Why Bridgemaker?
Because I really like building something, but I really like to do something for the family enterprises, secure and help them to innovate and secure their future by this.
Excellent. You've got some good panelists who are going to be joining you, a three-way conversation. So please, as always, make sure you share online what you're learning and experiencing. And with no further ado, I think everything is set up. So pick one of these three chairs. Henrika, we'll cue the music, and let's welcome up the panelists.
Thank you so much. Clemens, Christian, schön, dass ihr hier seid. Christian, Founder und CEO of Schüttflix und Clemens, Familienunternehmer und Konzernvorstand der Strabag. Unser Thema heute, Rethink and Rebuild, Combining Entrepreneurship from Two Worlds, ist unser gemeinsames Thema. Unternehmertum aus verschiedenen Perspektiven, CEOs, die hier zusammen antreten, um Zukunft gemeinsam zu gestalten in einem sehr traditionellen Sektor. Was euch beiden als Unternehmer eint, ist, dass ihr die Baubranche transformieren wollt, sogar revolutionieren, sie transparenter, effizienter und auch nachhaltiger machen wollt. In der Baubranche gab es viele Einzellösungen, es fehlte an Digitalisierung und damit auch an Transparenz. Christian, du hast Schüttflix 2018 gegründet und hier Abhilfe geschafft. Du warst auch schon mal auf der Hinterland zu Gast. Erzähl uns, was macht Schüttflix und was ist seitdem passiert?
Ja, gern. Also, letztes Mal auf der Hinterland of Things war die Halle voller. Da war ich mit Sophia Tomalla, hier nicht mit Clemens. Ich will mir gar nicht sehen, aus dem inhaltlichen Tiefgang damals, der einfach massiv, oder die Erwartungshaltung dafür massiv höher gewesen ist, als jetzt unsere Diskussion hier. Aber ich finde dieses Thema Transformation, das wäre ein bisschen hochgegriffen. Wir wollen ein bisschen effizienter machen, ja, und besser machen, aber transformieren als solches, die Bauindustrie selber gebaut wird. Ja, da können digitale Helfer helfen, aber auch nur helfen. Schüttflix vielleicht in 2 Sätzen ist ein Preisvergleichsportal mit angeschlossenem Transportmanagementsystem. Also wir kümmern uns darum, dass auf die Baustelle just in time Sandstotter und Kies geliefert wird. Mehr ist es gar nicht. Und hoffentlich irgendwann mal irgendwas darüber hinaus.
Clemens, du bist Familienunternehmer, verantwortest seit 2020 als Konzernvorstand der Strabag, das damals neu entstandene Ressort Digitalisierung, Innovation und Unternehmensentwicklung, und hast den Bereich als Querschnittsfunktion im Unternehmen etabliert, um auch da Transformationen im Innen zu gestalten. Nimm uns mal mit, was macht die Strabag heute und warum habt ihr euch 2020 entschieden, euch bei Schüttflix zu beteiligen?
Gut, die Strabag ist ein Bauunternehmen, weltweit tätig, mit starkem Fokus aus Europa, 16 Milliarden Umsatz, 75.000 Mitarbeiter. Und der Bau ist natürlich sehr klassisch geprägt. Wir reden seit Jahren darüber, dass es sehr großes Potenzial zu Effizienzsteigerungen gibt und aus eigener Kraft, weil wir sehr eingesessene Prozesse haben und jede Veränderung auch Risiko bedeutet, tun wir uns schwer. Und da haben wir schon seit längerer Zeit versucht, einfach diese Innovationskraft von Startups oder von der Startup-Szene uns zunutze zu machen. Das war eine schwierige Reise, hat nicht sofort funktioniert. Und unsere Kooperation mit Schüttflix und unsere Beteiligung war der erste Erfolg, auf den ich sehr stolz bin.
Schön. Klingt nach Win-Win, zumindest von der einen Seite, von der anderen haben wir es noch nicht gehört. Ihr sagtet im Vorgespräch, ihr wollt einen Dekakon bauen. Wie wollt ihr das machen? Was trägt ihr da dazu bei und was erwartet ihr voneinander?
Also wir haben uns erstmal noch nicht auf die Währung geeinigt. Aber natürlich, wir wollen was Großes bauen. Wir wollen eigentlich schon die Logistikplattform für die Baustelle werden. Also was in anderen Industrien völlig normal ist, dass integrierte Prozesse zwischen verschiedenen Partnern miteinander funktionieren. Man sagt immer, der Bau ist nicht digital, das ist totaler Bullshit. Der Bau ist sehr digital. Von der Planung, der Kalkulation, das läuft, also es sind echt richtig geile digitale Tools, seit Jahren etabliert und seit Jahren am Markt. Was der Bau aber nicht ist, ist die Integration von diesen verschiedenen Playern. Das heißt, man teilt die Dinge nicht miteinander, gerade wenn es um Projektpläne geht und Bedarfspläne eigentlich, dass die mit Lieferanten über die verschiedenen Lieferantenstrukturen hinweg miteinander geteilt werden und auch kontinuierlich geupdatet werden. Und da sehen wir eigentlich Schüttflix dann drin, dass wir sagen, wir wollen diese verschiedenen digitalen Ökosysteme miteinander vernetzen, um dann eigentlich effizienter zu werden insgesamt und Logistikabläufe einfach besser steuern zu können. Das ist da, wo wir hinwollen. Ja? Und dann ist die Bewertung letztendlich da irgendwann mal ein Abfallprodukt dessen. Wenn du irgendwas baust, was der Kunde gut findet, ja, dann passiert der Rest auch.
Ja. Also wir bleiben beim Dekakon.
Ja, spricht der Shareholder.
Clemens, von eurer Seite vielleicht nochmal, was erwartet ihr davon? Warum seid ihr das ganz konkret eingegangen? Und was tragt ihr dazu bei?
Gut, man muss sich am Anfang überlegen, wenn man sich als jetzt größerer Konzern mit dem beschäftigen möchte, also mit Startups und mit innovativen Lösungen, die vielleicht in der eigenen Suppe schwierig wären, was möchte man machen. Wir haben uns dazu entschlossen, gezielt zu investieren. Man könnte auch sagen, ich investiere in ein breites Portfolio, so wie ein Venture Capital Fonds und hoffe, dass einer von vielen gewinnt. Da muss man ehrlich sein, diese neuen Ideen auch im Tagesgeschäft auszuprobieren und zu verbessern, also unser Know-how dort einzubringen, ist viel Arbeit. Das würde man bei 20 oder 30 wahrscheinlich nicht schaffen. Also wir haben uns entschieden, uns auf wenige zu konzentrieren, dort aber auch dann aktiv mitzuarbeiten, den Prozess zu verbessern, also unser Know-how einzubringen, damit wir eben erstens das Produkt besser verstehen und wenn es dann doch nicht funktionieren sollte, auch etwas davon zu lernen, aber um einfach die Erfolgschance zu maximieren. Ja, und dann ist es, muss man ehrlich sein, ganz wichtig zu betonen, wir machen das jetzt nicht für die Strabag, es ist das gemeinsame Ziel, hier eine Marktlösung, ein neues Marktwerkzeug zu etablieren, da hätten ja alle was davon. Ja, wenn man natürlich, ist bei so einer Plattform wie Schüttflix auch zwingend notwendig, weil ja eine gewisse kritische Masse da sein muss. Ja, wenn man jetzt sagt, ich habe eine Innovation, die ich gut integrieren kann und ich habe einen Vorsprung gegenüber der Konkurrenz, wäre das eine. Schüttflix mit nur der Strabag hätte das Potenzial nicht. Also es ist ganz wichtig, dass wir hier bewusst von Anfang an gesagt haben, es soll eine Marktlösung werden. Und dann ist es ganz wichtig, die einzelnen Beteiligten auch in der Prozesskette, wir reden ja von Schüttgütern, einer der wichtigsten Prozesse im Verkehrswegebau, große Massen. Und da die einzelnen Player davon zu überzeugen, also eben auch die Lieferanten, die Konkurrenz und die Spediteure, das braucht viel Zeit, aber ich bin überzeugt, wenn man sich das durchdenkt, im ersten Schritt, wenn man ehrlich sich denken sich alle, da kommt der Herr Hülsewig, der will jetzt auch will ein Stück vom Kuchen abhaben und das wollen wir nicht. Wenn man sich das jetzt dann aber überlegt, ist das Potenzial, Effektivität oder Verschwendung zu reduzieren viel größer als der bescheidene Prozentsatz, den der Herr Hülsewig abgreift. Ja? Also am Ende des Tages muss man sagen, da ist so viel Potenzial, dass wir das am Ende zwischen den Einzelnen aufteilen können, haben für den Kunden einen besseren Preis und wir haben alle was davon. Ja. Und da die einzelnen Players zu überzeugen, ist schwierig und braucht Zeit.
Also Collaboration als the new competition am Ende des Tages, was gemeinsam machen. Ihr habt ja mit einem Pilotprojekt begonnen, wenn ich das richtig verstanden habe. Also gemeinsam zu testen, aus der Marktperspektive dann konsequent weiterzuentwickeln, auch sofort zu verwerfen, selbst wenn da schon Geld ausgegeben wurde. Wie ist das Ganze losgegangen, wirklich die ersten Tage eurer Partnerschaft und wer kam auf wen zu?
Also, war super spannend. Wir haben uns aus zwei Seiten getroffen. Auf der einen Seite waren wir mit den lokalen Strabag-Niederlassungen hier in NRW erste Projekte gemacht und einen sehr intensiven 6-Monats-Piloten. Das war die eine Seite der Kooperation, die zusammengefunden hat, wo wir einfach mit einer Lösung kamen, die Kollegen in der Fläche der Strabag interessant fanden. Das ist ja auch das Wichtigste, dass du Akzeptanz hast bei den Leuten, die auch nachher damit arbeiten müssen. Es bringt ja nichts, irgendwie einen Vorstand zu überzeugen, ja, der irgendwas toll findet, wenn das die Leute unten nicht nutzen wollen oder denen keinen Mehrwert liefert. Das heißt, das Wichtigste für uns ist immer in der Fläche zu überzeugen mit, ich sage immer Operational Excellence, ja, also wirklich dann sauber abzuliefern, dass wir den Mehrwert haben für den Anwender und den Mehrwert für die Partner. Und gleichzeitig gibt es natürlich Initiativen oder Marktbeobachtungen auf Strabag-Konzernseite aus Wien heraus, ja, wo man guckt, wer so unterwegs ist. Und so haben wir dann eigentlich, glaube ich, zusammengefunden, ja, dass wir aus beiden Seiten angegriffen haben. Dass wir aus deinem ehemaligen oder deinem jetzigen noch Resort aus der Digitalisierung heraus, da haben wir einen Anknüpfungspunkt und dann gleichzeitig mal eine Fläche. Und ich glaube, das Spannende ist auch, das eine ist, wenn man ja im Konzern sagt, zentral, man überlegt sich eine Lösung, die man versucht, in den Konzern reinzudrücken. Also ich glaube, dass bei richtig großen Organisationen, wie ihr sie habt, mit fast 80.000 Mitarbeitern, ist das halt super schwer. Ja? Ich glaube, das ist diese Überzeugung aus der Fläche, dass eigentlich die Leute von unten das haben wollen. Ja? Das ist, glaube ich, eigentlich die viel sinnvollere und auch aus meiner Sicht erfolgsversprechende Variante. Ja. Und wir haben, glaube ich, beides so ein bisschen gewählt, weil auf der einen Seite in der Fläche überzeugt in der Fläche und gleichzeitig aber auch dann aus eurer Sicht aus dem Konzern gesagt, wir wollen investieren, wir wollen, wenn wir das Ding schon mit besser machen, mit groß machen, dann wollen wir auch partizipieren, nachvollziehbar, wir haben ein paar Prozente abgegeben und jetzt sind wir zusammen unterwegs.
Das ist, glaube ich, ein spannender Aspekt, Clemens. Du hast eine wahnsinnige Transformationsagenda in der Strabag angetreten. Du investierst zum einen, also holst Innovation von außen nach innen, hast aber auch ein großes Entrepreneurship-Programm aufgelehnt, also wo du Teams aus unterschiedlichen Unternehmensbereichen an neuen Ideen für den Markt arbeiten lässt. Wie hast du das konkret gemacht?
Gut, wie bei vielen solchen Themen war ich es nicht alleine, das möchte ich betonen. Der Ausgangspunkt war unglücklich, wir hatten mehrere gute Mitarbeiter, die pfiffige Ideen gehabt haben, wie man einen Teilprozess digitalisieren könnte und sind auf ihre Vorgesetzten zugekommen und haben gesagt, gib mir ein bisschen Geld, ich entwickle eine kleine App und dann testen wir das und dann haben die Vorgesetzten gesagt, na, das brauchen wir nicht, wollen wir nicht, kostet nur Geld und wir haben genug zu tun. Und dann haben die sich selbstständig gemacht. Es gibt da 2 konkrete Fälle, um dann 1-2 Jahre später mit dem Produkt bei uns anzuklopfen, um das an uns dann auch erfolgreich dann zu verkaufen, weil wir dann gesehen haben, wir haben einen Bedarf. Ja, und solche Mitarbeiter oder Mitarbeiterinnen zu verlieren, tut natürlich weh, weil wie soll man sagen, dieser Unternehmergeist, also dieser Wille, etwas zu erreichen und zu bewegen, den kann man einfach immer gut brauchen. Ja, und deswegen haben wir uns gedacht, wir brauchen ein Ventil, um diesen Leuten eine Bühne zu geben und eine Möglichkeit, in einem geschützten Raum eine verrückte Idee zu plausibilisieren und zu schauen, ob das ein Geschäftsmodell sein könnte.
Das heißt, du sagst, eigentlich gibt es genug Unternehmer im Unternehmen.
Natürlich.
Man muss sie nur richtig befähigen und ihnen einen Raum bieten, in dem sie sich dann entfalten können.
Ja, das würde ich so unterschreiben. Es gibt mehr als genug gute Ideen und es gibt mehr als genug Leute, die sagen, ich brenne für diese Idee und ich will den Erfolg unbedingt.
Ja.
Und wenn meine Firma mir das nicht ermöglicht, dann mache ich mich halt selbstständig.
Ja.
Und ich glaube, das ist im Interesse der Firma, das so gut es geht zu verhindern.
Deshalb ist, glaube ich, diese Dualität genau richtig, beide Aspekte investieren und bauen auf die Innovationsagenda entsprechend zu heben. Christian, du hast den Konzern oder kennst den Konzern von innen auch sehr gut, habe ich recherchiert. Du warst mal bei Bertelsmann, Avato, hast dann die Logistik bei Microsoft geleitet. Warum hast du die Konzernwelt verlassen? Was hat dir gefehlt, um aus dem Konzern heraus Innovation vielleicht auch zu treiben? Vielleicht war es auch nie deine Intention.
Ja, das Thema ist verwirklicht. Ich meine, wenn man ein eigenes Unternehmen aufbauen möchte, ja, mal was Eigenes schaffen, irgendwie, das ist natürlich ein ganz anderes Setup, als irgendwie im Konzern da so ein kleines Rädchen zu sein. Ne? Wir haben eben darüber gesprochen, im Konzern bist du letztendlich immer, du hast im Konzern auch als Manager eine geliehene Macht auf Zeit. Das ist aber nicht dein eigenes Unternehmen. Und ich glaube, bei mir war das schon so, der Drang, dass ich sage, ich will was Eigenes aufbauen und irgendwo Mehrwert schaffen. Ja? Und dann, das ist, glaube ich, das Motivierende. Und dann ist natürlich die Konzernwelt, ja, irgendwann machst du immer wieder das Gleiche auf den Neuen. Ne? Bei Microsoft, wenn du für die Logistik weltweit verantwortlich bist, du launchst alle 2 Jahre eine neue Xbox, das ist immer das gleiche Zeug. Ne? Das Produkt ist in der Fabrik nie fertig. Dann kommt der Hardware-Typ, sagt, ja, das war der Software-Mensch sagt, das war die Hardware, du stehst mit deinem Flieger, der Gier wird nicht voll. Und das ist ja immer wieder das Gleiche. Ja? Das ist einfach nur another day, same story. Ja? Und das macht dann irgendwann mürbe. Ne? Und da war ich ganz froh, dass ich das ein bisschen ausbrechen konnte, mal was Eigenes aufbauen. Und wenn man noch Partner findet wie eine Strabag, wo man das dann cool miteinander vereinen kann, dann macht das riesig viel Spaß. Ja? Und das, glaube ich, dann das Motivierende eigentlich.
Okay. Also ich würde sagen, nur Freigeister wie den Herrn Hülswig oder wie den Christian wird man schwer halten können. Das muss man einsehen.
Transformation eurer Branche, auch wenn ihr sagt, ein bisschen hochgegriffen, aber ich fand den Aspekt der Nachhaltigkeitsthematik in dem Zusammenhang nochmal ganz spannend, dass ihr im Prinzip mit Schüttflix eine Branche nachhaltiger macht. CO2, kürzere Transportwege und so weiter. Wie transformiert ihr durch diese Zusammenarbeit konkret oder was verändert sich dadurch auch konkret?
Also, ganz einfache Beispiele, wenn man sich überlegt, eine Baugrube, jeder hat vielleicht mal einen Keller ausgeschachtet, geologisch gesehen ist da derselbe Boden drin wie in der Sandgrube vor der Stadt. Ja, das heißt, da hole ich denselben Sand raus, den ich aus der Sandgrube vor der Stadt als Ressource abbaue. Die ganze Welt sagt immer, der Sand ist knapp. Also man muss den einfach nur sinnvoll nutzen. Was passiert heute? Der eine macht eine Baugrube, nimmt das Material, fährt es raus aus der Stadt, gibt es in eine Deponie. Der andere 3 Blocks weiter braucht den einen Sand, der diese Charakteristiken hat und holt sich aus der Sandgrube vor der Stadt und fährt sich rein. Das heißt, der eine LKW fährt voll raus, leer wieder rein, voll wieder raus und der andere fährt voll rein, leer raus. Ja? Und wir sagen einfach, wenn du die Transparenz auf diese Stoffströme hast, kannst du da die verschiedenen Bauunternehmer, die sich heute nicht kennen oder nicht voneinander wissen, miteinander verbinden und dann kannst du einfach querfahren. Ja? Das heißt, wir sparen massiv Ressourcen, also Eingriff in die Natur, einfach den Rohstoffraubbau irgendwo zu vermindern oder zu minimieren. Wir sparen massiv Kilometer und CO2-Ausstoß. Das Schöne ist bei uns und halt auch Kosten. Und das, was der Clemens auch richtigerweise eben sagt, das Schöne bei uns ist ja, wenn wir Kosten sparen, können wir auch alle fairer bezahlen, weil wir einfach weniger schwachsinnige Touren fahren. Ja? Nur um dahin zu kommen, ist es ein weiter Weg. Warum? Weil du brauchst eine wahnsinnige Density, also du musst wahnsinnig viel Liquidität auf der Plattform haben, um genau dieses Spiel spielen zu können. Ne? Wir reden von einem Markt in Deutschland, der ist größer 35 Milliarden. Das heißt, auch wenn du 1 Milliarde machst, machst du immer noch nur 3%. Ja, und dann, ich kriege von den VCs immer die Frage, ja, wann ist denn Liquidität mal erreicht? Ja, weiß ich nicht. Ne? Ob das bei 3 oder 10, keine Ahnung. Ne? Ich habe auch keinen getroffen, der es mir errechnen kann. Vielleicht ist heute einer hier, der es mir erklären kann. Dann kann er mir errechnen, wann die Liquidität soweit ist das jetzt. Aber ich sage immer, wir kommen mit jeder Tour, die wir fahren, kommen wir näher dran. Also jeder Transport, jede Baugruppe, die wir gewinnen, jedes Projekt, was wir gewinnen, bringt uns näher daran, das Ganze in dem Umfeld zu optimieren und besser zu machen.
Ja. Gut, ich würde da gerne dazu stellen, dass natürlich, das ist der, wie soll man sagen, der unmittelbare Benefit im Thema Nachhaltigkeit. Der Vorteil von Schüttflix in diesem Zusammenhang ist ja diese Prozesskette, Schüttgut, Lagerung, Verkauf und Lieferung komplett digital abgebildet zu haben. Also man hat einen riesigen Datenschatz, der natürlich immer besser wird, desto mehr sich daran beteiligen. Und wenn wir mal zu dem Punkt kommen, und der, glaube ich, wird schneller kommen als langsamer, dass wir stark auf Recycling setzen müssen. Also Rohstoffknappheit ist ja jetzt schon ein Thema, also das Thema Sand wurde kurz angesprochen, aber wir werden ja irgendwo zu dem Punkt kommen, wo wir auch Vorgaben haben werden, gesetzliche Vorgaben, Recyclingmaterialien zur Verfügung zu stellen und einzubauen. Und wenn man den Datenschatz hat und weiß, was wurde wo abgebrochen und wo liegt das Zeug, dann habe ich einfach erst die Voraussetzung, das im großen Stil machen zu können. Das ist dann der nächste Schritt, die Vision, was man mit dem Datenschatz, den Schüttflix bietet, dann machen könnte.
Also heute ist ja klassisch eine Einbahnstraße. Ich habe einen Steinbruch und mit dem Steinbruch liefere ich runter in die Baustellen. Und das ist genau das demnächst. Also dieser Recyclingmaterial wird ja dezentral erzeugt. Das heißt, ich habe ganz viele, in Anführungsstrichen, kleine Steinbrüche mit Recyclingmaterial. Jeder Abbruch hier in der Stadt. Und da diese Materialien dann zusammenzuziehen und daraus irgendwie Neues zu erschaffen, das ist genau der große Ansatz. Und dafür braucht man eigentlich Plattformen. Ja? Oder das ist eigentlich ideal für eine Plattform.
Ja. Verstanden. Ich würde jetzt gerne noch mal eine Ebene höher heben. Was sind die Learnings aus eurer Partnerschaft und was würdet ihr eventuell anderen Unternehmen, auch Familienunternehmen empfehlen, die Ähnliches vorhaben wie ihr? Wie fängt man an? Was sind die Learnings? Was muss beachtet werden?
Gut, es ist ja jede Firma anders. Also ich spreche jetzt sehr von der Strabag, aber keine kleine Firma. Also das Erste, man muss sich wirklich überlegen, man braucht einmal einen rudimentären Plan, was möchte ich haben. Wie gesagt, wir haben uns entschieden, sehr gezielt in einzelne Startups zu investieren. Wenn wir das überhaupt tun, dann ist eine große Frage, in welcher Phase möchte man das machen, aber wir wollen unser Know-how einbringen können, damit wir auch das Potenzial, damit wir da selber Herr des Verfahrens sind. Das Erste, was ich den Startup Kolleginnen und Kollegen hier mitgeben möchte, ihr werdet jetzt wahrscheinlich nicht mit dem Vorstand reden. Ja, also macht euch da keine Illusionen. Ich habe den Christian jetzt zum 3. Mal getroffen und trotzdem ist viel passiert. Und es ist auch gut so, weil ich als Digitalvorstand würde dem eher im Weg stehen. So, was man aus Corporate-Seite wirklich beachten muss, ist, wie immer, man braucht die richtigen Leute. Ja, die Baubranche ist sehr konservativ, also ich brauche Leute, die sich nicht scheuen, mal was Neues auszuprobieren und gewisse Risiken einzugehen. Also man muss die richtigen Leute dran setzen, um mit solchen Startups zu reden, die einmal an das Potenzial glauben, und macht euch keine Sorgen, ihr habt genug Bedenkenträger in euren Unternehmen, die werden euch 100-mal sagen, warum das Ganze nicht funktionieren wird. Also das ist gut, nehmt einen, der daran glaubt, und dann habt ihr die Checks und Balances automatisch in euren Organisationen. Einmal Punkt 1. Also nehmt nicht gleich den Bedenkenträger, weil dann wird es nichts. Ja? Und dann muss man denen einen gewissen Freiraum geben. Ja, der Grund, warum die ersten gescheitert sind, sind Kleinigkeiten, aber wir haben gesagt, okay, wir wollen uns beteiligen. Ja, und dann hat die Strabag, so wie bei einem großen Bauvorhaben, einmal 20 Anwälte geschickt. Gegenüber saßen 2 25-Jährige alleine, ohne Anwalt. Dann kam okay, wir haben jetzt hier Vertragswerk, 150 Seiten, dann waren die mal leicht überfordert und haben gesagt, also eigentlich wollten wir hier Gas geben und jetzt nicht 50.000 € für eine Prüfung ausgeben. Also man braucht ein bisschen Mut zum Risiko, ja, und die richtigen Leute an der richtigen Stelle.
Christian, vielleicht noch ganz kurz Learning, 1, 2 aus deiner Sicht, was muss beachtet werden?
Ich kann ihm das nur bestätigen, letztendlich ist ein People-Thema. Also man muss miteinander arbeiten können, das ist auch die Arbeitsebene ist das Entscheidende. Ja. Also auf der Arbeitsebene die richtigen Leute haben, die dann das richtige Empowerment bekommen aus dem Vorstand. Ich meine, Vorstand als solche, wir sagen, ihr bewacht nur, aber ihr sitzt oben drauf und könnt nur steuern, ja, aber die Freiräume schaffen, den Leuten das Vertrauen geben. Und das ist, glaube ich, das Thema, den richtigen Leuten dann das Vertrauen zu geben, gemeinsam was zu erschaffen. Und das ist bei uns das Gleiche. Letztendlich zum Erfolg führt sowas, wenn man miteinander auf Augenhöhe, also das eine ist auf Augenhöhe, das andere ist Ein Vertrauensvorschuss muss natürlich auch gegeben sein, ja? Weil man natürlich als junges Unternehmen, wir waren, als wir mit der Strabag angefangen zusammenzuarbeiten, hatten wir vielleicht 20 Leute, jetzt sind es 200, aber die 20 Mann, da waren wir ein bisschen agiler, ja? Auf denen die 180, die wir eingestellt haben, sind vielleicht auch nicht alle super, ja? So, da hast du auch immer mal einen zwischen, der nicht so richtig funktioniert hat und da wieder, aber trotzdem ist einmal dann an das Thema zu glauben und Gemeinsames durchzuziehen. Das ist, glaube ich, das Wichtige.
Okay. Und ich möchte was Letztes sagen und leider, also Sie müssen mich runtertragen. Ja? Nein, aber was auch wichtig ist an die Startups, wie gesagt, wenn man herangeht und sagt, ich investiere in hunderte Startups und hoffe, dass eines quasi von alleine das Laufen lernt, ist das eine. Wenn ihr jetzt zu mir kommen würdet, bitte, wir sind nicht an irgendwelchen schönen Marketing, PowerPoint-Presentations interessiert. Wir wollen einen Mehrwert, also kommt zum Punkt und sagt, was ist denn die Idee und warum will ich das unbedingt haben? Ja, es ist nur ein Tipp, spart euch da, wie soll man sagen, langgezogene Werbeveranstaltungen. Wir sind interessiert, was ist der Mehrwert, warum brauche ich das und dann wird's was.
Schön. Danke euch beiden für diese spannenden Einblicke, die zeigen, dass man sowohl von innen als auch von außen durch Rethink und Rebuild da transformieren kann und Branchen verändern kann. Vielen Dank.
Vielen Dank.
Vielen Dank.
Ja, es hat Spaß gemacht. Danke.
Thank you so much. You guys doing okay? You having fun? Give me a thumbs up if you're okay. Yeah, because I know a lot of you are here for the first time. I'm here for the first time. I really like y'all. You're so nice talking to you off stage as well. I'm bringing up an old friend of mine. Thilo and I have hung out on different stages elsewhere. First time on the Hinterland of Things stage. For those who don't know, ultimate PR guru right here. And his agency just won Agency of the Year, Piabo. They work with Silicon Valley Bank. They work with Shopify, Spotify, any other FIs. They run them. So, Thilo, how are you doing?
Very good. Very excited to be here in Bielefeld, and the acoustic is also very well. So.
Yes. Thilo, I forgot to ask, the pandemic has changed a lot of things for everybody. When it comes to digitization, which I feel everybody in Germany talks about all the time, do you feel the pandemic finally pushed everybody to go, yeah, personal branding, yes, get a presence online?
Because all these events didn't happen, right? A lot of CEOs asked themselves, how can I be visible, right? And topics like investor relations, right? How can I attract investors? How can I shorten my sales cycles and be visible to the industry leaders? But also questions like, I personally as a CEO, as a leader, right? As employer brand, as magnet for the best talent, how can I build here a strong brand internally, but also, of course, externally? So that was actually a big push for all the communications effort that companies did, and now we are all happy, I think, to be back here on stage and go from 2D to 3D and still communicating and making sure that we get all the attention that we deserve.
Absolutely. Thilo, I'm very excited for this conversation that you're about to have over here. So with no further ado, our wonderful crew here, can we give a warm applause to our panelists as they come up on stage?
Sebastian, good to see you. Hi, David. Welcome, everybody. I'm very excited about this panel because actually the topic that we are talking about today is at the heart of what Hinterland of Things stands for. We're talking about bringing together the old and the new economy, and what could be a better topic than to discuss this here at the main stage with three phenomenal panelists that all have their share in this amazing topic. We have Sebastian Pollock. He's the founding partner of the Visionaries Club, and he's a Berlin-based investor, an early-stage fund, and he's backed by a network of Europe's leading founders and family entrepreneurs. Right next to him, we have a wonderful founder, David Bijotto. David is the co-founder and CEO of the Climate Tech Pledge, a software platform allowing businesses to integrate carbon measurement, analytics, and offsetting into their customer experience quickly and easy. And we are very excited also to have here and hear more about your story. And then we have new money, old money. We have Friedrich Droste. Friedrich is currently responsible for group strategy and digital transformation within the Bitburger Group. For everyone who's not from Germany, Bitburger is a great beer brewery, and he's serving as managing director for the direct and fund investments of Bitburger Ventures. A very warm welcome also to you. when we talk about the old, about the new, Sebastian, this one is kind of a ménage à trois in heaven, I would say, because you are having Friedrich as an LP in your fund, and you backed David's great company, and David would be a potential collaboration partner in the future for Bitburger, so it's a ménage à trois, would describe it very well. What is your opinion on that?
I mean, you know my experience with Amorelie and the love toy industry, so obviously Ménage à Trois is very close to my heart. No, but seriously, I think, as you also said earlier, what Hinterland does, bringing family businesses and digital companies together and startups together, that's also very close to what we do at Visionary Club, because we are former founders. My co-founder, Rob, started Amaze, sold it to Zalando. I started Amorelie and sold it to ProSieben, and when we got started with Visionary Club, we ultimately said, let's start the venture capital fund that we would have always loved to have sitting on the other dark side, of course, of the table. And what that means to us is that we have 30+ unicorn founders as our backers on the one hand, and on the other hand, we have amazing family business owners. And so having these two gentlemen here with me today is really, that's the synopsis of what we do in trying to not only pass on our own entrepreneurial experience to our portfolio founders, but especially the scaling expertise of our founding of the digital LPs that we have, so the unicorn founders. And then on the other hand, having somebody like Friedrich from Bitburger, who has hundreds of years of experience, not Friedrich himself, but within the family and the company in their respective fields, and being able to match that and to really actually create unfair competitive advantages for our portfolio founders is ultimately what we're after, because there's so much money in the market. Even today, it might not seem like it after following the recent news, but there's still so much money. VCs are, there's an abundance of cash. So when we got started, we just didn't want to be just another VC fund, but we really wanted to bring something new to the market. And so essentially that's what we do. And that's why I love being on stage.
And speaking of unfair competitive advantages, Friedrich, what is your way to create this kind of unfair competitive advantage? What is your strategy? I mean, obviously you invested in the Visionaries Club, clear. But tell us a little bit of a strategy. Can I come if I have invented this new water and you say, oh, great, we have this brewery and we know how to distribute it? Or is it more a bit different how you bring technology in, how you cooperate with startups, but also with your overall strategy of digitization?
Yeah, in general, with over 200 years of entrepreneurial experience, our Bitburger family business has, of course, deep roots into the German Mittelstand, and thus also a broad access to actually technology. What we have observed in the last 5 years is really a tremendous transformation of our beverage industry that is, on the one side, driven by changes in customer preferences and behavior. So take beer, people are drinking less often and then less beer due to higher health consciousness. On the other side, a lot of VC-backed businesses had really a significant impact on our value chain. So for instance, the B2C channel with players like Flaschenpost, Flink and so on, but also on the B2B side, right, Polly, with more transaction-based models like Choco, Recce and so on have really changed the way we actually not only sell our beers, but also communicate to our consumers and customers. And that's why, of course, innovation and disruption is really important for us to get to know and to better understand. Our owner family has already decided 20 years back to invest outside our core businesses with the activities of the Bitburger Holding, where we actually invest also into other industrial holdings, into private equity. And now, since 3.5 years, I have the pleasure to build up our Bitburger Ventures investment vehicle. We follow a twofold strategy. On the one hand, we invest actively into leading, especially B2C, B2B focused early stage funds, where we are anchor investor in Project A, Headline, and also Visionaries Club, probably where I have the pleasure also to serve as an LPAC member. No clear aim here, objective is to really get even closer to potential disruptions, to better understand technology and upcoming business models. Secondly is that we also invest directly into ventures with a special focus on food, nutrition and health tech. I think since our inception we have been one of the most active investors in these spaces with inter alia investments into Waterdrop, Just Spices, Share, Sanity Group and Mush Labs among others. And yeah, I think what distinguishes us here a bit compared to other CVCs is that we on the one hand want to get closer to technology, we want to foster cooperation and that stuff, but we have a clear aim to really generate attractive financial return for our owners and also to contribute to the further diversification of our group.
And Friedrich, as we are also here to share knowledge, and there are many family businesses here, can you give us a little bit insights of maybe mistakes that you have seen and things that didn't work, and some best practices that maybe everyone can say, oh, I didn't thought about that, or we are right before making this mistake, and we can avoid it because you helped us.
So I think it's extremely important to bring together the right people for really relevant exchange topics. I think that, let's say, institutionalizing exchanges just for the sake of exchanges does not really work. So any party involved has to have a clear incentive to contribute and to also have skin in the game. Maybe a quick example here from numerous really projects that we have put into place between our core businesses and our venture activities. Only after 6 months of investing in Just Spices, Bitburger together with Just Spices had a national-wide retail sales cooperation where Just Spices had been on, I think, 2 million six-pack or so with the couponing activation, thereby, of course, getting massive additional awareness and distribution. And on the other hand, our Bitburger brand get access to really younger generations that maybe would not have considered to buy actually Bitburger.
David, you are here a little bit in the middle, right? Our darling founder. Give us a bit of insight when you hear from these kind of traditional companies that are potential cooperation partners, clients of yourself. How would you envision in a perfect world to cooperate? And what are maybe also fears that you say, oh my God, maybe they are too slow for us, or we maybe have to negotiate 12 months for a contract, etc. So give us a bit insight in your thinking as a startup founder cooperating with the old economy and also what it means personally for you and your startup.
Yeah, so I think maybe just for context, so we're providing sustainability software to logistics and transportation companies. So we've had our fair share of collaboration or discovery with old economy companies, mostly in the UK, not necessarily in Germany. And from my experience, what I've seen is there's often a misalignment, which stems from different expectations around the speed of the decision process. And even once the decision has been made, the execution or the implementation of that decision between maybe a new economy company who's very eager to go very fast and an old economy company was a viable, sustainable business to run. Secondly, I think also when I think in terms of capabilities, and by that, for example, technical capabilities, where new economy companies tend to have a bias to build for next-gen companies, and maybe old economy companies don't have the same technical savviness. So how do you lower the barriers to adoption for this company, I think is super important. And then finally, just overall risk appetite, where a new economy company is obviously very eager and very risk-friendly. On the other side, an old economy company has already an established business, so they don't have the same incentives. So some of the learnings I've taken from that is it's all about timing and knowing when, as a new economy company, to start going to pitch or prospect old economy companies and be a bit established. And secondly, very important to start with a very clear, specific, defined problem and then expand from there. Because often, as a founder, you want to pitch all the features you've built, all the products you've built, but the smaller you start, the easier it will be to understand for your counterparts.
I mean, I see in your eyes you have the passion for what you're doing. Tell us a little bit what was personally that drove you to start Pledge.
So the short answer is I wanted to solve big problems, and I don't think there's a bigger problem today than climate change. And maybe going a bit under the hood, it all started when just started simply offsetting my flights a few years back, and saw how clunky the experience was of how is my footprint calculated, where is my money going if I offset that footprint. I just lacked visibility, so I ended up using 3 different tools I trusted, but I wish there was a more streamlined experience. And I think the tipping point was about 2 or 3 years ago, I was working in the large private equity firm in Switzerland, and I was lucky to be sitting right next to the ESG team. And this was a bit the light bulb moment where I realized how critical all these ESG KPIs were becoming for companies. And as a result of that, I thought that software is a great tool to make this ubiquitous.
Sebastian, I mean, Visionaries Club is obviously a very broad spread when you look in your portfolio, and there are meanwhile, of course, funds that are dedicated only to green tech, sustainability, climate tech. What is Visionaries Club hypothesis on sustainability, and why you did this investment in Pledge?
So, I mean, very specifically, I think in the case of Pledge, it's an amazing team. You now have David in front of you, but the entire team they're very cool, and they have very impressive backgrounds with the big data at Revolut, etc. So I think that's one very important determinant when you want to try to crack CO2 accounting, etc. And when you want to provide an amazing API, then you need to have that technical capability, and you also need to be super coherent and complementary as a team, and these guys are. And then second, timing. I think it's probably already past the perfect timing, so that makes it even more important to act now. But thirdly, and what I mean with that is, I think ultimately every company needs to implement a solution like Pledge, and they are starting out in the mobility or transportation and construction space, but I think that will definitely broaden out to any type of industry and any type of vertical. And then thirdly, it's a huge market with 300 billion just alone in this. Currently is forecasted in this, say, carbon offsetting space. So I think that's also the reason why I think many more investors are moving into this space, rightly so, and that's amazing for the ecosystem, amazing for founders. With Visionaries Club, we had been dedicated to B2B solutions in this space and general B2B solutions. But we will also launch something more, actually a little bit more frontier tech, dent in the universe driven. It's going to be called Visionaries Tomorrow, but it's still confidential, but I'm sure everyone can keep that secret. So we are also doubling down on a broader definition of sustainability. So we don't only want to look at impact and sustainability and climate, but we see that as one super important building block, but next to that will be many others: construction, material of the future, food of the future, space tech, etc. Yeah, that's. But looking at climate, it is one of those core building blocks.
David, the other way around, why choose you a visionary? I mean, you have some amazing names on your cap table, not just Visionary Club. How is it to work with names like Chris Sacca together, and why you choose Visionaries Club over all the other options that are in that space?
So we started the company actually today. It's been a year since we started the company. So we raised our first round of financing, a 4.5 million seed round last summer. And we tried to be mindful about who we want to bring on board and what do they bring to the table. So in the case of Visionaries, I think we spoke about it at the beginning of this conversation, the bridge with the old economy and also bringing expertise in developing and scaling B2B businesses. In the case of Chris Sacca, who's a Silicon Valley investor, famous for investments in Twitter, Uber, Instagram, etc., he launched a dedicated climate vehicle a couple of years ago, 800 million vehicle. And as a result of that, he brings, or Lower Carbon as a team brings unique insights and network into the climate space. So we try to leverage both the functional expertise of a B2B investor, with also the vertical expertise of a climate investor.
And Friedrich, when we're talking about climate and sustainability, you as a very traditional company is addressing beer drinkers, right? We could say, are you care about these topics? Or you say beer drinkers, they don't care so much about themselves, so we don't have to get into that topic. What is your take on that, and how are these kind of collaboration also make you future-proof and future-ready?
Yeah, I think in general, independent of the size and the maturity of a business or an organization, almost any corporate has to have a clear game plan when it comes to CO2 footprint reduction and also to additional sustainability efforts. This is, of course, also a top priority for us at the Bitburger Group when it comes to a decision-making process for venture investments. We always take a sharp view really on different sustainability metrics. Take, for instance, water drop. Maybe some might know by using water drops cubes, you not only enhance your water with great taste, with important vitamins, with potentially also functional ingredients, but you also reduce your individual CO2 footprint by 98% compared to, let's say, normal soft drink, and that is something that is really great and that we are greatly supporting.
As we have so many great startup founders here in the audience, when they say, this is nice, seems to be a nice guy, and I'd really like to drink beer, I know Bitburger for a long time, how should they approach you? I mean, can they just write you an email? Are you cooperating also with startups that don't looking for funding? Are there opportunities where you can help them give access into the company? Give us a bit an idea that your founders can connect with you and the brand.
Almost any channel is, of course, okay for us. So we receive a lot of deal flow now from our founders, from our VC funds, but also classical via LinkedIn and other means. So we are extremely open to receive interesting proposals.
And David, speaking about advice for startups, I mean, you selling to really large corporations, often assume sales cycles are relatively long here. Do you have some tips and advice how you handle that when you're selling? Or maybe you can also give us a bit insight. Who are you selling to and what is your approach to that?
Yeah, so we sell mostly for now to mid-market companies. And I think the two key criteria that have surfaced for companies to adopt sustainability software, just a sustainability initiative or consultants, it's all around ease of use as well as trust. And these are the two things that we've tried to optimize through software. So how quickly, once we onboard a customer, can get set up and start having value from using the product. And then secondly, how can they make sure that the service we provide is something that's trustworthy and that they won't get attacked for greenwashing claims afterwards. And so on the latter front, for example, we received the relevant accreditations to mitigate for these concerns. Although sustainability is still an emerging field, you still have accreditation bodies out there. And this has been, I think, the key criteria to really get old economy companies over the line.
And Friedrich, what is a question that you get asked all the time that you want to answer once and for all here, that you don't have to answer individually anymore? Is there something in your head where it's like, oh my God, they're asking me that all the time? I mean, for free beer, or I don't know, if you're investigating also every month a package of beer, I don't know. So what is something that is on your mind where you say, I want to make that clear once?
Yeah, what's the employee discount on beer that you guys get?
Yeah, in general, our Bitburger brand is quite known in Germany, in the DACH region, but outside of DACH, at least to those people I am talking to, Bitburger is not really known. So I often get asked why the heck a meat production or a burger firm is actually investing into the VC scene because of Bitburger. And then I have to tell, no, guys, we are not actually selling burgers, but beer.
wow. Okay.
And then we are even more partner of choice, of course. No, independent of that, we often get asked or approached also for, let's say, traditional beverage innovations. And then I have to tell founders or co-investors that really traditional beverage innovations are still in the responsibility of our breweries group and also Gerolsteiner Brunnen.
So you're zero interested in, or when you have a new coffee drink here, or
limited
hard seltzer. You would try it personally, but not invest in it.
Yeah.
That's it. David, we have such an amazing networking opportunity here today. You as a founder, you need context, you need connections, you need visibility. Use the chance. Who do you want to meet? Who should approach you? How can we help?
Any company active in mobility, construction, logistics, looking for support on their sustainability journey. That would be the one.
Schüttflix?
Perfect. The bigger the better.
For example.
All right. Yeah. I think Schüttflix was on stage before.
Absolutely. So you should definitely approach them and
talk
use
to
this
them.
opportunity. And I have to say it, we started with ménage à trois, with love, with passion. And of course, the last question for today to you, what are lessons learned from your times as a founder of Amorelie?
Many, but I mean, keeping with love, I think one thing I noticed, and it's probably quite obvious, but sometimes you forget while running a company, while being in the trenches, is ultimately it's all about the people. And I don't know if I should tell that story, but when we sold Amorelie to ProSieben, Lea and we took the entire team, so 100 people, on an EasyJet flight to Mallorca. So we personally actually invited everyone. ProSieben obviously was freaking out because they had the entire company on one plane. So we all had to sign letters that yes, if the plane crashes, then they can take over and they can appoint a new managing directors, etc. And then we had 3 amazing days of celebrations. And last night I had this amazing speech prepared to say thank you to the entire team. Well, as I said earlier, it was amazing festivities and celebrations, so quite liquid, thanks to Friedrich probably and his products, quite liquid celebrations during the day. So at the end of the night, I wasn't really able to get that speech across quite fluently, so I just kept on repeating, ultimately it's all about the people, and that has, because I think that's the only thing that I remembered essentially from that speech. And by pure, I don't know, by pure coincidence or pure genius or something in between, this ended up being a phrase that kept on being repeated at Amorelie, because if you think about it, it's really true. It's whether you choose your investors, your employees, your customers, who you sit on a stage with, who you talk to today, it's ultimately it's all about the people.
Perfect. I think what a better note to end with love and passion. Thank you very much, guys. It was a pleasure to be with you tonight. Guys, enjoy. Use the opportunity for networking. Thank you very much for you. Thank you very much for your attention. See you later. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you so much. Okay, so join with me. Come over here, come over here, come over here. Everybody likes to hide in the back. We want you in the front, Leah. So this is Leah. She is a moderator of the panel that I've just joined. So this is about open innovation, and we're going to keep it truly open in the fact that so far we have let you settle in to the role of Hinterland of Things, and now it's time for your contributions. So far you've just been smiling, clapping, cheering us on, but now we want you to be part of the conversation. We have 2 microphones, they'll be roaming, and Leah's the moderator. We'll take some of those questions. So on that note, let's introduce the Forbes 30 Under 30, the wonderful Russell Reynolds Associate Consulting. You also are the founder of Women Inc. And I was reading her LinkedIn, and she's got this testimonial that says that the word powerhouse only really belongs to this lady. So for those who do not know you, what drives your mission?
My mission is, well, as you just said, I have 2 roles really that I love at Russell Reynolds and Women Inc. And I like to bring people together. I like to connect organizations that need talent. And I like to improve diversity, not only gender diversity, but also diversity of thought, background, and connect the world.
On that note, I think we're ready. We have chairs. I've got a cup of coffee. I'm excited for this conversation. So please welcome onto the stage our wonderful panelists. Woo!
Well, welcome. Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you for inviting us and letting us talk about this important topic, how we can leverage us in the digital ecosystem and how we can connect more and work on things that will help all of us at the end. And now we will start with someone that can't be here today physically, but sent us a video note. It is Philipp von der Wippel. Young serial entrepreneur, and he really drives very interesting projects he will now share with us in this video.
Hello everyone in Bielefeld. My name is Philipp. I'm founder of Project Together. And this conference is happening in a time where it's already 5 past midnight and the climate crisis is approaching in fast speed. At the same time, our democratic model is challenged by Russia's invasion in Ukraine. And we have now the mission and the responsibility to actually make sure that we really get ready to solve those most pressing issues. Because climate crisis, populism, global pandemics, and all those public issues we have, they are not individual problems. They cannot be solved by one solution, by one stakeholder. It's not one startup which can actually be the solution to a climate crisis. It requires this coordinated effort of hundreds and thousands of stakeholders. On the one hand, this is what not we are used to. We're used to competition, segregation, separation. We're used to work as single actors in an uncoordinated way. But the time we're now in requires coordination, cooperation, collective action. And this is what we have to learn. And the good news is we can do it. If we have a mindset of cooperation and eco instead of ego, it's possible to create large-scale collective action processes. And this is what we've seen in Ukraine. Together with 500 partners, we created the Alliance for Ukraine, where now for the last 3 months, 500 organizations coordinated their effort in bringing food to Ukraine, in creating housing, in creating jobs, in creating childcare for all the people coming to Germany. And this makes me very confident that we can learn collective action, even though it's still very unusual for us. And I would like to invite you not to talk only about collaboration is needed, not only talking about the challenges we face, but actually talking about what kind of processes, mechanisms, platforms, operating systems, funding vehicles do we need to really incentivize collective action. This is, I think, we're missing. Yeah. If we establish that, then we have all the ideas, all the resources, everything we have. This is then we are very well equipped for mastering this challenge in the 21st century. So I wish all of you a very fruitful discussion and a lot of action.
Thank you very much. And before we start, we will also have a Q&A session, so we're happy to have some questions from you at the end. Let's start, right? It's a great pleasure, and I will not introduce you in depth, and we'll leave this to you. A pleasure, Dr. Brigitte Mohn. You're a board member of the Bertelsmann Stiftung and chairwoman of the board of trustees of the German Strauch Foundation. And maybe you can still introduce yourself and comment on our topic, on what we can do and how we can connect our world a little bit better.
Thank you for the introduction. I think Philipp already mentioned it's a change of mind. We have pressing issues and we have to work together on these issues. And I think collaboration needs a shift of mindset, and it's not the shortage of money. I think it's the intelligence to really work together and create something. And I think we have so many entrepreneurs here that's setting the stage for that. So I'm very much looking forward to it. And I think the nations are ready for this. We saw it through the COVID and pandemic situation. We see it now in Europe with Ukraine. And we have many more challenges to come with the climate change. So I think we learn.
Thank you so much. And then next, Julia, you're an entrepreneur and community builder. You love entrepreneurship. You bring so many young talents around the globe together. Maybe you share a little bit more about what you do and how you do it.
Very happy to. So yeah, I co-founded a company called Untitled Impact. So we're a global impact investment and management company where we both invest in companies that have a positive impact on society and the environment. And we also advise companies on how they can better manage, measure, and communicate their impact. And I'm also on the executive board of a global entrepreneurship organization called Sigma Squared Society, where we bring together the best and most talented young entrepreneurs in their early 20s from over 25 countries around the world together to support them to build better companies, create more impact in the world, and literally build the solutions of tomorrow, because we have to support young people in changing the future, because it is essentially their or our future. So that's about me. And yeah, I hope that we can collaborate more instead of compete with each other to create this type of open and connected world that we're talking about.
Thank you, Julia. And then Ferry, Private Impact. Tell us about what you do, how you do it, and also maybe how you came to this topic you're now very passionate about.
Yeah, sure. So most of my life I've been on the entrepreneurial side. Founded a company called Daily Deal in 2009. Founded another one called Forto in 2016, but then recently, like 1.5 years ago, switched to the investment side and focused all my time now on climate tech investing. And alongside that journey, which started for me in 2015, I also co-founded Leaders for Climate Action. And that is actually, I think, a very good example for how we can, work together as a community or build a community that unites in the idea of actually executing climate action within the basically company context and a joint commitment. And that has actually worked very well. So we are basically just the accountability partner. We're doing quite some research in order to help people execute on their climate action journey. And it's more than 1,700 founders that are already part of the network of more than 40 countries. And it's just 10 people doing it. So it really grew organically. There was a need for that. And collectively, we've already reduced or compensated close to 1 million tons of CO2 in just 3 years, with an overall investment of maybe 1 or 1.5 million. It's a non-profit. But so fairly little money, pretty big impact.
Thank you so much for joining the panel. And then to my right, Dan, I'm not going to introduce you, but I would love to hear a little bit of what you have done in your last role, really advising on entrepreneurial policy. What did you do? How did you do it? And maybe also what could we learn here in the German or European governments?
So thank you for bringing me onto this panel. Prior to being a moderator and an entertainer and a dancer on stage, a terrible dancer, I was one of 7 advisors to the Irish national government. During the recession in 2010, they said we need to bring entrepreneurs, innovators, alternative thinkers, not bureaucrats. We need to bring them in to think of a new future. And so I was very fortunate to be part of that. And we wrote together the National Policy on Entrepreneurship, which is what the government follows today. And it was a great eye-opening experience, not about imitation, but about celebrating what is truly unique and different about each ecosystem. And ever since, I have really enjoyed coming here to Bielefeld to see the best of what is here, or going to other regions around Germany to see what is different, and then to figure out how do we build bridges. Because to me, it is not about Silicon Valley is the model, so let's imitate it. That's old school. It's really about what do we do for each region to really celebrate, and then how do we facilitate talent and resources to move effortlessly so that if the brightest mind in Kenya is best positioned to build here, how do we make that happen? And how do we build those gateways? And so part of what I do secretly when I'm coming to these events is figuring out who are those change makers, who are those bridges, so that we can really connect the dots as we travel the world to make those connections. So that ultimately we got one life, we got one planet so far, before Elon Musk maybe creates another planet. But for now, we got the one planet, so how do we make the best of it?
So first of all, thank you for sharing this. Maybe one example, you spoke about building bridges, facilitating. What was the biggest success in that role you just described? What did you manage to facilitate? What did you do?
Great question. Here in Germany, we have groups also like the German Accelerator, which many are aware of. So you have these beautiful partnerships, and actually we were talking about this before. Private-public partnerships is super important. So how do you get the key investors and entrepreneurs to work with public funding to create the channels by which we can export talent, export ideas, import. And in Ireland it was similar. So one of the agencies was called Enterprise Ireland, and their job was to bring people around the world to these kind of events and say, these are our top innovators. These are our top investors. Meet them. Find out what opportunities Ireland has to offer. But simultaneously also say, what's happening in Austin, Texas? How can we be part of the action here? Or what's happening in Silicon Valley? So having those agencies whose only job is to go, let's build bridges, I think is super important.
It's not hard, but it's not often really done, right? Brigitte, you're involved in so many interesting projects, driving impact, driving sustainability, driving a different mindset. Maybe you want to share about, what you're focusing on in terms of, these challenges we have and enabling people and organization to come together.
I think it's exactly what Dan is saying. I mean, we have to see the SDG goals, right? And around the world, we have so many innovative minds and research, and we have to collect it somewhere, right? And we have to learn cross-country, trans-Atlantic from these examples. And I think what's very important is to basically enhance the governments and force them to talk to the innovative mindsets and implement it into the systems. Right? And I think it's always that the financial market and the VC market is a little bit hesitant to basically invest in sustainable business, not only for the business itself, but in terms for the common good. So really change the environment as well. It's for the planet, it's for the people, and it's for profit. And it has to have a financial and social return. And I think that's super, super important that we find these ecosystems and really collaborate in a bigger scale. And I think there are already networks out there like Uplink at the WEF or the GSG, who's basically 37 nations who are working on this with national advisory boards. And we see many, many, many network effects, but we have to really show what's the outcome. And I think that's important. It's not just creating something, you have to prove that you're better.
Yeah, and then using synergies, right? We were discussing this earlier. What do you think is a barrier for why these networks, organizations, investors, and regions as well still work very much in silos and not really collaboratively?
I think it's a sort of competition. It's a little bit of ego sometimes. And I think we still don't see the necessity of not working in parallel structures, but really working integrated and synergized, and I think that's really important. And if we do this, we can really pool exactly what you're saying in terms of public-private partnerships. The investments for change in societies have to be centered somehow in the political system. And the governments really have to enforce this, and we have countries who are doing this, and Germany has a lot of headway in that respect.
Yeah, but as you said in Handelsblatt in 2019 already, we have all the ingredients, but we don't really use them, right?
Right.
Julia, Ferry, maybe you want to also comment, talking about, impact, sustainability. What do you think we already invest in relation to challenges we have, and what do you think could be solutions to better work on that together?
Yeah, so I think there are actually two things that come to mind. So one thing is clear, obviously, this whole conference is all about, we need to invest more in sustainability, we need to integrate ESG and all of that. But I also believe that, I think it's John Fullerton who said that we can't just finance change, we also have to change finance. We have to change the way we invest in companies, how we finance companies. And so that's something we really believe in, that we need to understand what these types of impact-driven companies really need. For example, maybe they need more time and a different approach, because ultimately we need to also enable them to create that change in the world over the long term, and not just, work on a product and then sell it within a couple of years, and then that impact just stops there. So I think that's one thing that just came to mind. And the other thing is totally, I agree with Brigitte about collaboration rather than competition. I'd say maybe even think about co-opetition, right? So companies working together, because ultimately we're all after the same goal, right? And so we need to work together, and that's a lot about a lot of what we do at Sigma Squared as well is how do we bring those young people together with more senior people, for example, and how do we create this notion of reverse mentoring, because not only the old generation can teach the young generation, but the other way around. In fact, it's absolutely necessary that the young generation teaches the old generation, because I think I'm going to reference, it was Philip Sander, I think, earlier, talking about 22-year-olds these days knowing more about blockchain than some CEOs in big companies. And so we need to create that dynamic between those generations to learn and collaborate with each other and to integrate the knowledge and the perspectives of young people into what they're doing.
Yeah, coming back to your question, are we doing enough for the challenge that we're facing? Yeah? And the answer is very clear, no. Not even close. Yeah? So if you look at, for example, impact investing, global investable capital is roughly $220 trillion per year. We're investing maybe $2 trillion in impact companies. So that means companies that are actually creating a product that is actively doing good for the planet and or for people. So my feeling is that 5 years ago, even awareness wasn't even there, and there were many people who were, kind of denying that climate change is really happening. With Greta, that changed. I think awareness is fully there. There are very few people that are denying that this is happening. I mean, if you look into other geographies, it might be a bit different, but at least in Germany, Europe, it's mostly accepted, I would say. But the urgency and the kind of action that we need is totally lacking. Yeah? Like, it's intellectual understanding, it's no execution yet. Yeah? And I think we need to heavily accelerate on the execution part and really start getting things done instead of just talking. And how to do that? It's difficult, it's not easy, right? Because in the end, everyone is used to their habits. The whole system is we're still running on a financial capitalism. We're still, for profit, not for a purpose, or at least too many people out there. And as long as we are for profit, I'm working for myself. I'm not working for a greater good. And I think that mindset change needs to happen to understand we're all on the same planet, we're all sitting in the same boat, and in the mid and long run, there won't be individual profit as long as I create negative externalities or am destroying the planet or creating social disparities while creating a profit for myself. It will all fall apart. I just wish and hope that more people realize that and start acting accordingly, thinking from the end and really taking holistic decisions and also science-based decisions.
Thank you. Maybe coming back to you, Julia, you just talked about different generations. I call it age diversity, right? Advising clients on the importance of also having senior leaderships collaborate, exchange with younger generations. What do you think, how can we, as in all of us, enable and support the next generation in their creative development and in changing these kind of things?
I think the first step would be just to listen to young people. I mean, we have people like, obviously, Greta Thunberg, who are starting to speak out, and people are like paying attention to them. But I think integrating them in important conversations to hear their perspectives, especially when it's about things like, future technologies and innovations, where some young people may actually have more knowledge and more ideas than, let's say, older generations, so that definitely is an important thing to integrate them. And I think also what organizations like Founders Foundation are doing, right, is to provide opportunities, educational programs for young people to learn about, things that they may not have learned in school. In fact, I know Brigitte, you and I have had countless conversations about this, that the education system is fundamentally flawed, right? Like, we're being taught all these things that have nothing to do with the world that's going to what our future is going to look like and what our future is going to need. And so we need to also shift that and then involve those people in basically co-creating the future, because ultimately the future is going to be, that's the world that the young generation is going to live in, right? And so they need to make sure that it's going to continue existing in a way. And so hence, this kind of integration and respect and listening between those generations is really important, and the education part as well.
Absolutely, and then picking on up education, right? We have discussed it earlier. What do you think, Brigitte, or what could we do, or how could we maybe change the educational system in Germany, right? Because we were talking about this earlier as well, that where are the barriers for also having, for example, more diverse people in specific roles in digital, in IT, and I would definitely say that education is the first barrier. Maybe, what is your take on this, your experience?
I think if the government would understand that EdTech can be an asset, right, to really educate young people, and that we go much more into the gaming industry for basically providing information about the challenges we're facing, but on the social media platforms, that means they have to take a different role in terms of taking over responsibility for society and for what we all do here. I think that would be one first step. And then if you see, they're all out there. They're on TikTok, they're on Twitch, they're on Instagram, they're everywhere. And they're super, super engaged in our world. But we don't talk their language. And I think that's what you were saying. We have to listen to them. And we have to engage them as solution providers for the problems we're facing. And right now we just talk about over them and above them, but we don't talk with them.
With them, yeah, absolutely. Maybe coming back to, what kind of opportunities do platforms offer us to really pool our resources, right? How can we really increase the collaboration and find solutions in terms of connecting venture capital in Germany, Europe with startups, but also creating this kind of different mindset, creating a culture of diversity, maybe here, coming back to you.
So, for me, I think there are certain spaces where this really works well. I love events because this is an easy meeting point for different stakeholders to come together, build relationship, and partner together. I love technology, but ultimately it's humans that have to make solutions. We cannot just automate solutions. We cannot just program solutions. So to me, these kind of meeting spaces are so crucial. So whether it's events, whether it is certain online platforms where people can have real, honest conversation. I was just trying to imagine what would school look like on Twitch or TikTok. As you were talking about it, it's like, I wonder what that would look like. Because I have a lot of parents in my neighborhood who are like, oh, our kids don't pay attention in class, but they're on Instagram the whole time. So what if they could learn that way? So I love conversation like this because it sparks an idea. Maybe there's somebody listening that goes, yeah, why haven't we made education bite-sized into 30 or 60 seconds and a series of it that's clickable? So I think spaces like this are super important to paving the way for the future. And I still believe in humans. So although we might say, yeah, we haven't done enough and we need to do more, the reality is all progress until this point we have done. So I believe in our collective ability to keep moving the needle on this and keep celebrating good ideas.
Thank you for the positive energy. And to continue with one question or one ask to all of us, I think we agreed we need action items, clear things we want to improve, we want to do, we want to achieve with all of you, and we all play part. Starting with you, Ferry, maybe, what are the key action items you would like to take away and give to our audience here?
It's not easy, but I think it's a lot about decision making. Yeah, so like, how are we making decisions? Are they based on us only, or are they based on a greater good? And a couple of things that came to my mind was, first of all, making rational decisions that are rather science-based than maybe biased or subjective. Second, also taking full responsibility for our decisions and taking into account also the overall world, also the global south, instead of just thinking of what does it mean for me, what's in it for me. And so those are definitely two aspects that I would wish to implement more into the thinking and into the kind of decision making.
Thank you. Julia?
I would say the first one is probably leave your egos at the door. I think, as you said, one of the biggest problems is that I think we as humans act unconsciously and don't realize that, as you say, we actually, every single person has a responsibility for the future, even though we are a lot of people on this planet. And so I think we have to start being more and living more consciously, knowing that there are limited resources, being aligned with nature, aligned with society, and being respectful to each other, and also giving back. I think we've been taking too much over the last decade, so now we need to also give back more to the earth and to other people. So that would be one generic thing, almost more like a personal stance. I think second, touching on obviously the work that we do with our network, is to integrate young people more in what you do, especially, let's say, if you're a senior executive leading an established company, to listen to what the next generation has to say and integrate their opinions and solutions in whatever you're doing. I think that's really important, because we see that some of the most innovative solutions are coming from this next generation, right? And maybe it is going to be education on Twitch, or whatever form it may take. And I think thirdly, it's also to take impact and sustainability seriously, because there's still way too much impact washing and greenwashing, and I think it ties together with the first point of thinking less from an egoistic standpoint, and to really think like, why am I going into sustainability? It's not just to make my company or myself look better, right? It is because I or we have a responsibility. So to really look at what sustainability means and how it can become an integral part of the business that we're running, the businesses that we're running.
Thank you. Brigitte.
You said action points, right?
Yes.
Okay. So I would like to have in Europe a startup nation finder like in Israel for sustainability, would be great. I would like to have, or the ones who are here, the followers from the companies or founders here, like Beyonce, maybe in 3 years. So no, I think we need role models, and they need followers across all the different nations and the ages. I think that's super, super important. So you have to show responsibility, you have to talk about it, and it can be fun. So for the young generation, it's not always on the shoulders, it can be fun. And I would like to have much more gaming in the educational sector, and I really hope that we get something like this going, because I think the NFTs and as well Bitcoin areas, it's super interesting for them, but we have to be smarter in using it.
Thank you, Brigitte. Dan.
My quick one is more inclusivity and removing bias. Bias shows up in so many different ways, whether it's the earlier career decisions from children in school because of a way a teacher talks or an exposure to something. I also think, in small things, I feel very loved and very welcome in Germany, except that all the paperwork is in German. So the only reason it's taken me so long to settle in is because I literally sit with Google Translate or DeepL, and I'm translating the smallest things, from setting up an appointment at the city council to important paperwork. And if I'm signing legal stuff, like setting up a company, everything in German. So even that kind of bias a little bit to simplify it, make it easier. So to me, I would say the action point is, let's really see, how do we get more people to the table to be part of the conversation?
So I close with inclusion. Thank you very much to all of you. And now over to the audience. We would love to hear your questions or remarks. There will be somebody going around now with microphones. I see Verena wants to comment.
So right here in the middle aisle.
The lady in pink.
Ferry, I have a question. Impact investing also needs funds that only do that, because if the existing funds also do it, it doesn't really happen. Now you are going along that aisle, so is World Fund or Revent, who's here today. Do you see a tendency that new VC funds have to go down that aisle of climate change and giving money to the social problems of the world, or is this a phenomena which is kind of like 5% of the industry?
It's a very good question, and I think we've seen a lot of development in the VC world over the last 1, 2, 3 years. Yeah? Before that, there were very few to none pure impact funds. Now there is a handful, and globally it's becoming more and more every other month, more or less. Yeah? At the same time, the ratio is still pretty small. Yeah? But I also think that I call them general VCs, they are getting the topic more and more. So there are many funds that have climate tech as one bucket, right, are actively looking into it. It is not very easy to invest, especially if we move into hardware companies, for a general VC who is usually only doing software deals. So it's not quite easy to really fulfill and to create what we need from a climate tech perspective with a general VC fund. But I think at the same time it is super important that also the generalists that already have the dozens of billions in their current funds hop kind of onto the train and support that, because we need much more than just a few boutique 100% climate tech funds.
Thank you for the question and the answer. I was told we need to finish soon, or is there any quick last question? If not, we will hopefully see you soon, and thank you for participating and for having
now
us.
we go from food for thought to food for food. So go get some actual food in your bodies and then come back here for more great conversation. But can we give it up one more time for wonderful panelists?
Thanks.
All right, all right, all right. Welcome back post-lunch. If you had some food, can you quickly raise your hand so I can see who's had food? Most of you. Also, can everyone spot the guy with the glow-in-the-dark bow tie? Because I just spotted a illuminated bow tie. Do you know what I'm referring to, this bow tie? Can everyone see? Yeah, that is a look right there. That is very impressive. A bow tie that is illuminated. Good look. Thank you all for being such a great audience. I have enjoyed talking to you, getting to know you, getting to meet you, hearing your stories. We've got the second half of the day still up ahead, so whenever you get a moment, please chat. I'd love to know how I can support you as we keep doing fun stuff here. So with that, I just want to make sure that we're happy, that we're healthy, that we're well. So can everybody do this? Can everybody just clap one time with me? Just like that, okay? So watch my hand and go, that was good. Not after me, but with me, okay? Let's try it again, ready? That was good. Let's try 2 claps. Very good. Let's try 3 claps. Very good. Let's try 23 claps. I was wondering if anyone was counting. I counted 23. There was no purpose to that. I just want to make sure that we're alert, that we're happy, that we're okay over here. Simon's happy. Yeah. What does this mean? Make them all fly? Energy, yes. So just going to warn you that right now we're going to have a conversation, but then after that, I am going to have you stand up and do something. I'm just telling you that now in case you need to arrange your belt or something of that sort. But for the moment now, we're going to invite up a wonderful moderator of this panel, so please give it up for Christina. Yeah, Christina. Woo! Come over here. It's good to see you.
Thanks for having me.
So Christina
Yes.
is a journalist with
Manager
Magazine. And you're the host of a podcast.
Yes.
What is the podcast about?
The podcast is about all the unicorns we have in Germany right now and what makes them successful and how they can or cannot maintain that into the future. So if you're interested in business models and the analysis that me and my colleague do on them, feel free to tune in. We talk to interesting investors and the founders of the companies, of course. And it's called Deutschlands digitale Hoffnungsträger.
And we've got some familiar faces on this panel over here.
Yes.
I'm really excited about it. So with no further ado, can you give one more round of applause, this time for the panelists as they come on up?
Thanks. Hello, everyone.
Hello.
Hello. Please take a seat. Yeah. We're going to discuss one of the most interesting topics, I think, that are out there at the moment. That is corporate innovation and how corporates can actually manage to become more innovative over time. And I think the guys from Porsche brought a video that we can have a look at first before we get into the nitty-gritty of how to become more innovative. Please, the video for us.
Do you have a dream? Well, so did we. We've always dreamt of building great things. Great cars, great designs, great racing experiences. And now, we're here to invest in new great companies. The companies of the future, setting standards that no one has ever dreamt of before. But great things don't just happen. It takes passion, risk, courage, the willingness to fight. No one said it was going to be easy, but we say it's going to be great. If you dare, don't just dream, dream big. We're here to make it happen. Together, with you, Porsche Ventures, investing in founders who dare to build their dreams.
right, so we got a first glimpse into the Porsche ecosystem, and to talk about, okay, let's give it up. We want some applause here. Yeah, so to talk about transformation and how we can achieve this best, I have some really good experts with me here today. We have Maura Aini, and she's at APX, which is a venture capitalist based in Berlin, and it's a joint venture of Porsche and Axel Springer, the publishing house. And she is responsible for strategic partnerships and growth. And then we have Lena Schrumm, who's an ex-pro soccer player and now the founder and CEO of the startup Aware, and they build a platform for sustainability and try to teach corporates how to become more sustainable on their educational platform. And then, of course, we have Johannes Hinsch, who's the director digitization at Porsche. And as you all know, in, I would say, like the last 8 to 10 years, slight panic crept up to German corporates because they looked to Silicon Valley. The startups were suddenly worth billions and billions. There was Uber, Tesla was on the rise, also very scary. So we need solutions to become more innovative and to not fall behind. So German corporates thought of all kinds of vehicles to do so, accelerators, hubs, and so on. And yeah, not all of this survived, but the good part is that you take learnings from this and that you can improve, and trial and error, of course, is always the way to become better. So I want to ask you guys, how do you go best about identifying the areas that you actually need to innovate in?
Well, for us, we look at our product, we look at our strategy, and that's where we get the areas to innovate from. And we've structured it precisely like that. I think nobody will be surprised that the car is one of the most important topics where we want to innovate. But it's not only that, it's the company. So we're thinking about attracting talent, qualifying people. I think that's why we have a great link to APX, one of the companies they founded. They work with us now in this area. We think about sustainability. That's the third very important column that we're looking for. And then it's the customer, the way that we sell the car, that we excite our customer. So we have these 4 pillars. They come directly from the strategy, and that's where we look for innovation.
Mm. Yeah, and like one specific topic that is pretty clear, like a lot of transformation and innovation is needed is sustainability. It's actually the field where Aware is jumping in, because we are a digital platform that provides guidance to companies on their way to sustainability. And our DNA is actually a networking platform. So we started as a networking platform, organizing networking events, bringing together companies from all kinds of industries to engage, interact, and to try to find solutions together. And in these years of working as a networking platform, we made 2 observations. First one, there's definitely a lack of education and knowledge in the field of sustainability in many, many companies. So like lots of companies realize that they need to do something, but so many people or so many companies don't know where to start, with whom to start, and how to take your sustainability strategy into action. And to address this topic, we have developed a digital learning or e-learning platform to really provide reskilling and upskilling for employees on all levels of knowledge. And talking about how companies can further innovate, I think one nice example is, like one Porsche example, is corporate venture building. So that's the reason why I'm here on this stage, because we are working closely together with the company builder Forward 31 of Porsche. So they help us developing our company. They are our sparring partner in different topics. And I think that's also a good way to really try to engage and innovate.
Mm. So regarding APX, APX is a very, very early stage VC. We're backed by Porsche and by Axel Springer. And it's important here to emphasize we are financial VC, meaning we're investing in early stage startups, industry agnostic, and we are here also to invest and to be some kind of also innovation radar, to look at different industries, different topics. We won't necessarily invest only in media or automotive, but we have the privilege also to invest in the different industries and to understand what are the different trends and innovation, where they are coming, and also to kind of like understand the entire ecosystem. So far we invested in over 140 startups from different industries. It can be logistics and automotive, but also future of work and well-being and digital health, etc., etc. So that's maybe kind of like we are a bit of a unique creature in that regard.
I mean, you have very different vehicles for the innovation that you want to bring along into the corporation. How do you decide what you use when? When do you build something yourself? When do you invest? When do you become a customer? There are so many opportunities.
Yeah, that's a good question, and I'm afraid there is no clear answer, right? It's not like we have this grand master plan, like decision tree, and if this happens, then we do that. That's why it's important that we have all these different vehicles, the company builder, APX, we have Porsche Ventures, which you saw, we have the startup Autobahn, where we want to connect to startups. And I'll give you an example of a great connection we made that actually came through the motorsport of Porsche. So the motorsport is a great field to try things out because we are faster than in serial development. These guys are well funded and they want to do new things. And they found a company that does sustainable materials. And they just put it in the race car because it was light. It just worked for them. We took it from there. And now we actually invested with Porsche Ventures. So it's important you have all the tools, but there is no, you need to do it so it fits for everybody, but it's not like you have this grand master plan that you just execute.
And if I can maybe jump in here, I think it's really interesting to see also what comes out of this. Maybe like there isn't any perfect answer because we all know that innovation, I wish it would be like science. You can say I'll add X and Y and I'll get what I want. And we have an interesting example also. We as APX invested very early on at Sharpist, which is a B2B coaching platform. And because we have such a good collaboration also with Porsche, Porsche started to use them at their product. And once they realized, actually it's a great product, we really believe in the future of work. Porsche Ventures later on in their last round decided to invest as well. So obviously when we investing in startups so early on, we have no idea how they will grow within the ecosystem of Porsche or Axel Springer. And that's what actually makes it such a unique place also for startups to have all these amazing opportunities, not only finance or not only funding, but actually to find clients and to find their next investor.
Yeah. If I may add on that, that is the trick, but also the most difficult part.
Exactly.
To find the right people in our 37,000 people organization, connect them, make sure we don't go into a 3-month budget process and then into a 3-month purchasing process, but to make it so that it works for a startup and we find the right people that actually have a problem within Porsche that we can solve together. And then we create value. And that's why we have all these different tools. And
Yeah. And it's also not only about the synergies in between the startups and the corporates. It's especially about the synergies in between the startups. So we got to know so many cool startups that we can find synergies with and work together on topics that are in the same ecosystem. And it's a bit more like, expanding your family.
Exactly. It's all part of the same family.
But you said that it's the hard part to kind of keep your overview and the connection in the network. And especially for corporates, it's often really hard to foster structures that don't suffocate the units that you want to actually have the innovation in. And even though the corporates know this is, we want a flexible unit, it's supposed to be independent, but then often it doesn't work. Why is it so hard, and what's a good way to do it properly?
Good question. If I knew, I only have a guess.
Is it the legacy or?
Probably yes. I mean, we have a very well-working business model, and we have people that have learned how to operate that business model. You know, what works, what doesn't work. And if we apply that knowledge then to a startup, then we suffocate. Yeah. And then so it's the unlearning of what works in where we are successful today. That is the hard part, and I guess that's why we also go to Berlin to have APX in Berlin, and Aware is in Berlin, Forward 31 is in Berlin. So, I mean, the distance, it helps a little bit. You don't want to go too far, because then the strategic value you might lose, but yeah.
I think also there is a little bit change in the mindset. I mean, corporates in general used to work with suppliers, with service providers. Startups are not service providers, they are not suppliers. Especially when they are early stage, it sometimes can be very challenging to understand with whom in the corporate they need to talk, to have a purchase number, something that takes a lot of time, to have all the documents and to have lawyers and accounting in place. And that's why when we have those kind of, like, for example, at APX, we understood that the purchase number in Porsche takes forever to get. So we have kind of like a very first track to our startups with Porsche, because we realize that we also need to make the life easier for the corporate. And in general, since that's my role, I'm working a lot with corporates. Usually it depends on two problems: internal KPIs. If the corporate doesn't have KPIs, or the business units on how to work with startups, it's difficult, and budget. So once you have those two things solved, usually it will have incentivized the corporate and the business units to work with startups, because eventually corporate is built from people. We need to understand how to incentivize those people to actually work better with startups. And we're working on that all the time. It's like it's a never-ending journey.
Lena, how is that in terms of sustainability? Like, what is the other structural problems you see with the corporates that come to your network?
When we first started, or like actually still, we're sometimes surprised that the structures and companies are in really early ages when it comes to who is actually the contact person in sustainability, or like how many people are really like only responsible for sustainability. So it's always in between lots of departments, and specifically in smaller to mid-sized companies, it's still really in baby steps or baby shoes. So there's still a lot to develop, and I think lots of development comes with education and really empower your employees to do a good job.
More, you mentioned budget, so of course I want to know, Johannes, how much does Porsche spend over all of these 4 vehicles, and how much have you pledged to invest in the next years?
Yeah, actually I don't really know.
But we
because,
want the
I will tell you why.
number.
I will tell you why, because the amount we spend, it depends on the opportunities we find. So I wouldn't say the sky is the limit, but usually if we find something good, then we will invest. And so it really depends on the opportunities that we find. And of course we have an internal budget that we do to, I don't know, for the example, the sharpest example we financed that from budget that is ring-fenced in order to get it going. But I think that's not the budget you're asking for. That's a small amount in comparison to the investments. But we have done 40 investments, más o menos, at the moment. Usually, small stakes, couple of million. So you can add that up. You get a rough estimate of what we invested already. And now we have a portfolio of 40. Say that's a good size already, maybe a little more. Especially if you then do follow-ons, and if the companies grow and you have later stage investment, that's where the sums become bigger. But we have seen these cases as well. I mean, you've the Rimac story. I think if you follow the OMR podcast, there's a great episode recently come out with Mate Rimac, Lutz Meschke talking about. We have invested a lot of money into them. Because it's a journey. If we find something really good, then it's a journey over 4, 5, 6 years that we need to stay together, because if you think about our product life cycle, then our product life cycle is quite long. It's 8 years usually, 4 years development. So to get into the product and to really make it to something that the customer in the end can feel and drive, you just need to stick with it for this long. And that's why we're willing to go the way also to invest not only in the seed and in the early stages, but then follow investments as well.
this is interesting because when I did an investigation a few years ago, that was one of the big problems pretty much, that the corporates would start something and then 2 years in, ooh, this is really expensive, let's cut it off again. So would you guys say this is something that has been understood well throughout the corporate world? Like, is it now easy to explain, hey, we're going to need 8 years, or is that still hard sometimes?
I think the best example is actually what happened during COVID. I think when COVID hit or the pandemic hit, everyone was thinking that the easiest for corporate to do is to cut the innovation budget. And it is easy. But actually we saw the other side. We realized, I think the pandemic proved us how much we are depending on innovation and technology. And it's not only that corporate cut the budgets. I mean, we can also see it from the APX side, and now our startups working with corporates. I can tell you that 2021 was the best year for our portfolio companies to work with corporates, not only Axel Springer and Porsche. And I would maybe mention here that we invested in over 140 startups. At least 20% of them are working with either Porsche or Axel Springer, which is great. But also with other corporates, we just saw that there are more budgets. People are more eager to implement innovation because it was a really great time to really focus on what in the future can actually change the way we work and the way we kind of like live or commute. So we actually saw that the opposite, that corporates only increase the budget of innovation, and I would assume that's just the beginning.
Dina, I mean, innovation also needs to happen in sustainable terms, of course. That's what you're the expert in. What did you see during the crises times that we have now? Has the topic gone into background, or what's the sentiment from the corporates that you talk to about this?
I mean, one thing is clear, it's part of the agenda of every company. And everybody or every company is looking for guidance, for partnerships, for new business, for innovative startups to work with to really improve in sustainability. And what I see is it's like really happy about the real commitment to sustainability by lots of companies. But still, like, lots of them are in baby shoes and need to improve a bit more. But that's nothing I need to judge about.
But I read in an interview that you gave that you also had to deny some companies access to your platform because they didn't meet your criteria. Can you share what you're looking for in their commitment?
I mean, the biggest criteria is really a true commitment to sustainability, I must say. The thing is, we started working with lots of companies and lots of companies that are not sustainable yet in every angle. But the thing is, to really make an impact, to really make a difference, we need all. We need all companies to work with. I mean, as you just mentioned, I used to be a professional soccer player. When I entered the field, I didn't leave my goalkeeper in the cabin. So, like, we need everyone to work together. We need everyone to really make a change. And that's why some companies start, like, really in the early stage on their journeys. Some are, like, already quite good developed, and the rest, yeah, you need to take all of them by their hands. That's why the most important criteria is true commitment to sustainability. And the fact that we didn't work together with a couple of companies was because of, yeah, the issue of greenwashing we are always facing, of course. And as we are doing a lot of communication, as we are a platform that, yeah, is maybe attractive to lifestyle brands, as we are quite aesthetic and trying to not be finger pointing, to more look with a positive mind on sustainability and sustainable innovation. Lots of companies wanted to work with us, but only in communications, not in real deep work, not in collaboration, not in taking action, and that's something we deny.
More, you mentioned budget and KPIs. How about culture in terms of corporates meet startups? I've heard some very interesting stories in the past about that became a problem. Is the understanding, has it become better over the time, or is this still something where you have to navigate a lot?
Obviously, it's a kind of like a rough journey. And I think every startup will say it. It doesn't matter if you're early stage or even a bit more mature. corporates and startups are kind of like, I would say, two different animals, and they need to understand how to talk to one another, also in the same, I would say, language. And that's why there are people like us, that's our job, to actually be that middle woman, I would say, and to kind of like connect one another. But I think that the way we do it, especially working with corporates, it's not to kind of like go to Porsche and say, hey, do you need this startup, and we will come to pitch. I mean, it's more of the understanding how to work together. And usually what we tell our startups is go and ask for feedback. There is a sentence saying, if you ask for money, you get advice. If you ask for advice, you get money. And that's what we truly believe in it. If you want to build the best product, you need to talk to your clients. And that's the only way that you will be able to continue to develop and eventually to create the kind of like best product that fits to your clients. And it doesn't matter who they are. So obviously there are challenges. I think that eventually it will become less challenging, and we see great success. I mean, I think we spoke about Sharpist. We also have another startup we invested in that is actually here called $, and that's exactly what they are doing, providing this platform for corporates and startups to work together. So there are a lot of great examples. I think the important thing is also to learn from the mistakes or the failures and to understand how we are moving forward.
Yeah, to sum up, maybe Johannes, what is the recipe for success for a good corporate and startup collaboration?
Yeah, I think there is no silver bullet. I think patience is very important, as you mentioned more. You won't hit gold the first time. You need to learn. Both parties need to learn to understand what the other party needs. Then it can work. I think from a startup, from a corporate perspective, you need a plan. Otherwise, it's just playing around. So you need to have an idea what you really want. And you need to do it in such a way that it fits your corporate culture. And for us, for Porsche, that is internal. We need to have it in processes. There need to be clear responsibilities. We need to know what the budget is. Then we have the freedom to play and go out and develop something together. So that would be my advice. Do it in such a way that it fits your company. For us, that's the way we do it.
Yeah, Mord, Lena, Johannes, thank you so much for this panel. I hope everyone learned something tonight. Yeah, it's been a long day today. And enjoy the conference. And I'll see you in the crowd, I guess.
Thank you.
Give it up for our panelists, please.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Awesome. I just thought for a second I'd come out here and have a little bit of a chat because the whole time you're getting comfortable looking out to the front. The next conversation is about the next big opportunity. So I just want to know really quickly, you can just stand and yell at me, what do you think is the next biggest opportunity for the next decade? Is it AI? Is it cognitive computing? Is it solutions to the climate problem? What do you think is the next biggest opportunity? Who's got an answer? Next biggest opportunity. You can point to yourself if you think you're the next biggest opportunity. That's totally fine too. Come on, come on. I want to hear. I know we got a smart group of people. What did you say? Peace. Peace. Good. Finding solutions for peace and working together is necessary. Possibly also the next biggest potential and solution. Hit me with more. Come on. Let's get a little bit of dialogue here. It's better than making you guys dance, which is the other option. It's like, all right, we're all going to stand up and dance a little bit. So, next biggest opportunity. What do you think is hot technology-wise? AI? Everything that is AI-based? Fantastic. That's the next biggest thing that you think. Okay. Anyone else want to share a thought? What you think is the next biggest? What do you think is the next biggest thing? Web3, good. We had a lovely panel about Web3. This next gentleman is going to make a case that impact investing is the next biggest thing. He is, of course, a serial entrepreneur, an investor, a climate activist. You have seen him already in the last panel. I'm really excited for what he's doing because he's not just professionally charged about this, he's personally charged. And he's going to share his story of how he went through the motions and how he's transformed his life and hopefully the world around him. He's also the founder of Pirate Impact. Please welcome the wonderful Ferry.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Dan, for the vivid introduction. I want to talk about, indeed, the biggest opportunity of the next decade, and actually the next 2 decades, probably. And that is, from my perspective, impact investing, also the topic around climate tech. And first, I'll dive a little bit into my entrepreneurial background. How did I move from being a financial capitalist towards impact capitalist? And then impact capitalism, and finally also about Pirate Impact, basically our family office that we're investing from at the moment. So, my journey started in 2009. After finishing my bachelor's degree, I co-founded Daily Deal. It was a completely different time. The ecosystem in Berlin barely existed. And after 22 crazy months and scaling the company to 350 people, we managed to sell to this gentleman in the middle in 2011. So that was very vivid. We, after 1.5 years with Google, actually bought the company back, had to restructure it quite a bit, turned it profitable, and then sold it again in 2015. This was the night, January 31st, 5 a.m., Google office in Berlin, when we signed the contract for buying back. You can see the guy in the middle, our Google manager. He was happy. We were very happy. On the right-hand side, my brother, we gained our entrepreneurial freedom back. And yeah, so that was a great time. Then in 2016, I co-founded Forto, a digital freight forwarding business. That means moving containers and pallets from A to B, mostly Asia to Europe and Europe into the world. The company also grew quite a lot. We're more than 700 people now, 600 million in funding. But I decided to move from the CEO role into the board in 2020 in order to focus full force on combating climate change. So now you might think it's quite a way from moving containers to fighting climate change. Yeah, quite the opposite. And this didn't happen overnight. It was actually a journey that started in early 2015 for myself. And the first step out of 4 steps in this journey for me was learning. Essentially learning about the climate crisis, understanding how huge this problem actually is, and realizing that we need to act and that otherwise we'll end up in very big trouble. And so I read a couple of books, watched a couple of movies here, just an example of a few ones that I can recommend that give you a good holistic picture. Yeah? And the first step that I then took in terms of action was improving and reducing my own personal footprint. And I did kind of the standard things by now everyone knows, so became mostly vegan, green electricity, solar on the roof, sunsetted the combustion engine car, etc. And today I'm below 7 tons of CO2, which is below German average, but obviously for a sustainable world still too high. The next step was to see how can I scale the impact that I have from myself to my company. And at Forto, founded in 2016, we measured and reduced and compensated our footprint from day one on. So it's always been on the agenda. Nevertheless, we're not an impact company per se, right? It's a logistics company, but any company, no matter what the product is, can create an impact. And that's what we also did then on company level. Later on, even pushing that towards the product side. That means we're today creating transparency for our customers so that they, first of all, understand how much am I actually emitting when I move 2 containers from Shanghai to Munich. Yeah? How can I reduce that by choosing, for example, a different transport mode? And then ultimately, I have to compensate because zero-emission transport isn't available yet. Yeah? So that was the second step, moving from self to company. The third step was then, how can I move from one company to as many companies as possible? And that was the foundation. This was our press conference that we did, this picture here, in 2019, the Foundation of Leaders for Climate Action. What are we? It's a non-profit organization building a community, and that community, the members, commit to climate action and to climate neutrality for the CEO personally. So really part of that commitment is also measuring your individual, personal, private footprint, but most important and more important, also doing that on company level. Yeah? And this community actually grew quite a lot. If we look at it today, it's more than 1,700 members with almost 400,000 employees all in 40 countries, with the end result of having reduced or compensated almost 1 million tons of CO2. Yeah, it's lots of the big companies, mostly digital, I have to say, but also tons of small companies. And we're giving them essentially the tools in order to become climate neutral and accelerate their climate action journey. And the fourth step for me was then essentially 100% committing to this cause. As said, moving out of Forto and focusing all of my time on this. And I got the chance to give a TEDx talk. After moving to the board, the first thing I did was actually write a book on climate action for entrepreneurs. And then essentially now the focus on climate tech investing through our family office. Now let's talk about capitalism. So, I mean, we all know for the last 200, 250 years, we've been living a financial capitalist system that is optimizing for profit. This system has essentially generated lots of progress, lots of wealth, a lot of good things. But from my perspective, maybe over the last 2 decades, we've reached a tipping point. And this system is actually by now creating more harm than positive things if we look at it holistically. Yeah? Why is that? First, it's ignoring externalities. On the one hand side, environmental externalities. On the second hand side, social topics are not taken into account. So we're first of all destroying our environment, and second of all creating lots of social disparity. And that's why we think that we actually need to transform our financial capitalist system towards an impact capitalism that essentially drives those two aspects, namely environmental sustainability and at the same time also social equity. So we need to move away from a profit-only culture towards a people, planet, and profit culture at the same time. Because I guess that's obvious and everyone agrees, capitalism is an extremely powerful tool, but we've been using it not in the best way. And if we change that, I think we can make it a huge driver into a positive direction. Now, impact capitalism is not just investing. I see, or I would define it as 3 different pillars that are needed in order to get there. First, we do need a mindset shift. And that can be created through awareness, yeah, and hopefully ultimately leads to a behavioral change. Away from short-termism, away from profit only and my own wallet, and towards a more collaborative and long-term thinking. Second, legislation. We do need to put a price on carbon, and we do need effective legislation in order to foster and to move into this direction. Yeah? And third, it is also impact investing. That means we have lots of technologies at hand that we need to move towards a sustainable world, also to reach carbon neutrality by 2050, but we're not quite there yet. I would say we have maybe 70% of the tech that we need. There is a gap, and that gap needs to be funded, needs to be developed, and then also obviously deployed. And all of those 3 things together need to change simultaneously in order to move us and also create a systemic change. Now, if we look on or double click kind of on the impact investing part, I think it's important for all of us, for all entrepreneurs here, for everyone who's also investing and managing wealth to really position her or himself. And there are 3 forms. First is the traditional profit only, I'm creating more harm, more problems, business as usual. Second is the ESG themed investing, I would say. That means I do less harm, I create a little bit of a blacklist, yeah? I don't do the worst things, but I'm still pretty agnostic and I'm still part of the problem. Yeah? And impact investing is essentially investing into companies that are actively contributing to a better environment and also to social equity in a measurable way, in an interlocked way, yeah, and also with a very clear intention. That means the positive impact that I'm creating, it's not by accident a side effect, but I'm only here to create that positive impact. Yeah? And that is then actively doing good, and that is the transition that we need to move to, and also need to move the capital into that direction. If we look at it, where do we stand today? Roughly 220 trillion investable capital, and a bit less than 1% in the impact bucket. That's clearly not enough. Yeah. But the good thing is that the tide is changing. This bucket is growing quickly, yeah, but not quick enough yet. There are lots of other initiatives and lots of statements that are being done or being made also from companies on the one hand side, from nations on the other hand side. So statements are good into the right direction, but timeline is way too late. And a statement of becoming climate neutral by 2045 usually doesn't trigger a lot of action today and tomorrow. Yeah. Now, what I also want to say, I mean, if we look at this, you know, impact, investing, return, etc., typically we've been looking at return, now we're looking at impact. 5 years ago, people would have said, okay, either I generate return or I have impact. Yeah? By now, those two things are overlapping, heavily overlapping, and my thesis is even that creating a positive impact will be mandatory in order to build really big and really successful companies. And here just a couple of examples of unicorns from Europe, from the US, companies that you know. So the topic of impact and climate tech investing is absolutely out of the niche. Yeah? It's not a niche game anymore. And I believe that the biggest and most successful companies that we'll see in this decade will be in this area. Yeah? And the overall equity value of all impact companies is already today more than $1.6 trillion. Now, a couple of last words regarding private impact. So we've basically started 1.5 years ago investing from our family office. And very simple and brief, we have an 80% focus on climate tech, but also do 20% of social impact. Social impact for us, mostly education, targeted towards developing countries. And within climate, it's about energy, it's about carbon removal, it's about food, and also enabling enterprises on their journey to carbon neutrality. We are investing stage agnostic and across the EU and Europe, but also some investments or also do have a mandate basically to operate globally. Couple of examples, a few companies that we've invested in. One based in Berlin, Solar, yeah, essentially facilitating or enabling single-family homes to put solar onto their roof in a more efficient way, combined with EV charging, combined with battery storage. One company we've invested in that is actively contributing to a better world. Second, this one you probably don't know, Running Tide, US-based, East Coast, up north in Portland, company that is actually deploying kelp and at biodegradable buoys, kelp seedlings on a line, on a string line, into the ocean, let them float for 6 to 9 months, grow the kelp, the buoy dissolves, kelp sinks to the ground. A relatively smart way to sequester carbon. It doesn't take up any land. And it's a pretty unlimited, the ocean, especially the ocean ground, is a pretty unlimited storage that we have. And third, ZeroAvia, also US-based company that is developing hydrogen electric engines for airplanes. They were the first to fly a 6-seater. They are now in the process of flying a 20-seater based on hydrogen, the first that they've done that in the US. This is obviously a long shot. Lots of regulation, but also a very interesting one. And last, just a couple of resources if you want to dive deeper into the topic. My book, obviously I'll recommend it. And here a couple of podcasts, Climate Tech VC newsletter, for example, really very comprehensive, especially for the whole startup world. A couple of other podcasts, My Climate Journey, very US-centered, but lots of good content out there, easily digestible, and can get you going on this topic in a good way. Yeah, last, I think it's on all of us, and I think this quote from Antonio Guterres, climate action is the barometer of leadership in today's world. I couldn't agree more. I hope you're taking this also as another step to accelerate your own journey, and thanks a lot for your attention.
All right, thank you so much.
There's something stuck to his bottom.
Okay, so if some of you are interested about the book or the podcast, anything, Ferry is very kind to be standing here on the side. Please do talk to him. I think one of the nice things about Hinterland of Things is speakers actually stay, and so you can actually talk to them. So please make use of the opportunity. I know it's nice to see us on the big jumbo screen or on a tweet, but talk to people as they hear. This man next to me is the reason I am here. So first of all, thank you for bringing me to your home and to your space that you're so proud of, as you should be. You are an ecosystem builder of many things. I mean, you've got an official role at Hinterland of Things, but I think what you're passionate about is building ecosystems. You have been in the US, you've been here. I'm going to ask you a super obvious question. What does this region have that no part of the world has? What's truly unique when it comes to entrepreneurship and innovation?
When I say it's, so it would be a little bit cheesy if I say the hinterland. So the ecosystem is really more than just the people, but it's the combination of ecosystem meetings ecosystem. So it's really important, and it's it's cheesy, but it's true. The hinterland is special, and no other ecosystem has that.
So now I got you to share something positive. Given what the panel is going to be about now, what do you think is the greatest challenge that this region has that they need to overcome to really foster innovation?
Yeah, I think we really have to work together. So this day we saw people talking about action, about creating things, and afterwards about how to shape it. And now it's not the time to talk. We just really need to start and get it going. And this is all about today.
So talking about action, can you all please give a nice round of applause for Simon and his panelists as they come up here?
So hello, I'm really happy to have the three of you here. We have 30 minutes and we want to talk about breaking down barriers to foster innovation, because this is really a topic that we heard today in a lot of panels. We need to innovate, we need to foster entrepreneurship, and we need to break down barriers, and we want to work together. And this is the core of this whole conference. So I'm really happy to introduce Anna. And Anna is partner at McKinsey in the Helsinki office, and you're responsible and leading McKinsey's sustainable efforts and green business building in Europe. So warm welcome for Anna. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Also here on stage with me is Gerald. Gerald is the CTO of SUSE, and you've been with the company for 25 years, and it's a pleasure to have you here talking about open innovation and open source. So it's a pleasure to have you.
Thank you.
And last but not least, David. We haven't met before, but it's pretty interesting that you founded, it's your fourth startup, and now you're on the, innovation comes as a collective approach. And we have a lot of challenges we're facing, and now we really want to talk about how we are doing this and how open source, how green business building works, and what every one of us can do. So Anna, the first question to you. Europe is striving to be the first climate-neutral continent, and we heard it from Ferry before, but actually what's your position? Where do we stand now, and what's really need to be done from your perspective to reach that goal to be carbon neutral as a continent?
Well,
We actually very recently looked at how quick or where are we in terms of scaling those technologies that will make us carbon neutral. And although I think many people would say, oh, we've gone so quickly on the energy generation side, for instance, from conventionals to renewables, EVs are basically becoming almost the norm for new cars, etc. Actually, our analysis shows that the scaling pace is still not fast enough. We still need to go faster. And of course, what it means in practice is different things for different technologies. So if you want to build more wind parks, we need more land for them if they are onshore. If we want more EVs on the roads, that means more charging opportunities, etc. So it depends what we need to do, but I think the first thing is we need to realize we're nowhere yet. And also maybe for corporates, which should be a great message, is that when we're looking at demand for be it carbon-free steel or green cement, renewable electricity, the demand is much bigger than the supply right now. So we're seeing big premium building up for sustainable offerings. So again, just get our sleeves up and start or accelerate the scaling is basically the ask.
That's pretty cool. And I have a quote from you. You said, because Ferry said it as well, impact has stepped from the margins to the center of business strategy now. And it's really in the core of each organization to shape this strategy. So there's plenty of awareness, but what actions really need to follow on this? Because it's just a saying, but can you give us some, what can we do to even have a bigger impact in the strategy side?
Well, maybe one answer is to work together from a corporate perspective with guys like these. So actually, take on other people's innovations and then use your muscles to scale. That's definitely one. Another is probably just to forego the idea that everything happens on a yearly cycle and you have a 5-year strategy and then you execute, but rather start to think about strategy as a continuous process where you make decisions all the time and move in a much faster cycle, just to pick two things.
But what's pretty interesting to myself is we are a regional conference with a nationwide impact, and having you on stage as a European, and your work is focusing on Europe, and you focus on guiding clients to be more sustainable and to a circular approach. So what can we do in Europe to really reduce the carbon, not only the carbon footprint, but to have this change of mindset to get everybody engaged and to build a community that really takes actions, and that's, so what follows there afterwards? Is this the business building side, is it the strategy side? So where do we start?
Well, I think actually people in here and all the similar events across Europe will play a huge role, because people will change when there's something attractive and interesting thrown at them. So I think quoting you here when we stood sort of beside the stage here and talked, if you make it easy enough for people to be sustainable, buy circular, easy and affordable enough, they will actually do it. So it's also about bringing these offerings to the market so that people know what choice to make. Fairly few people are ready to do a lot of research, but when you can get your oat milk for your coffee in your regular supermarket, it's pretty easy to make that choice.
And when we look on the technology side, so Gerald is an expert in CTO, it sounds to me like we have all this technology just in place, and we talked before about the circular approach of open source being the catalysator for business building, and to have this approach like everybody can work on this project on an open source solution and it comes back. Is this the core of being sustainable when you develop products and the software?
I think it can make a huge difference, and it's interesting, in some of the previous panel sessions, I was sitting there and thinking, we have been doing it like this for 20, 25, 30 years. And it's a little unfair because in software some things are easier. Like you can't just build a bridge and see whether it works. With software, sometimes that's what people do. But really, if I look how we work in open source, then when I say open source, I mean real open source, which is based on communities, on collaboration, not some corporation taking a piece of software, putting an open source license on it and putting it on some server and say this is open source. technically that's open source, that's not my open source. So when I really look what I call true open source, or open source if you will, then that's where usually from a nucleus, like this Finnish student Linus Torvalds, who created something and then invited people to join, and then there is volunteers joining, but I mean in the world that we are, there's companies joining. And so the for me fascinating things, and the things when we get new colleagues that often fries their brains, is that we work very closely with our competitors. If you look at the open source projects, our engineers and engineers of all of our competitors tend to work on the same project. And in general, we are really good about avoiding policies, about corporate, don't work with this guy, don't work with that. And it's then the power of many. The power of many that creates innovation and that allows us to build a stable and rich fundament, a foundation. And on top of that, and I think that's maybe a lesson for some other industries to look at, on top of that foundation, that's where we differentiate. By taking the bits, productizing them, adding along a life cycle, adding services, documentation, making sure the quality is right, etc., and by integrating things. So work together out in the open where everyone can contribute, regardless of nationality, location, language, as long as their language is sufficient to communicate. Gender, whatever. And then use this as the stable base and as the rich base to run upon. And then you don't need to do all the nitty-gritty details alone, but you share that.
So Anna, coming back to you, when you hear that, that must be, in my mind, the perfect way on how to start green business building. Getting right people in the right room, having the same goal, and then finally, hopefully, achieving that goal. What's your approach when you work with a client and then, okay, we have this goal, we want to reduce carbon dioxide, or we want to have a more impact and being more sustainable. Is this an approach that the open source kind of approach is something that you would be saying is the core of venture building when you work with clients, or is there still the dogma in we work in silos, or how does it work when you have a common vision and a common goal?
I think there's a big difference, or in my experience, it's not my thinking, but in my experience there's a difference. You have entrepreneurs who are very, how should I say, they're very keen to work with other people in the ecosystem, but not the guys who do the same thing, right? So they are very cognizant that customers, suppliers are all part of their scaling story, so they have to start working with them early on. The type of fully open source approach, if we think about actual physical technologies to be scaled, is maybe not the norm, but what we are seeing is that people are still very interested to learn from each other. And if I take an example of an area that we're quite involved with, long duration energy storage. So basically electricity storage that has a duration beyond regular batteries, so beyond 8 hours. There are many different technologies, and nobody quite knows yet what will work and won't work. And we brought these players together into a group to compare notes and to try to understand. So basically, like, provide positive peer pressure on each other. Who scales first? Who gets the cost to a competitive level first? And that has been, and then customers of theirs have joined, and they're of course keen to show their customers or potential customers that they have a good solution. So this type of networks with, I think, slightly the same idea, but of course because it's more complicated than sharing code in a way, which is a universal language.
Yeah, sure. But we heard before, like, in a lot of discussions I had earlier, it was like, okay, we have 70% of the technologies that's already built. And we have an entrepreneur here, and it must be shocking that there's no room for innovation left. But where do we get the innovation from when everything is already being built? So maybe a question for the three of you. How can we keep up being entrepreneurial and the spirit to innovate? And the open source, I love the approach, but I also totally get why business building is so important and working with clients to own this technology, if I got it right.
Yeah, I think David would have a lot of answers to this, but if I do it real quick, the innovation is around actually making an offering that somebody wants to buy out of the technology that you have. It's about making it cheap enough. It's about actually figuring out how you scale the technology. So if it's in this size, it works in a certain way. When you make it 1,000-fold in size, you have a few innovations. Maybe it's engineering problems partly, but there's also more innovation to be done. So it's a lot about taking the idea, the seed innovation, and then applying multiple different innovations on top to actually create a business that actually eventually starts reducing carbon emissions or increasing circularity or whatnot.
But then it sounds to me like, Gerald, that you have an unfair advantage because you have a worldwide community working for you, for your product, and to keep innovating and to make the product better. It's the entrepreneurial approach of lean startup in the core.
I mean, truth be told, the majority of my developers doesn't work for SUSE, right? So the majority of people who develop our products aren't on our payroll, which clearly from a financial perspective is great. It also means you need to be really good at communicating, because if you're in a company, you have management control, but if you work with communities, the project may decide to go in directions which is not exactly where you have needs, or you have special needs and something breaks because people are not aware of those needs. So bottom line, it's totally the right thing. What I'm saying is communications, and sharing, and then you get those circles of contribution, something richer, you consume, you contribute. And we shouldn't just think of code or product. I'm often seeing users and like having, in our case, end users at conferences, not even at our house event, but at specific Linux or automotive or whatever conferences. And when they then tell the developers what their needs are and what their problems are, that usually initiates another cycle. So this input and this collaboration can be about reporting back experiences, reporting requirements, contributing in many other ways, not just code.
So David, finally coming back to you. When you hear all this and talking about collaboration, basically what you're doing is helping other companies to achieve the goal of being more sustainable. I have in my notes like 70 to 80% compensation in buying new products. But first, in your own words, what is Circularly doing and how did you come up with it? Because I love ideas that sound so simple, but I know how hard it is to really implement those.
It's the first time that I can actually describe my business model very simply. I sell used notebooks. Making that very simple thing run smoothly is insanely difficult, as you can imagine. So what we do is we try to make buying sustainable IT equipment easy for companies, and that's what we talked about earlier, and that's what Anna mentioned. We need to make it extremely easy as buying new notebooks, and that's what we are trying to do. So we have access to a very large pool of used equipment, pre-owned equipment that is quality checked, that came back from mainly leasing in larger corporates. And we're trying to give small and medium-sized enterprises, also startups, a way of accessing that and making it easy to integrate that into their daily lives. I know from painful experience, so from the 4 different companies, that it's not easy to buy hardware for startups. I mean, usually I was the CEO sitting there, getting the notice, oh, by the way, we're getting 5 new people tomorrow. They don't have laptops yet. So making that experience a little less painful for the generations to come in startups. That's our goal. But with a twist of doing that in a sustainable way, because I strongly believe that we shouldn't go out and say, we want to do something sustainable, but it should be in everything that we do. So we should have an idea, and it should be completely natural to make that sustainable. So in my mind, it's not, I want to go out and do something sustainable, but I want to go out and do something, and of course it's going to be sustainable. And the moment we all get there, the problem's going to go away. I don't think we're going to get there anytime soon, but kind of working on that, so making the first step, that's what my passion is, making that first step in a direction where we all do something sustainable, making it easy for others to do so as well.
So, and when you hear this, it's a perfect pitch for, and I know the background and my background information and a little bit of research, you didn't do this on your own, but you did it in a collaborative way with another partner. How did this work?
So it's actually a perfect example for this group. It's a typical family company from southern Germany with a 4 billion balance sheet. And they do leasing for tech equipment to large corporates. That is our way into the supply of that equipment. So it's very safe to buy that because it came back from corporates. It gets reset in a very good way. And the idea came across through a cooperation with them. And that's one of the perfect examples for where a medium-sized company actually wants to do something new. And I very much admire the leaders of those companies who actually know they need to do something out of their ordinary business. They want to do something sustainable, and they have the reflection to actually not do it themselves, but actually get people who are also physically about 800 kilometers away from their headquarters. Because doing that inside of a corporate who's been very successfully operating a different business model for years, that's very difficult. I've seen that a couple times, also on the corporate side, so I used to be on the corporate side. I've seen that not working.
Why is it not working?
Say again?
So why is it not working when you say, okay, you saw it a lot of times that it didn't work? What's the showstopper?
It's so personal opinion. I think there's a completely different way of working in a corporate for a good reason. You shouldn't do things as casually as I do them with 10 employees with 50,000. It's a whole different ball game. So there are natural restrictions of how agile you can be. Changing the hosting for a large corporate, I wouldn't do that in an afternoon. If we decide to go from Azure to AWS, we do it. We do it, and that's the tech team decides on that. We do that in I don't know, a week, 2 weeks. If you do it in a corporate, I've seen that. If you try to do that in a week, that's not going to be pretty.
And when you look at your work in the past years, that's a great example of let's say, traditional company reinventing themselves, finding a new business models, and we love traditional companies here that ask themselves the same questions. So how can traditional companies identify those opportunities in becoming not only more sustainable, but also adapting a whole new business model on the sideline? Because like 2 goals achieved in 1 step. And what would the perfect process look like in your work? Where do you start, and how the whole implementation process takes place? It needs great entrepreneurs like David, but it needs also you, so it's a collaborative approach.
Yes, I think actually many of the good ideas are out there already as ideas, and really the difference between which ones then succeed is in the execution, and actually setting them up in a different way potentially. I think for most corporates that is the best solution, to separate like that. And then, as I think in the Porsche discussion earlier on, putting enough money behind them. So not trying to think that if you put a little bit over a long time, then maybe you'll find out, but rather you put the investment up front and that you time box it that way. And then you see if it flies or not, and then maybe you need to try something else. But most companies have a lot of great things. They have some core technologies, they have customers, they may have an asset footprint, and if you then put those next to the green growth trends that we see, it doesn't take more than an afternoon and a couple of people with a little bit of passion to come up with a long list of what could be working. And I think, so we are sitting with a library of a few hundred of these green growth ideas just off the shelf. But in reality, I think that's a fun, nice thing to start with, but that's not the difficult part. The difficulties come later.
Gerald, I have a few statements from your LinkedIn over the past years. You told me they're a little bit outdated, but I hope they're still the same. And one is actually that something that Anna really just mentioned before, building and leading products and engineering organizations. So how can organizations build their technology products, to still be competitive and not lose their core business when reinventing themselves?
I think one key word is listening. So when I look at product managers, the one thing to really drill into their heads, understand what the customer needs, not what they want. And I'm not saying when the customer comes into shop and says, I want a white t-shirt, tell him they need a pinstripe suit. That's not the point. But really, sometimes customers or we as consumers, we say, I want da-da-da. And that may or may not be the best option. So really understanding the use case of customers. So that's one thing I'm definitely listening for the product managers. For the product managers also to listen to engineers and get engineers out to listen to customers. So that's something we've done rather successfully. I mentioned earlier at conferences sometimes, but also giving then people space. Like we have something at SUSE, which is really a great example, I think, which is called Hack Week, where originally every engineer, but now pretty much anyone in the company has a week that's coming up in June, I think, the next one, and they can do whatever they want, unless there is a customer critical situation. But apart from that, they can do what they want. Some decide to virtually clean up the desk, but some take something they heard, the listening part, and create a prototype. Pick some colleagues, put something together, and then if the listening continues, the product managers have a look, see, there's a prototype, it's by far not finished, but what could we do with that? Could that address a customer problem I've heard? So this ongoing sharing, listening, collaborating, which obviously an open communications model and an open source model really supports ideally, I think that's key.
And one last thing to not only finish up the panel, but we need to talk about the current situation that's been developed over the last 3 to 4 months. And that's we love your approach, David, because we all see that new products are out of stock. Chip factories are down. We cannot innovate the way we want. And Anna, in the past years, you focus a lot in the sectors of being more sustainable. And due to the conflict in the Ukraine, now we see electric power, natural gas, and all the new renewable energy comes even more important to still continue being innovative. And I think SUSE has the same challenges all the traditional companies facing today. But can you share some insights how this sector especially breaks down or breaks barriers to innovate? Is this a chance, this crisis, to keep pushing to be even more sustainable? Or does it put us back 5 years ago and now we have to concentrate on being more resourcefulness?
I think all the signs I'm at least picking up is that people are trying to accelerate, partly for very blunt economic reasons. If gas is super expensive and the outlook of gas volumes or gas supply going down is real, then you try to ask yourself, what can I do instead? And of course, some short-term measures may be less sustainable, but the planning for the future definitely is trying to accelerate the change rather than the opposite. And I think the point about material shortages and component shortages should play straight into your bucket.
Absolutely. I mean, how I see this is a circular economy is by nature more resilient against crisis from the outside. I mean, not against crisis from the inside, but at least from the outside. If we reuse tech equipment, there is simply much smaller need to put in from the outside. So if a supply chain is disturbed and there's no equipment coming in from the outside, that is of course a very nice case where you say if we already had a functioning circular economy, we wouldn't need that much input. I mean, you see that in for example, leasing extensions, because there just simply is no new equipment coming in, so people extend their leases. So if you think about it, that's actually a threat for us even, because we live off that returned lease equipment, and if people extend their lease, there's a smaller market. We have a fairly good access, so that's actually, in the end, it's a very good opportunity for us. But for me, it's a very, very clear example of a circular economy making so much sense. And I would hope that people would understand that without a crisis, but if that's what it takes, then let's use that and get better.
Yeah, hopefully we all do that.
Yeah, and I think the question is, do you need a new cell phone every 2 years? Do you need a new, when you get computers, do you need a new computer? When you get a car, do you need a brand new car? And one of the problems we are seeing is this built-in obsolescence. I have old cell phones that still work perfectly, but I don't get updates anymore. So I'm exposed from the security side. Or a vendor might not support the operating system or whatever on the hardware, because the hardware probably is still perfectly fine. So this built-in obsolescence is a bigger problem. Part of that might need to be addressed legally. For cell phones, you can't just easily do your own system on top of that. But some of it is, I think, when we say innovation, what do we mean? Innovation doesn't necessarily need to be bigger, faster, whatever, more. It could also mean extending the life cycle of something, becoming more nimble, consuming less resources instead of ever more. So I think maybe part of it is what we consider innovation.
And maybe if I can chip in something that struck me when you combine the crisis with circularity and innovation, and a business idea that I don't think has been resolved yet, so I throw it out to the audience. Whoever solves food waste, I think, will really do a big favor for the planet. Because if you look at the situation right now with the food crisis, there's obviously a need to use everything we have. Food waste is also one of the biggest improvement areas around circularity if you look at waste in general. Improving food waste would be a huge contributor to biodiversity, in fact, because it's now creating agriculture. Agriculture is creating quite a bit of biodiversity problems. So whoever solves that one, I think, will really feel that they've had impact.
So the time is up, but I really want to thank the three of you for your work you're doing in the three different approaches. I love the way resourcefulness gets an even bigger impact. We saw it in B2C, now we finally see it in B2B. Open source as a community, as a factor we heard, can be a possible game changer to be connected in the whole world and not only in your own silo. And I see a lot of companies can learn from your approach and taking on the challenges and being resourcefulness and being great leaders and implementing green business building strategies. So thank you for your time. It was really a pleasure having you on stage and here in our home region at Hinterland. And if anybody of you want to follow up on this panel, you think you will be here a little bit longer. And now I am allowed to stay on stage, but I'm completely off. So big round of applause for these three lovely people.
Woo! Simon, when you told me about this event, you were you were very excited about one particular speaker.
Yeah.
That's coming at 4:30. Do you know who it is?
Oh yeah, it's Mr. Henderson.
Yes. Cal Henderson, who is the creator of Slack. So if you use Slack, he's the CTO of it. So we're actually going to do something quite special. If we can put up the slide, if you get your phone out, can you scan the QR code that is over here? Because I am going to take your questions. I am the guy who's going to be interviewing Cal, and I don't want it to be one way. Now, I would have jumped into the audience and been like, you ask questions, but I've realized you don't like that so much when I jump into the audience. So why don't you scan the code, choose any of the social media options, DM me, but I would love to take your questions. I'm very curious about Cal, but honestly, this event is about all of you coming here. So I'd love to get your questions and your thoughts as well. Also, I'm wondering, what's wrong with these seats over here? Nobody wants to come to the front. Well, this one has a little spillage, but everything else is fine. I think it's just safer out there. Can everybody do something for me just for 2 seconds, okay? Take both your hands, put it together, and you too, Simon, and then stretch it out. All the way to the left. Come on. Let that back crack. Yeah. All the way to the right. Yes. All right. Can you touch your toes? You're already seated. That's easy. Come touch your toes.
Oh, then you
Touch
didn't
your
tell me
toes.
that. So.
Stretch a little bit. Come on. Excellent. You know, post-lunch is always a little bit harder, right?
Yeah.
But I hope you guys are enjoying and that you're getting a lot of useful information. What is this conversation going to be about?
With Alice.
Yeah.
Oh, we are talking about a lot. We're talking about opportunities. We are talking about the French and German friendship. We're talking about the investment sector in Europe, boundaries, opportunities, impact, and all the challenges that we can't solve it through entrepreneurship and funding entrepreneurs. Not only with money, but with passion. And I'm really looking forward to this panel because Alice flew in from Paris this morning, so I'm really happy to have her on stage.
Amazing. So with no further ado, can we give a warm Hinterland welcome to wonderful Alice?
Alice, it's a really pleasure to have you on stage, have you here in Bielefeld, because you're really the first French investor, entrepreneur, being here at Hinterland, and you have such a great ecosystem, and we really want to talk about this, and we're talking about Europe, about funding, about Rivera, what you are doing. And basically I want to start with a personal note, because we met through a mutual friend, Robin, and I know he's a great guy, and he says hello, so all the best wishes. But tell us a little bit more about how you started Rivera and what's so special here.
Yeah, thank you, Simon. It's a pleasure to be here, and it's really an honor for me to discover Bielefeld and to discover the great ecosystem that you have built and that you're building. So I'm one of the founding partners of Revaya, which is a growth fund that we launched in 2018 to back mission-driven entrepreneurs that are building global leadership, sustainability position. So we want to back companies that are the champions of tomorrow, that come from Europe, because we believe that in Europe we have a very strong ecosystem, and that are building tech scale-ups, international companies, that will be there 5, 10, 50 years from now, and that will be global champions.
And you closed your first fund with a total volume of 500 million?
It's 250 million euros.
And now I spoil it because there's another fund coming up in the next...
Yeah, so we do growth stage investments, so we invest in tech companies that have already met their product market fit, that have started to internationalize, and we invest equity, so we typically invest between 10 and 50 million euro. And our first fund, we closed it last year. It was 250 million euro, because as growth stage investors, we had to invest this amount. And so we've invested in companies such as Algolia, which is a B2B search engine. We invested into Frontify, which is a Swiss company brand management platform. Invested into DeepKey, which is a climate tech companies. And so today we've invested into 12 growth stage companies from Series B to pre-IPO. So this is what we do. And now we are about to launch Fund 2.
And going back in the early days of your fund, and as we talked the first time, it sounds so easy. And Robin said, okay, fundraising for a startup is hard. Just start closing a fund. But what was the biggest challenge in opening up the company and start going and get the funds? And even what I want to end with, is there any help in Europe on this sector to really connect this and think it European and not in this, okay, we do it for France, but we need to have impact, we need to get help? And how was this thing? So where did you start?
Yes, so it's good questions. It takes lots of work and a lot of luck to be able to do so. And so I've always been an investor, so I used to be private equity investor and then growth investor. and thought that there was a big need, a big opportunity. I was noticing that the growth stage market in Europe was really ramping up. When we look at this market that is growing today, is mostly covered by non-European investors, by US investors, Asian investors, which is great because we need capital, we need the expertise, but we thought that there was a need to have a European platform that would fit with the ambitions of the new generation of entrepreneurs, and also that would put our conviction into the market. It was hard, obviously, like any entrepreneurial journey. The big issue is to be able to create the portfolio, create the team, and raise capital, and to do everything at once. Where we were very fortunate because I think it was the right timing and we had the right alignment of planet. So 2021 was an outstanding year in terms of growth investment, in terms of sustainability also investment in Europe. And so this is really a positioning that we have at Revaya. And we were also very fortunate we were doing this job of being growth stage investor for the past decade. And so having this very strong track record, having back the first generation of companies that are now listed on the NASDAQ, I think it helped. And I feel that what we've started to do at Revaya is that since day one, we wanted to be international. And so that's why today we have a team of 16 people that is split between Paris, Berlin, and New York and Toronto. And we are very strong believer in the French-German partnership in order to be able to create this at least European champions after going and seeing internationally. And so what I think, what we have now in the ecosystem is that there is a lot of public support to the tech ecosystem. In Germany, there is KfW. In France, there is BPI France. At the European level, there is EIF. And so we don't have all these institutions as investors, but nevertheless, I think it requires education to think that there is a need for European growth capital, and we can all participate to it.
We always look into, when we see Station F in France, I always admire it. I admire the mission-driven thing. But you said, okay, there's so much more that we can learn from each other, because we are doing great things here in Germany with all the small ecosystems being connected. And in France, everything is really centralized. But this is a challenge, but also an opportunity to learn from both ecosystems. So what would you say was your biggest learning when you said, okay, we are going in a European approach and not only to be concentrating on France?
Yes, I think that in Europe we have a very fragmented market. And so having such a fragmented market is one of the reasons why we're lagging behind the US, for example, or Asia, that have much more larger local markets. But it's also a huge opportunity because we have, with France and Germany and the Nordics and Southern Europe, we have lots of local cultures, we have lots of know-how, there is very strong talent pool, and I think that with European Union, there is the willingness to work together and to join forces in order to create European digital sovereignty. And so I think one of the things that we have in Europe that there is not in the US or in Asia is there is lots of different languages, obviously, but now with English, we manage to talk and communicate so easily together. We have lots of regulatory issues, but that is an opportunity because it means that as Europeans, we know how to tackle these regulatory issues, and we can create very interesting companies in the healthcare system, in the fintech system, where you don't have one very large market, but knowing how to crack it country by country is really a strength, and it's really a sizable asset to be able to scale. And so it's true that French system is much more centralized that you have here in Germany. But the way that we're thinking about things at Revaya is really joining France and Germany and thinking as a global market. And I think that Brexit really was an opportunity,
No,
an
well,
opportunity for us to strengthen it further.
Yeah, I totally agree. So, but again, looking at the opportunities we are seeing, and we're both agreeing on, okay, we need to work together. This franchise is great, but the franchise is only this great when you're not doing anything. So, what would be like your action plan on how to start a movement, even connecting those two countries on the investment side closer together? Is there something in the progress? Is there something already that I haven't seen in my research, or what would help?
Yeah, that's a good question. I think that, first of all, there has to be the willingness to do things together. And from what I noticed from traveling in Germany and meeting German people also coming to France, I think that there is very strong willingness to build bridges together. And I think that we will be able to tackle the climate issues, we will be able to tackle the societal issues only by working together. And it's working together, old economy, new economy, it's working together France and Germany, it's working together early stage, late stage. So it's really this idea of building bridges. What I think that one of the beauty of growth investing is that money is international.
Yeah.
And so that is, if there is one thing that works very well in this French and German partnership, that's today when you look at growth stage capital, it's not local. And actually when you look at companies that are raising Series C and above, 3/4 of these rounds are raised by non-local players, non-European players. So there is no excuse not to do things together, especially at the growth stage, because at the growth stage we have companies that have already opened 1, 2, 10 countries, 50 countries. And so I think that one of our conviction at Revaya is that a key element to be able to scale is to give continuity between venture growth and public markets. So this is what we call crossover capital. So we see that IPO is not the end of the journey, but it's a milestone in the story of a successful company. And so I think that this crossover segment and this later stage segment is really a segment that by working together, the listing market between France, Germany, and the other European countries, growth investors like us at Revaya opening offices in different countries. I think this is really one first start. And if we are able to bring fluidity between venture growth and public market, I think that this is where we will be able to create large and ambitious exits. And I think that whenever we have these very large exits, it's further support to build this mission of having our global champions.
Yeah, that's pretty nice because the market is so big and the opportunities are so great. But why are there so few? You just mentioned so few growth opportunities, and then it must be really hard to find the perfect match to invest in. How do you do it? How does your deal flow looks like to, okay, I found a great startup. Is it the technology? Is it the team? Okay, we already do this. We don't need to discuss this. But what's the decision behind this? Because you're so mission-driven, and I know this. There are so few growth stage investment funds that are led by women, and it's like 3%, I think, or 2%.
Yeah, there is not enough.
Not enough.
There is definitely a gender gap in the tech ecosystem, and there is also a gender gap in the venture or growth ecosystem. But once we are aware of it, we're working toward reducing this gap, because adding more women to the tech space or to the growth space is adding more diversity, but also adding more talent. And it's through the talent pool that we'll be able to build this, to join forces. And
that's, in my kind of perspective, we always teach our teams in the Founders Foundation to set it up diverse, because we know that teams are better when you set them in a diverse way. So why don't we follow their own talking? It's like, okay, you teach them or your portfolio companies to be this, and you are not doing the same way. So it's a paradox.
Yeah, it is. It's always easier to say things than to do things. And I feel that this is really what drove us to launch Revaya. It's we're passionate about investing, we're passionate about discovering entrepreneurs and believing in these dreams, but we thought that it was time for action. And so instead of waiting for others to do things that we think should be done, we said, let's roll up our sleeves and let's do it ourselves. And so I think that it's exactly the way we're thinking about our investment at Revaya. So we want to invest in companies that are very performant, but also that take into account society, planet. And it's about prioritizing companies that are in purpose-driven model, education, healthcare, climate, but also it's about working with companies, helping them build their sustainability roadmap. So I think diversity and inclusion, we're all aware, but we don't really do things. Yes, we can do very simple things. We should agree on targets.
What kind of things? Sorry to interrupt, but...
Think about the board of a company. Oftentimes when we invest, our board are mostly composed of financial investors and of male. And so we say, let's try to bring operational expertise to this board. We bring independent board members. Let's try to add 1, 2, 3 women to the board. And that we can do that at the board, but we can do that also throughout the talent pool of the company. So we think about very simple targets, KPIs in terms of diversity and inclusion, and it's not from one day to the next that you're going to completely change the way your company is run in terms of diversity and inclusion, but if you don't set it as a priority, you just don't get results. So our way of thinking is really, we set these targets, we look at benchmark, we look at ideas. So we're working on a toolbox for sustainability that we provide for our portfolio companies because they are asking us, I want to do more, but where do I start? So we say, these are the list of providers that you can work with. If you want to think about diversity and inclusion, let's have training, and the whole team should be trained, not only women. Men should be trained about it. And so this is one element. Environment, we ask all our companies to calculate their carbon footprint, because first step towards reducing your carbon emission is to be aware of how much you consume, and then you can act, reduce, establish the action plan. So the way of thinking is really action plan driven. We like, for example, companies that are going through the B Corp label because it's about changes and making continuous progress. This is what we do at Revaya as a firm. And I feel that more and more people are really, entrepreneurs and investors are willing to go into this direction, which is a very good sign.
I love the approach and I love the mission. And Robin, I don't know if you're listening, but I really want to say hello. You cannot
Thank you, Robin.
Thank you for making this possible to matchmake this. And,
Yes.
and I love the approach really to mission-driven and sustainability. And I can tell you will be staying on stage for the following panel talking about early stage B2B investment with another really amazing group of investors. Alice, thank you again for being here on stage to welcome you to our ecosystem. Hopefully we meet again or in Paris. Let's continue this French and German friendship. It was an honor and a pleasure. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
All right, so we've had one good fireside chat, and now, come on with me. Let's walk up on stage. We're going to go to one final panel conversation before we bring out some really special speakers. So, Larissa, you've been here once before.
Yes.
You're now back here again. As a journalist, what's the story of Hinterland of Things 2022? What's the headline? What's this experience been like?
Then I'm so sorry, but I think I can't share at the moment. But you'll read about that sooner or later in Handelsblatt.
We'll read about it. That's a good plug as well for what you're doing.
Yeah, I can give you a hint. So it will be about the future of space, I guess. So that's a story I heard about today, and I'm very excited to share it in a few days.
Very good. And now tell me, what's this panel going to be about?
Oh, this panel is about what to expect from the B2B market. So B2B means business to business, so it's about companies serving other companies.
Excellent. I'm very excited for your panelists. I'm very excited for this conversation. And just so you guys know, a quick reminder again that we will be having conversation involve you. So please use hashtag Hinterland22. Please send your questions in, and we'd love to integrate your conversation as well. Excellent. Larissa, do you feel ready?
Yeah.
Do you feel good? Which of these chairs are you going to sit on?
Oh, I think that one.
Okay, you go have a seat over there. And with that, for those of you who are still here on the stage, it's good to have you for this conversation on B2B. And so please put your hands together for our panelists as they come up on stage.
One, two, three, four. Please take your seats. Yeah, please join me in welcoming 4 venture investors who will tell us in a minute what to expect from the B2B markets. We have on stage Ruven Dresselhaus, co-founder of the European Growth Fund, co-founder at Cavalry Ventures. And if you're familiar with the ecosystem, you may know one of his most famous portfolio companies, which is a B2B company and is named Forto. We have Gesa Mikchaika, general partner at Auxo and deputy president of the German Startup Association. Next to her, we have Alice Albizatti, co-founder of the European Growth Fund Revaya. And now we have, last but not least, Herbert Mangesius. He is investor with WeSquared Ventures, a Munich-based company betting on big bets like space and quantum computing and other exciting technologies. Yeah, Germany is well known for its small and mid-sized companies. We have a big landscape of them. And Alice, since you gathered investment experience in France and the US already, do you think that this landscape of small companies is a special opportunity when it comes to the German ecosystem?
Yes, definitely. I think so. Indeed, at Revaya we do growth stage investments. We're a generalist fund. We do B2B and B2C, but we tend to do a lot of B2B SaaS. Because we believe that...
what do you mean by SaaS? I don't know if everyone is familiar with that.
Yes, we do invest in software as a service companies that provide software to digitalize B2B, and we love the segment of digitalizing SMEs, small and medium enterprises, and because we believe that it's a huge market with lots of needs, and in Europe we have great talent pool to address this segment. And so Germany is definitely a very interesting market in this way because of its very strong industrial network of companies that are local or global leaders, but that need to get the best tech tools to be even more competitive, to communicate better, to hire the right talent. And so this is one big part of our investment thesis at Revaya, is to invest into software companies that help SMEs get digital. So we invested in Aircall. Aircall is a cloud telephony platform. Their customers are small and medium companies, and the purpose of Aircall is to help facilitate communication through voice by integrating with the whole software suite of the companies. And so I think Aircall obviously is present into Germany. We co-invested with DTCP. And definitely being able to work with such a large network of companies is a very strong opportunity for the tech space to have this very resilient market.
Yeah. Ruven, I hear about that opportunity again and again, but when we look at Germany's most valuable startups, we don't see so much B2B business, isn't it? So we have Celonis in the enterprise software business, we have Forto and Zender in logistics, and we have Personio, which does HR software. What do I miss?
I mean, to rephrase the question is also a bit going to the past. So where do we come from? And Germany, I mean, tech Germany as such, was historically predominantly consumer-driven. If you look at the Zalandos, delivery heroes. But what you see right now is, you know, you can maybe even call it a renaissance, because if you look at the hidden champions, many of them actually are B2B, and you see tons of startups that getting founded right now actually have a B2B focus. And to your question, so why don't we see that many unicorns or decacorns? I will put that more on the still somewhat nascent state of tech in Europe. Yeah, so if you look in 5 years in the future, you have so many companies that are right now valued at 250 million upwards. They will turn unicorns. Companies that are valued right now at $1 billion or more will become decacorns eventually. And what you see at the moment, and I think the current crisis that we are facing will, for a good extent, reinforce the digital transformation inside companies, which already has started. And the services, you know, used will be from the software companies that are out there. And you know, I'm very, very bullish on B2B German tech.
Okay, and I have to be a bit more patient, I guess. Yeah, but for building a B2B company, there's much more needed than having a good idea. Yeah, you need the industry being ready for change. What makes you so sure, Gesa, that German industry is ready to change?
That's a really difficult question.
Do you think?
Well, if you see the development, as Ruven said, I think the direction is already towards B2B, since we started off with only B2C and now progressing in that direction, and many of the unicorns that you just mentioned have evolved. I think the mindset of the funds are also turning towards B2B. We also see that from the German Startup Association, we made the German Startup Monitor, and we found out that over 50% of the startups are actually in the B2B space. So from both sides, we're seeing that they're progressing and they're coming up, the startups, but also that the hunger for these types of startups from VC is also increasing. So that makes me positive to see that customers will also be wanting those products.
Yeah, Herbert, with WeSquared, you often invest in markets that don't really exist at the time. And I ask myself, how does one predict the future needs of an industry? I mean, when it comes to quantum computing, it's not there. So how do you understand what will be needed in the future?
So we have this crystal ball, and we massage it, and
okay.
That's how it works. Then the dollars come. No, I think there are differences. I mean, in general, we look at macro trends, drivers. We call this generational growth themes. So over a long period of time, we will see continuous development and progress, despite crisis and whatever we will see. And I think like innovation on the computing side, to pick up this example, is one such case where we see tremendous progress. We were not the first ones, although we were among, or maybe the first one in Europe, to invest in such a player. And that was more the idea to bet on the need that Europe, as a continent, wants to play a role in a global geopolitical context where technology always plays now a very, very big role, and is very important, and that we do want to have a capability, an own capability in Europe to play a role in quantum computing. And if you have this as an underlying thinking hypothesis, and to look where are places in Europe where you can do this, I think Finland, so ICAM Quantum Computers, was a very, very good hub, because you had 30-year experience, established cash flow positive companies in that ecosystem, access to clean rooms, the capability in the people to just get it off and produce chips, quantum computers. So that was the only opportunity we actually saw in Europe. And yeah, I think it was a great bet.
And do you do a lot of interviews to do those bets? So do you talk a lot to professors or more to founders or to the old industry?
So the point here, actually not. I think the point is that these categories or markets or segments you go in must be so important and the opportunity so big that it's rather obvious that if there is a player, then there's a big, big opportunity to grasp. So there shouldn't be any doubt so that you need to come up with certain models that in detail decide about, have high sensitivities, whether this is something or not. It must be very, very obvious. Just to give another example, so we invested in a company called Custom Cells, which is a cell manufacturer, so high performance battery cells. It's public that also Porsche works with them, Lilium works with them, and many others. And we have no own capability in producing these things at scale. And there's a famous saying by I think it was Bosch, that we have no chance to keep up to what China has done, which, by the way, was a startup, CATL, 12 years about old and dominating globally the market. And we do have capability, especially when it comes to innovation and to production, automation. And it's just that there was no real investor that just kicked this off to provide the initial spark, to ignite it. And this is something that we like to do. And once this gets into rolling, you see a lot of momentum and then velocity coming up, and it's very feasible, and we have it all in our hands. And these kind of things is something that we like and where we enter early, and we see very fast growth tracks. It's quantum computing, it's either aerospace, a unique capability, unique player. It's always execution driven, mostly, and very plannable what needs to be done. And that's how we look at it. So it's not science. We don't talk to scientists. There shouldn't be big science risk. There's no market risk. It's very opposite to what you read everywhere. I mean, I think this huge D-Room report said deep tech, the big opportunity. There's this BCG matrix. There's market risk far on the right. There is science risk far up. And at both risks, you are at the top right. It's completely wrong. It's low science risk, low market risk, but big empty void space and opportunity. So that's how we look at it. And that's very simple. Things must be simple.
And it still sounds like a crystal ball, isn't it? But interesting. You already mentioned that the German Startup Association collects a lot of data on new startups and founders. Do you see differences between founding teams in the B2B sector and the consumer-oriented space?
Yeah, we see several differences, actually.
Tell us.
Well, as I said, just for the distribution, maybe, we have around a little bit over 50% being the B2B startups. Then we have around 15% consumer startups, and the rest is a mixture of B2B and B2C. And the B2B startups versus the B2C startups have a lot less female founders, for example. So the percentage is around 10% in B2B and around 30% in B2C. That's one main difference. The other difference is that founders in the B2B space have a higher probability of having an academic background. There's also a lot more founders from the STEM space. And the last, which I also can see in our portfolio, is that there's a lot of repeat founders actually in the B2B space, a lot more than in the B2C space.
Yeah. Herbert, you recently invested in a company, it is called Veridion, and they do battery-powered aircraft, and the two founders worked for a long time with Airbus. Do you think that this kind of experience from the industry is important to build a really good B2B business?
I think experience is very important, at least in our fields where we invest. But it's not tied to industry experience or to having worked at a corporate. So ESA Aerospace, those guys haven't even yet received their master's degree in aerospace engineering. But they had 5 to 10 years individually experience in building rocket motors, test setups, operations of launching rockets, etc. They were incredibly good in execution and in managing teams of 70 to 150 people. And so it's not a function of age and of industry. Although in the aerospace domain, what is slightly different, and you picked up this concrete example, is you must know what aviation means, and for most it means certification. So there is no shortcut. So this venture model where you try to break things and you are not allowed to break things, you need to stick to a regulatory pathway to certification. And then the magic is engineering excellence, execution, and a great design and concept, especially for the battery part and integration, where we of course have special insights now, and that's the case. And they have had it from the Airbus side, on the battery side, also from the tier 1 supplier in the automotive domain, also the production, execution, quality process side, and this combined is, you must have worked in those domains. That's very crucial. Otherwise, I wouldn't bet on it.
Okay. Ruven, we already mentioned that most of the first successful German companies came from the B2C sector. Do you think that B2B players can learn from them, or do they need to build their own experiences in growing?
I think they can definitely learn from the B2C players, and that for various reasons. Because why did the B2C players first pick up speed? It was the adaptability on the client side, right? So it was easy to order online clothes and food, right? So what you see right now is, and this trend will be fortified by the crisis, is that you have to have a solution in place that you're offering your customer, you know, the Mittelstand here, for example, and the other established players that are clients, that is at least 10x better than what's currently in use. So it's really this adaptability. How good can you integrate into the workflows? So you have already at most good companies out there, you know, the employees are used to working with myriad software, right? So integrate into the workflows, deliver a 10x better performance than the competitors. And even that, I mean, I think 10x will get you a long way even in the crisis, because you have to look in the crisis. Typically, the clients are somewhat not so open to change software. Why? Because you have changing cost. You have to train the employees to use the new software, et cetera, et cetera. So even though you might offer a better product, there's a risk in the turbulent times right now. So I think as a B2B company, SaaS, you know, software, what you can do is actually look very, very close. Who are your clients? How good are your clients actually? Make a profile of them. For example, I mean, the best Mittelstand companies, they have equity until the moon, basically. It's like 70, 80% plus equity quota. So, and they already put C-levels in place who know how to do change management, who know how to do restructuring, who know how to do digitization. So if you have those sort of clients at the moment, focus on them, deliver them a fantastic service, that they stay with you, expand their revenue, and not focus so much maybe on the, you know, old economy players who don't have that much of funds available, are not that professional, who might even go out of business during that crisis. And ultimately, I believe this current crisis we are facing, and depending also on the magnitude of the recession going forward, that will have a very, you know, cataclysmic effect in a positive way for B2B firms, by means that the clients have to use more software in order to drive up intracorporeal efficiency. In other words, make the bottom line look better than it is right now.
Interesting. So the solution is seeing the companies as consumers, isn't it?
Yeah.
A little bit like that. Alice, with tech stock coming down and the war in Ukraine, startups find themselves steering through difficult waters now. Do you think that is a risk, a challenge, or more of an opportunity, especially when it comes to B2B companies?
Yeah, I think obviously the answer is that every crisis is an opportunity. So I think, yes, it's a challenging time, but we know that whenever there is challenging time, this is where you can make the difference between the people that are agile, that make the right decision, and the one that tend to panic or to think in the mindset of the past instead of thinking in the mindset of the present. I think that the market that we're looking at is digitalization of our world, both B2C and B2B, and this is a long-term trend. So no matter what is happening in terms of valuation, in terms of macro environment, we still will use more and more tech. And so I think that being very confident on the fact that it's a long-term game and that tech is a tool to be more productive, to be more efficient, I think this is something to keep in mind. To go back on what Ruth was saying about B2C, B2B, I think that the boundaries are blurring between B2B and B2C, and so we don't really think, I think one of the qualities of investing in tech B2B is that you have high recurring revenues, so we have very strong quality of revenues. But I believe that by adding a very consumer mindset, thinking about brand, so that creates network, that creates community, this is how we can really make the difference and overcome crises and overcome challenges. And so I think that now it's a moment where there is lots of liquidity into the market. There is lots of capital to finance our companies. I feel that the path of companies is a bit different now. So instead of looking only about growth, companies are looking about and are thinking about profitability and having enough runway to be able to decide when to look for capital. And so potentially 2022 is not the right timing, the right window, and we have to wait a bit. But I still believe that whenever you're building a very solid companies with strong unit economics, with a mission, a purpose, and a good product market fit, you can continue building your companies no matter what's happening outside.
Gesa, do you see certain trends or investment opportunities strengthened by the current situation?
I would say deep tech is something that has been strengthened by this type of crisis because people see the need to have incremental change to be able to have a good, stable economy. And also sustainable business models which have sustainable growth are the ones that are really on a positive trend in these types of crises. And I think that's a good way to go because we've seen many things in the past where the exponential growth has been backed by marketing, basically. And to get that sustainable, and especially when you're going towards private equity, you need to have these sustainable business models. Those types of business models have big chance now in the crisis to show that they are the winners, basically.
Yeah, and deep tech is your sweet spot, Herbert. Do you want to add something?
No, I fully agree. I think it's not just a problem now within the current crisis, but the big thing is that for almost 20 years, we haven't done a lot to keep up with what happened in the world. And well, now we are paying the bill, and there is a necessity, and we want to stay in the game, and that leads to tremendous opportunities. So we will see fast-paced, transformational, new companies, technology-based companies, and I fully agree. I mean, this big theme around sustainability drives a lot. I mean, the full value chains and economy, the whole input changes to renewable energy sources, and this trickles down the full value chain, and that's what I mean. You know, with deep tech, you have the upstream opportunity. With a lot of software things within enterprises, more downstream opportunity, and it happens at the same time everywhere, because we weren't doing enough over 20 years.
I thought about clean tech in particular. So clean tech has been a buzzword for long, but it was mostly about measuring carbon emissions more than avoiding them, isn't it? So do you think that will change? Any guess?
Yeah, I think clean tech will continue to one part of clean tech to be about measurement and then offsetting emissions, but it will be way more integrated into the different facets of business and business models. So what do I mean with that? For example, also at the World Economic Forum, there was a big focus on logistics and supply chains, because for the first time we actually learned right now how fragile our global supply chains are. So logistics startups working there in companies not only want to fix the supply chains, but also make them climate efficient, make them positive for the climate. And also you'll see a great intersection at the moment what's happening between climate techs and Web3 companies. There will be lots of companies just raised funds in the very early stage who, for example, tokenize climate certificates, make them more tradable, make them tradable in a faster way, actually also less energy consuming way. So this is in full force.
Interesting. So, Gise, in the current situation, how could the government help to steer investments in a direction that benefits not only a certain company, but society and the environment?
Well, there's many ways to do that. For example, we see that there's many companies, especially also in the deep tech phase, where the type of capital that is needed is a little bit different than the one provided by the market. So, for example, you would need an evergreen fund to be able to, fund those 10 years of research, for example, to build something. So what the government can do is make sure that these types of things get financed, for example, in different ways. They can, it's already doing many things, but they could also set up a fund. I think it would be good to have this part at the market or provide capital. It might be better to bring these types of innovations into the market.
Alice, do you think that we can learn something from France when it comes to the government helping the startup ecosystem evolve?
Yeah, I think that the French government has been very bullish into providing capital, providing the ecosystem to create a strong French tech ecosystem. And I believe that the issue is not having a French strong ecosystem, but it's having a European ecosystem. And so I feel that a first element of creating this large scale-up is having capital entering into it, which now is it's in the process of being solved. And I think that in Germany there is also lots of willingness to go into the same direction. And with such a strong economy, I have no doubt that it will be a very successful partnership.
Okay. So I was supposed to ask you what to expect from the B2B markets, and only the future will tell us if you were right about that. But for now, I'm comfortable to closing the panel. Thank you for sharing your insights and your ideas, and thank you to the audience for your attention.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well done. All right, everybody, I think you deserve a little bit of a coffee break and a tea break. So please get up, stretch, high-five somebody, hug somebody, do whatever is appropriate here. And when we come back, we are going to have a conversation with the CTO of Slack, the guy who programmed and created it, joining us live. So make sure you tell your friends and bring them back with us. And now, the good beats. Give us something. Give us something. Come on. All right, thank you so much for giving us a really good beat and a good feeling for this last little segment. So if you can hear my voice, I would invite you to come in because this is the first time we've had a Silicon Valley giant joining us here at Hinterland of Things. So this is a great moment to come back into the main hall. I know we have a lot of great startups and expos and other stages, but you don't want to miss this one. If you've used Slack, you might be curious to get into the mind of the person that created it. So come back in, come back in. We'll give it a couple seconds. We'd love if you come and sit in these rows over here. I promise I won't force you to do anything you don't want to do. So come in, please, and join the conversation. So some of you know about this next gentleman in some capacity or other. Tiny Speck was actually what he co-founded and was a VP of engineering before it became Slack. He's a chief software architect for Flickr. He's the author of Building Scalable Websites, of Fortune 40 Under 40, a young global leader by WEF. Honestly, lots of accolades and awards, and very well deserved, because he has created something that has transformed how we do work and how we do teams, which is what we're going to be talking about. So, please, can we give a nice welcome to a virtual appearance by British computer programmer and author based in San Francisco. It's the wonderful Cal Henderson. All right, Cal. So first up, we got to do a little bit of the usual video audio thing. So now I can see you. Can you see me pointing at you?
I can see you, but can you hear me?
How many fingers am I holding?
Three.
Excellent. So this is working. Cal, thank you for joining us here in Bielefeld, Germany, at an event called Hinterland of Things. It's so good to have you here. Where are you right now?
I am in my house in San Francisco, living the work-from-home lifestyle. But it's great to be with you today.
Amazing. Your video quality is so good, it almost looks fake. It's unbelievable. You look great. So thank you so much for joining us. This is live. My name is Dan. We haven't had a chance to meet, but I'm really excited to have this conversation. For the next 20 or 30 minutes, we're going to be talking about the future of work, Slack's roles in this, the big trends out there, and we'd love for you to participate as well. So use hashtag Hinterland22, tag us, tag the event, and I'd love to take some of your questions as well. But first up, I have to ask, Cal, as someone who's living the dream that many entrepreneurs wish, which is to be a successful creator and author, and now living in San Fran, what does your daily life schedule look like? Can you give us a little teaser into the life of Cal on an average Wednesday or Thursday?
It's a great question. Obviously, it's changed so much in the last couple of years because of the pandemic. And prior to the pandemic, I wasn't really a believer in remote work. I guess it's kind of ironic because we make Slack, and Slack has definitely enabled a lot of distributed or hybrid or remote teams. But I've just never seen it done at large scale before. And so I went into an office. Our physical headquarters was in San Francisco, although we do have offices around the world. And every day I would go into the office and mostly sit in a meeting room and have meetings with people. This is unfortunately mostly what I do at this point. And then in the pandemic, we're forced to work from home, and very quickly realized that for software companies, for companies full of knowledge workers, for information companies, we can be just as productive when we're not in person, with some important caveats. And so now my day involves going downstairs and into my office. But that said, I think it requires things that we've learned over the last couple of years is that it requires a lot of kind of structure and diligence to do well, and it doesn't work for everybody. So for me, it's pretty early here in San Francisco. It's 7:30 in the morning, but I've already been out for a walk to go and get coffee for a couple of miles, which I now count as my commute, is where I leave my house and then come back to my house and sit down in my office, so that you have that separation. And I think that's one of the challenges for hybrid and remote work, is how people make sure they still have a separation between being at work and not at work. And while commutes are, a lot of people are now seeing commutes as having been a huge waste of their time and a huge investment of effort. They were a way to delineate whether you were at work or at home. And with the kind of continual eroding of the barriers between work and not, mostly because of the smartphone and the fact that we're kind of like always on now, I think that that's really important.
Absolutely. It reminds me of when I was a bootstrapping entrepreneur and could not afford to be in a co-working space or a fancy office space. I would do this thing where I would dress up for work, get showered, put my clothes on, leave the house, close the front door, go around the block because I couldn't afford coffee either, and then I would essentially get myself in the zone for work, even though it's the same space. It's just about being in a different headspace, even if it's in the same physical space. And I think the pandemic has forced everybody to acquire those skills of, can you still use the living room both for family time after 6 o'clock, but for meeting time between 3 and 6, and also for strategic thinking at 11 o'clock, it's the same couch, it's the same view, but just different headspace.
Yeah, and I think you touched on something there. The end of the day is maybe the most important as well. You have to get, in the morning, get into that space, but it's the being able to disconnect at the end of the day. Now, compared to when we started the company, which was more than a decade ago, I have 2 young kids now, and that really forced me, this is pre-pandemic, really forced me to think about, how I spend my time and what's valuable. When I was younger, I just worked all the time, especially when we were a startup. And also, I love doing that. But now I'm very strict about my work. It's like the workday ends at 5:30 or 6, and that's it. I'm spending a few hours with my kids. And that kind of discipline, I think, becomes way more important in the new kind of hybrid world. Making sure that you are able to disconnect, and a lot of that is company culture, right? As an organizational leader, it's important that, firstly, that I think about that. It's much easier because I have kids and I have to think about it for myself, but also that it's leading by example. If I'm there sending messages to people on my team at 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock, or sending emails in the middle of the night, then that sets an expectation. And I think as we think about how work is going to be structured over the next decade, we think about what are the kind of norms, cultural norms for organizations, and what do you want to embody as a leader, and set an example. As an organization, we were actually pretty worried about at the beginning of the pandemic, when we started to say, maybe even post-pandemic, should we ever get there, we'll let people work remotely. And people don't have to be based in an office. And we were worried that, well, that's true, but all of our leadership is going to be in San Francisco. And so if you want to get ahead in an organization, you're going to have to be in the office. And I think it's now flipped to the other way around, where most of our leadership has left the city and is not near any kind of office. And I think there's going to be a divide in the opposite direction, where we see more early career and junior people want to be based out of an office. So we just had our group of interns start for this year at Slack, and all of them wanted to be in the office every day because they wanted that part of the experience. And that's, right. That's part of an internship, is the socialization of the learning of the role from other people. And if we're going to see a divide where people early in their careers want to be in an office, but nobody later in their careers, then that's going to create this kind of widening gap that we'll really feel in 5 to 10 years.
So, there's an age element to it. I think there's a cultural element to it. I think there's just a openness to technology part of it. There's obviously communication, regardless of tech or not, pandemic or not. Some people are just more communicative and others are not. Some are more team players and some are not. So there's a lot of things at play right now. And I think the pandemic has accentuated opportunity for some and actually has pushed some people behind a little bit. I would love macro view, Cal. What major trends has the pandemic created when it comes to work from home? Is it just age? Are you seeing that some parts of the world are accelerating? Because this is the moment they've been waiting for. Truly distributed remote work, and they never actually want to be in an office space. So just talk to us about big trends. What has the pandemic allowed when it comes to the future of work?
Yeah. So we have a kind of research arm called the Future Forum that talks to tens of thousands of knowledge workers around the world, and trying to understand trends of what people are doing right now and where they're going. So I think the biggest overall trend globally is that as you'd expect, about 2/3 of people want location flexibility. Like they want to be able to work from home sometimes or always and not have to be tied to an office. But over 95% of people want time flexibility. That is, they want to be able to choose when they start and end their work days. And that's like 95%, that's incredible. So I definitely wouldn't have guessed that, but that flexibility in being able to start your day later, end your day earlier or later to be able to fit in appointments and errands, maybe it's childcare or caring for family members, is something I think just wasn't really on the radar of a lot of organizations. So I think that's a big mental shift. Also, as we start to have organizations that are more hybrid or fully distributed, you start to really think about time zones in a very different way. So when everybody's in the office, they're always on the same time zone. When people are, in our case, distributed around North America or a team distributed around Europe, you start to really think about, okay, if people are in different time zones and also we're allowing some time flexibility, when do people overlap? And that's a lot of how we've structured our teams, or we've seen other organizations do, is thinking about teams as being based around a range of hours rather than necessarily a particular location. But other global trends that are pretty interesting is what people are, that's some of the desires, but what's happening right now. We see about 1/3 of people are back in the office 5 days a week. So 2/3 aren't. So 2/3 are either fully remote or that's kind of a small amount. Most of those 2/3 are hybrid, so going into an office some number of days a week. It might not be surprising to you that the most engaged and the most happy are the 2/3 who aren't going into an office every day. All of the worst responses come from people who are being forced back into an office every day. However, as you've kind of hinted at, there's a bunch of things that are, whether it's kind of people or particular kinds of work, or really aspects of work that just work much better in person, and still we don't have the kind of digital equivalent of how how we mediate those things. And those really fall into two categories: the kind of deep collaborative work, the idea of like sitting around a table, sitting around a whiteboard and working through problems. That stuff just happens much better live and in person. And there are tools for that. It's like Miro and Mural or Google Jamboard and a bunch of startups that are in this space. But I don't think any of them have really cracked the same thing as being in the room with people. And the other piece, which we see a lot of data from as well, from the companies that we talk to around the world, is the idea of those serendipitous meetings, of the people that you would meet and talk to in the office who weren't on your immediate team and you didn't have a meeting with and you weren't working with on a project, the people that you'd ride the elevator with or sit next to at lunch or have a conversation in the hallway. And that piece is really important. So what we've really seen across all kinds of organizations, all kinds of industries of knowledge workers over the last couple of years is that relationships between immediate teams, that is like manager and direct reports, your peers who share a manager or your peer managers, those links have really strengthened because people are spending more time together, and those networks are really heightened. But the kind of second order network, the other people within your organization that you don't work with every day, that you're not necessarily working on a project with, those links have weakened. And so in some ways, the community of people that you know at your workplace has shrunk, and those shrunk to fewer stronger links. And it's unclear what the outcome of that is going to be, but that's definitely it's definitely a real shift over the last couple of years.
So let's talk a little bit about what Slack's contribution to the future of work is. So a couple tiny, almost silly examples from my small teams. I'm on a few different companies' Slack groups, right? One thing I have learned is that conversation has become more and more informal. There used to be a way of talking in the office that is not how we talk on Slack. That's one thing. Second, it's also interesting to see how people engage because, obviously you got these emojis that you can reply with and all of that. So in the old days, you sit in a boardroom, talk to 20 people, and assume that all 20 people are tracking what you're saying. Now on Slack, I have a way of seeing who's actually engaging with what I'm saying or not and who's actioning it or not. So there's some interesting shifts in how we do work that Slack is playing a significant role in. So talk to us a little bit about what are some of your observations that maybe are intentional by design, almost what you hoped would happen, and maybe what are some, surprises even for you to go, oh wow, that's how people are using Slack? So tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah, I think that's a really important point as well, and it's the kind of informalization of the workplace communications. Now, you said that it's a shift in how we talk to each other. I think that's true digitally, because if you compare you know, how people use Slack to the formality of email, that is definitely a shift. And email kind of encourages that structurally. It's structured like a letter. You have a subject line, you do the to, you kind of, you know, do a sentence that's like breaking the ice. You get to your point, and then you have a massive footer about, you know, do not print this email, save the trees, whatever. And it's the structure of the medium that makes it like that. Now, it's not that Slack was hardly the first messaging product, right? It comes on the heels and really has been, a lot of success of Slack has been driven by the success of messaging in the kind of consumer space. So, you know, like Facebook Messenger and WhatsApp and WeChat. And there was already that mode of communication that people were using outside of work. I think the other thing is that that informal way of communicating is also how people talk to each other in an office. It's, your example of like a meeting in the boardroom, that's a little bit different to most people's, you know, most people's time spent in the office, which is like casually chatting with their coworkers. In which case, you don't, you know, when you meet somebody in an office, you don't start with a formal greeting and end with sincerely, you know, best wishes, I hope you're doing well. You know, you have an informal chat. And I think it's the, we have been stuck in this weird space where workplace written communication through email has been incredibly formal versus how you talk to somebody who's sitting next to you. So I think that we definitely wanted, when we were building Slack, for it to be far more informal, because then you can have a higher bandwidth conversation. You have a lot less kind of extra structure around it. And it's people that you know, if you communicate with somebody hundreds of times a day, you just don't need that level of formality. But also the kind of how people communicate has shifted significantly in the last decade. Emoji is a really, you know, really important one. I think that it's, you know, adds a whole new dimension to text. You can get a lot of subtlety in emoji. With custom emoji as well. We have some teams that have tens or hundreds of thousands of custom emoji that are very specific to their teams, their company, their culture, and you can signal a huge amount. We do see a lot of Slack customers use emoji as kind of workflow tools as well. A lot of our customers post the kind of eyes emoji. That means I see this and I'm looking at it, or the check mark emoji, which says, yes, this is done, or, you know, thumbs up and thumbs down for voting and things like that. So it does, there can be like, you know, a mechanical use to doing it. But I think it's also just the acknowledging that we spend so much of our time at work communicating with our co-workers, and the informal language and the funness of it. There's no reason that you can't be lighthearted at work. There's no reason that there can't be some fun in the workplace. Work is not antithetical to fun. It is just, for whatever reason, email has kind of enshrined that over the last 40 years. And so I think this is a shift to match our online communication to really how you talk to your coworkers in person.
So something that's, so in my team, we are multi-time zone, multicultural, multi-generational. So I've got a 59-year-old and a 42-year-old who write very, very long Slack messages with like 10 points in it. And it's very well thought out, full sentences. And then I've got a 19-year-old that responds with a emoji at best, but sometimes a meme. And the problem with a meme is it's not a clear message. So it depends if you understand the meme, if you understand the cultural context of the meme, and maybe why the meme is there. So I actually feel like with written communication, it is a whole new way of thinking, behaving, interacting, and it is learned behavior. Because I appreciate the point that you said that in many ways, Slack mimics what's more natural behavior and natural conversation. But especially when you take into factor the diversity, you have to almost learn and go, okay, that is a 19-year-old German responding, and that is the context, and how does that apply here to a 59-year-old woman in India, you know, and putting all that in. So just curious, what, you know, when it comes to just how technology progresses, are there going to be bridges to help fill in some of those misunderstandings or gaps in communication? Because ultimately that's what you're trying to do, right, is effective communication.
Yeah, and I think that's a great point, but it's also something that's not unique to Slack or technology in the workplace, because we had exactly the same thing when we have like 17, 18-year-old interns come to the office and are working with, you know, our team in their 40s or 50s or 60s, and they, you know, historically, you know, pre-internet communication, you'd come into an office and you'd learn how to act, right? And that would be a large part of like joining the workforce, is you understand the, you know, the cultural norms, and those are often pretty workplace specific. and can within workplaces be quite team specific. You know, the idea that even for a tech company, the culture within a sales organization is very different than the culture within an engineering organization. And you just learn that you join a company, you learn it through osmosis, you learn by seeing what other people are doing, by making mistakes and communicating in the wrong way for a particular team. And I think for any kind of scale of organization, there's always going to be different styles of communication, different styles of presentation amongst different people. I think with this brave new world of fully distributed organizations, you get that on a much more micro scale. You know, for a 10-person company, you can have 10, very different people at different life stages, and that can be a struggle. Just like if you pick any 10 people from the world and ask them to communicate, that's going to be a bit of a challenge. I think probably one of the most interesting things there as well is the distributed time zones piece of how it's all very well if you're in Western Europe and Eastern Europe, and it's a few hours different, and then you just have to be slightly conscious of it. But we're a fairly global organization. We're in North America, we're in Asia, we're in India, and we're in Europe, and that has to be really intentional. Now, it works differently. Different organizations have made different choices. One of the choices we made within our engineering organization is that a team has to be within a 3-hour time zone block. And we picked 3 hours because it means it's the whole of North America. But also really there's North America and there's Europe, and we don't have a team that's split between the two because we find we need that 4 to 5 hours core in the middle of the day overlapping to be able to form those strong bonds and to be able to learn those norms within the team that allows them to communicate in a much better way. And so I think there are many challenges of hiring people globally, a lot of kind of regulation and tax and employment law, and that's a whole other bucket. But I think that understanding what the right time overlap is to work together, I think is really important. If you have 3 people and they're dotted around the world 8 hours apart, it's really difficult to form strong working relationships.
So for the last couple of minutes that we have together, Cal, I'm going to take a couple questions from the audience. And so keep dropping in, just do hashtag Hinterland22 or tag me or tag the event and we'll see it. Here we go. World Economic Forum. This is what you said, Cal. Post-pandemic presents a once-in-a-generation opportunity to rethink and reshape everything about how we work. So the question is, how do you envision the future?
It's incredibly difficult to predict the future. I think in some ways, what we've seen over the last couple of years has been just a massive acceleration in things that were already happening. But in 1 year, pulled us forward like a decade in terms of embracing more distributed work, and really the big shift, or an important shift, has been realizing that physical buildings aren't the manifestation of your employer anymore. So if you think about prior to the pandemic, we spent a huge amount of time thinking about our offices and how they look, how it feels when you come into the lobby as a visitor, what the visiting experience is, what the interviewing experience is, how we lay out desks and meeting rooms, and what kind of collaborative spaces we need. As an executive team, we spent a ton of time talking about our offices globally. But it's not super relevant to us right now. But what is really relevant to us, and certainly to all employees, is what the digital experience of being an employee is like. So that's why we're talking a lot now about digital headquarters, what the digital equivalent of that physical building is, because that's the experience that employees have with their employers. It's the set of tools that they provide. It's the, whether you have to single sign on 18 times in a day to be able to access all your tools. It's the how you communicate. It's how you get information, and announcements from your employers. It's how you interact with your coworkers. And that digital headquarters equivalent is the way people relate to their employers now. And I think that's something that was somewhat true a couple of years ago, but we're really realizing now is actually the most important part of your interaction. That interaction between employee and employer has now been virtualized in the way that a lot of our relationships have over the last decade. By that, I mean your bank. 20 years ago, you probably had a physical branch that you went into, and maybe there was even a person who was at your bank who you would talk to, and that mattered, like your bank's physical building did. But now what matters is their app and their website and maybe their customer support line if something really goes wrong. And that's how you judge them. You judge them by their digital tools that they provide, and that matters because that relationship got virtualized. And the same thing is happening to employers. And the more the organizations who realize that and think about how what their digital headquarters experience is like are going to be at a huge advantage.
It's a really good insight. We got another question here, which is, you're a serial entrepreneur. What's next for you?
Well, I love Slack, both as as an organization that we've built over more than a decade and as a product. And I got into making things on the internet because I love making stuff that's in people's hands and that people use. And I love making software for that reason. And the most kind of gratifying, one of the most gratifying things about Slack has been very successful. We went public, we're acquired, whatever, is that I can go to a coffee shop in San Francisco, in London, in Munich, in Paris, and see random people using it on their laptops. People I don't know, and I don't know who they work for or what they do, and I see Slack there bouncing in the dock and sending a message, and that's so incredibly gratifying to see something that you made just be used and be useful to people and make their lives hopefully a little bit better. And so it is hard to do anything but want to continue to work on that opportunity. That said, we've failed twice to make video games, so who knows if we'd ever try and do that again.
So, actually, Game Never Ending? Was that how this all began?
That was the first one, yeah. We started with Game Never Ending in the very early 2000s. That failed. That turned into Flickr, the photo website.
Right.
Then we did that for a bit, went back, tried to make another game. Second one was called Glitch, and that failed, and it turned into Slack. So twice failed video game developer.
All right, we've maybe got time for one or two more questions here. So, favorite feature on Slack and why?
I think it's super, I'll do two, and they're both really basic, but they're really important, I think. The first is Command K or Control K for switching between channels. So no longer search for channels in the sidebar, just hit Command K, type a few characters, hit enter, and you can switch to a channel really quickly, a channel or a person or whatever you want to do in Slack. Really important. The other one, if you're on any kind of busy Slack team, with a lot of people, there's a setting to hide channels that don't have any new messages so that your sidebar just shows channels that have new messages in them. And if you combine Command K for switching to channels and that setting, it means your sidebar is much more of a list of things you should look at as opposed to just everything in your organization. So both of those features together.
I'm going to do that one right now. That is a really good tip. That's amazing. We've got maybe 3 minutes left. So, help us end with this one, Cal. Having someone like you who has, in many ways, created the present that we live in and is continuing to invent into the future that we will inherit, what are some final thoughts when it comes to the future of work, the future of how we do work? Leave us with some final thoughts on that topic.
I think that it's very hard to know what the next couple of years of work are going to bring, for the reason that we know that in-person work works. We know that from prior to the pandemic. We know that when everybody is remote and distributed, that works really well too. And most organizations have been just as productive of knowledge workers. What we don't really know about is what hybrid is going to look like. What does it look like if you have 1/3 of people in the office and 2/3 of people remote? Do you have that terrible experience where you dial into a meeting and you're the only person remote and you can't really hear what's going on and everybody's talking over you and the meeting ends and then they talk for 20 minutes more when you weren't there and you really miss out? So how do we make sure that the experience of being hybrid is as good as the experience of being remote? And I think that there's going to be a huge amount of learning. That different things are going to work for different organizations. Some organizations are going to go back to the office entirely. Some are never going to have an office again. And I think there's going to be a lot of experimentation. And I think that what we need to make sure we do, what all kinds of organizations, and I think this is, it's easy to think, or it's kind of the default to think that the very large companies of the world figure things out and then small companies use that as a template. That tends to be a terrible model, because what works for large companies, firstly, it might not be what really works for them, but just what they've decided to do. But also what works for large organizations doesn't necessarily work well for small organizations. So I think it's going to be important for organizations of all sizes to experiment with what works for them. And then see how they want to be as an organization. When you're building a company, a product company like we are, you build 3 things. You build the product or service that you're selling, you build the business around it, and thirdly, you build the culture. And the culture is how you want to operate and what you want the experience of working there to be like. And when we started Slack, one of the things that we're really intentional about is we want this to be the kind of organization where we're still excited to work a decade later. And we've been here for 13 years now. And we built a kind of company that can be really enjoyable, whether it was 4 people at the start or 3,000 today. And I think that it is fine that all companies have different cultures and have different values that they express and care about. And it's understanding what those are and then figuring out, as we're in this really shifting landscape, how you want to embody those cultures as an organization and what you want it to be like to work at your place of work. And I think there's so much opportunity for experimentation, like, because there's been this massive disruption and there still continues to be this massive disruption. Now is the time to kind of rethink all of our assumptions around what work is like.
Absolutely. Cal, I admire how coherent and eloquent you are at 7:30 in the morning, joining us from across the world, but I also really appreciate and celebrate the incredible work that you have done over the years. Thank you so much for joining us here in Germany, all the way from San Fran. Cal Henderson, let's give it up for him.
Thank you so much.
Amazing. Wow, what an honor to have a conversation with Cal over there. Hopefully some good insights on the future of work from him. And with that, I would actually like to invite up onto the stage Benedict. Benedict, are you here? Come on, let's give it up for Benedict, please. How are you feeling?
Yeah, very well.
Very good. For those who do not know, Benedict reports on business in this region, and I was actually reading one of your articles yesterday about fiber optics and the internet. Can you explain to us why we have such bad internet in Germany?
Because we've got lots of technologies in competition with each other, and there is high competition in some areas, and there is still too low competition in some rural areas. I think that is one part of the explanation.
As someone who lives in a rural area, so I moved into a place called Langenfeld, which is between Cologne and Düsseldorf, I took great optimism and hope in your article. So I was reading, there was 2 pieces that you put out yesterday, and I was reading about that one where you're saying rural Germany probably has great opportunity as far as stepping forward. So I'm excited about that.
Okay, thank you very much. But we could discuss about if Langenfeld is really a rural area.
That's true. To me, coming from like Dubai and New York and stuff, it feels rural, but it might not be rural. That's true.
Okay.
For anyone watching from Langenfeld, I'm very sorry. It's a big city and a very exciting big city. Benedict, we've got a great conversation here. What's left from the past? That is what we need to do now. You've got some amazing panelists. Do you feel ready to take over?
I think so.
In that case, I'm leaving the stage with Benedict. Can you guys please give a warm welcome to the panelists as they come up on stage?
Thank you very much. So, good afternoon, everybody. I hope you're still awake and attentive for our panel. And I think, when I think about Hinterland of Things, I think it's the place where the German Mittelstand and the startup world meet each other. And so I think we've got an interesting panel now. What's left from the past? This is what we need to do now. And I would like to introduce our panelists. And in the middle of our panel is Jolanta Barbolidis, very warm welcome, and she is the country director Germany. That is something interesting, but the most interesting is she is the country director of Twitter in Germany, a very important platform. You have already worked in San Francisco, in Dublin, in London, in Hamburg, and today you are in beautiful Bielefeld. Yeah? So, Jolanta, as we have someone from Twitter here this afternoon, maybe you can tell us what is the performance of Hinterland of Things this year at Twitter? Are we already the trending topic today?
Not quite yet. However, I've seen a lot of tweets already. I've seen people mingling, taking pictures. So I love to see that, but don't forget to take out your phone, use the hashtag Hinterland22, and I expect to get us to the trending topics, but obviously it's an algorithm. It's nothing that I can manually do, so I need your help. Please do tweet. Let's create a buzz. Let's make sure that all of Germany and everyone around the world is seeing us.
That was the advertising blog, but thank you very much. And we've got Swantje Almers with us. She has founded a company that's called New Work Master Skills. And she has supported well-known companies to establish what we are calling new work. And she has recently published a book with the title On the Way to New Work. And you say that you are working on methods that empower people and empower organizations. So maybe for those of you who haven't already read this book, why do you think that new work, as one of the topics of our panel, is really a case of empowering people and organizations?
I think one of the core ideas of new work is to allow people to thrive and to work based on their strengths and to bring in their fullest potentials, which is in traditional hierarchies very often not the case. So new ways of working allow people to bring in their talents, and this empowers companies but also people. And it could be also part of the solution of our problems that we have in society.
And the third panelist is a representative of a very old, of a traditional company, also here in North Rhine-Westphalia, in Duisburg. Thomas Schmidt, he is CEO of Haniel, a company that once was a coal trader, a company that was a mining company, a shipping company, a petrol station company. But this is all over. Today you are a family equity company. You are the shareholder of some young and growing companies, such as Emma, for example. But you are the CEO of a company that is more than 260 years old. And today you are at Hinterland. And we are talking about what is left from the past and what do we need to do now. So why does Haniel has to transform? What does Haniel need to do now?
Yeah, first of all, thank you. It's exactly 266 years old company. Personally, I believe that every company continuously needs to transform and reinvent itself. And obviously, being 266 years old, we've done that a couple of times, and now is just another phase of reinvention. Our goal is really to become enkelfähig, and enkelfähig for us means proving to the world that financial success and sustainability go hand in hand. And that's something we're trying to push forward and move forward with.
And you have got these three categories: people, planet, and purpose. That is your guideline to look for investments. And purpose is something that I think every company is looking for its purpose, and it's talking intensively about that. But could we just say that the purpose of Haniel, to be honest, is just to make the best of this old family money? So has Haniel really another purpose than that?
Yeah, I think it is. I think it's different than that. And by the way, I need to correct you. People, Planet, Progress is our portfolio focus. Our purpose is all around enkelfähig. And with that approach of putting financial success and sustainability at the same level, I think we're trying to do something that I believe will be very common going forward. I personally believe that every successful company in 5 years from now or 10 years from now is a sustainable company. And we see it in everything we do. Attracting talent to Haniel, to Duisburg, you need to have more than a financial KPI or success. It is extremely purpose-driven.
Okay.
That's what you need to have.
So Duisburg is a hard place to attract talents?
At Haniel, certainly.
Swantje, when we talk about new work, we have the problem that there are lots of buzzwords in the universe, and everyone has got these abbreviations and this English vocabulary. So maybe could you please tell us how important are these some words that everybody is according to new work? Do we need these words, this abstract concept?
I think buzzwords are never really important, and sometimes they are not even helpful because people are sick of all these buzzwords. And I think the most important thing is the intention behind, and people very often forget the intention behind. So there's too much fuss about the correct application of methods and all this. But the idea of new work is to give people freedom and also to create something that it's worth for also for our society. And for me, apart from all these buzzwords and saying it's about table kicker and post-its and food bowls in the office, for me it has a personal component. So what do people need to be resilient and also to cope with all the different aspects that they now need to be ready for? What do teams and organizations need to be flexible and to adopt, because this has never been as important as it is now? And how can our society benefit from this? So this is also into the direction of what Thomas said, because I really hope that this will be in the future the only option for a company to grow, to do this in a way that it is not on the cost of others.
Now, today we are at Hinterland. We are in Ostwestfalen. We have got this strength of family-owned companies all over Germany. We have got this called German Mittelstand. What is your impression? Is Germany ready for this change? Are we new work ready? What is the state of mind of the German business?
I think if we would wait until we feel ready for something, we would never start. But I think there are also a lot of opportunities to start with it, and sometimes this can be also small changes and small steps if you do them continuously. So there's no need for a big bang. And I see many examples of companies where the mindset is shifting and also the culture into a positive way. But well, this takes time. So as you said, it's a change. And if we put too much pressure on it, it will not happen. And well, my thought is, well, some will not make it, but it's okay. So this is a natural process. But many companies are going and looking into the right direction.
Okay, so some management tips out of Bielefeld this afternoon. And we've got the honor to have someone of the German Mittelstand here. So new work and Haniel. What do you think? Are there some meeting points of these two worlds? Could you give us some examples?
Okay, absolutely. First, I agree with what Svante is saying. New work for me is not the goal. New work is a way of getting there. It's a tool. It helps us. And are we applying it? Yes, of course we do, on the way to get there. And you've been at the Haniel campus. If you join us now, a couple of years later, I think you will see a totally different spirit. You will see a totally different campus, the way we dress, the way we talk, the way we work in a hybrid environment. There's no management board anymore. So it's changed the way we interact, all to build the right culture, because where we want to get to is a diverse, a very entrepreneurial and performance-oriented culture that engages and includes everybody, and that's what it's good for, and that's why we're doing it.
You once said that you aim for every employee should think as a small entrepreneur.
Ideally, yes.
Yeah, but is this possible with because you've got not the huge staff you had some years before, but you still lead a big organization with lots of companies behind it.
Yeah, personally, I believe anything's possible, and you might just not have found the right way of getting there. So do I believe in it? Yes, I do. What are we doing about it? Because we're running a portfolio of independent companies that are responsible for their individual success. However, overarching, we focus very much on talent development and leadership development, and we focus on behavior more than on results. And with that, we're trying to get that implemented. Have we succeeded? Early days, but we've started with it, definitely.
Yeah, very interesting. And following up question to you, when we talk about what's left from the past, are there some things you would say we would never give up? We need this from the past, from our long history.
Yeah, a number of things. Our values. It's very important. That's what the company is built on, and I think they were true in the past. They're going to be true going forward. A respectful way of treating each other, honesty, as a couple of examples. I think that's here to stay. The other thing, that's why one of the reasons why I joined Haniel, we've got an academy, and that academy is here to stay. Academy for me is a synonym for people coming together, people connecting, people learning, lifelong learning, developing as a company and as a community. And that is something I would never give up, even if we're in a hybrid working world.
Okay, and companies in development, I think it's time to talk again to Jolanta. You are the country manager Germany of Twitter, a company that has changed a lot the way politics communicate, also the work as a journalist. But in recent years, Twitter has also become a point of interest. You had a president that used Twitter and then he may not. You maybe have a new majority shareholder. What is your view on these changes that are going on?
Yeah, so we say Twitter is what's happening, and it's sometimes, or as we see today, Twitter is actually what people are talking about, and we're right in the middle in it. So Twitter is 16 years old, and it's a lot of change that's happened throughout, whether it's product change, going from 140 characters to a multimedia platform, becoming a video platform. It's actually the media type that's being consumed the most. Change in management, obviously, that we went through. So up and downs, just as any other company would go through. And now also a new era with a new owner.
Mm-hmm. And you're looking forward to it?
Yeah, we are.
Okay, okay. You have worked in the US before. You've worked in Ireland, in UK. I said it already. What is your impression of working life in Germany in comparison to that? What can we learn from other working cultures, from your experience?
Yeah, so actually my experience in the US especially have left a mark on me. I've learned how important it is to put emphasis on the people, and how important it is to communicate. And by communicating with employees, I also mean listening to them and taking the input and making changes based on what we hear. So I think that's the #1 learning. Something else that I really appreciate is the fact that US companies really look at the mindset of people when hiring people. So they're recognizing, first of all, the passion and personality matters. They also recognize that the can-do attitude and a growth mindset is maybe even more important than like an education and other things that you find on the CV.
Okay.
So I really learned a lot. And last but not least, I do want to mention also diversity and inclusion. We're by far not perfect, but I feel especially at Twitter, we've set our goals, and we have things like, for example, when interviewing for a role, there needs to be at least one diverse candidate at the final stage, just so to make sure that we give everyone a fair chance. And inclusion is another big part. So once we bring in diverse people into the company, and that could be gender, age, ethnicity, we just want to make sure that people can succeed in the company. So we make sure we have support networks, and we make anything that we can. And make
okay.
anything.
We have
Hello.
some visitor from outer space. But just to hang on to that, do you have the impression that in comparison in Germany, we look for qualification and not for the mindset? Or do we have to make a shift?
Yeah, that's my impression, honestly. So I think, to give you an example, in the US, you can study biology, and then you get a role on a comms team of a company, because people know by studying and completing that degree, you know how to learn, you're intelligent, and you learn on the go, on the job. And I think in Germany, it's more like, oh, you've studied biology, so you should be a biologist and not like a comms person. So I do believe that there's a lot to learn from. But vice versa, I think, and that's something that's happening with our companies, the US companies or people management is learning from us. I mean, maybe on topics that are not as sexy like data protection, but they are actually listening to us and understanding what's happening in Europe, what's happening in Germany, and what we can learn from that.
Mm-hmm. Thomas, I think that's an interesting point, because I know that your career is a little bit extraordinary when we talk about that point. A little bit.
I don't know whether it's extraordinary, but I fully agree with you. I think we're placing way too much emphasis on experience and capabilities. I think attitude and character
is way, way more important. And that's the one thing I would like to see more, is that we take bold people decision and give people an opportunity to develop and shine. Most of the development comes from being thrown into a job into the deep end, and I've been for 20 years at US publicly listed companies, and that's what I liked about it. That's what I really enjoyed. Coming into the German system, oh my God, we think somebody needs to be in a job for 7 years before he or she can move on, which is a lot of bullshit, because your learning curve really flattens after a very short period of time. So I wish collectively we would do a better job there, and I think then we would also be more innovative again.
Okay, but Swantje, there is one challenge also in the in this panel, in this headline, and that's the feeling of contradiction between old companies and new work, and we have Haniel and we have Twitter, and that seems like the big bash. Yeah? But is this the right comparison? Does Haniel have to become Twitter? Should they, or do we have to accept that things are not comparable?
I don't think so. I think every company is by itself individual and have things that you can build on. And this is especially when you look at smaller and medium-sized companies, well, they have tradition. Very often they care about the people. They are not so short-term optimized and all this. And you can build on this, but it comes out something individual. So not every company needs to become a tech company, but if you ask me for my advice, I would say every company should think about how they work, how they treat people, how they work with fixed role models that we just had, because this is very familiar in German still, and how they can open this up. And this is something that every company should do from my perspective, but this is not always technology.
And your experience at Haniel, what are the biggest challenges when you try to become a more agile company?
So first of all, can we be agile? And I fully agree with Swantje. I think you need to build around your core. It needs to be authentic. And when you do that and you really communicate very well and take people along, I think you can move forward in a very fast paced. What do I struggle with? What do we struggle with? We are an investment holding with independent portfolio companies. Orchestrating that in a very agile way, in a very fast way, is not always easy. So it's the structure, but more importantly, it's the people. And that's why we put so much emphasis on leadership and leadership development, because if you have people that have fun challenging the status quo, if you have people that have fun taking ownership and taking responsibility and taking decisions in an uncertain environment, you can do it. If you don't have that, you will struggle in any kind of structure. So our focus is always on getting the right people on board, and then we can get it done.
And is this one of the reasons that you are today here in your hoodie and looking for new talents? Or you are with a team there? Are you looking for the next big investment here in good old Bielefeld? Or?
The hoodie was a present. I actually was nicely dressed when I arrived, but I love hoodies, so I gladly took this one from Phil. We wanted to be here because one of our investment focus is indeed with fast-growing younger companies, so being here makes a ton of sense for us as an investor.
And the question the other way around is, when we look at a relatively young company as Twitter, what do you think that your organization could learn from old companies?
What we're striving to do is be around for next generation, so I'm hoping that Twitter will stay around long after we're gone. So we can learn how to create value and also how to stay flexible and how to transform itself, because I'm pretty sure we'd have to do that if we want to be around for more than 200 years.
You stress a corporate culture that Twitter has. What do you think are elements that Twitter should never give up in the future?
I'd say the focus on its people. So first of all, open communication, transparency. We are a very transparent company. The CEO communicates with its employees directly. We can always send emails, our office hours, various ways of getting in touch. So I'm hoping that we'll keep that. When I'm also talking about people and its culture, I'd say it's also, and it's become a bit more obvious now with the pandemic, a focus on mental health. We already have certain things in place, like access to coaches or meditation apps, but I believe moving forward in the future, that's something that will be even more important. So I'm hoping that we continue to concentrate on that and make sure that the people are okay. Last but not least, I do want to bring up the point of diversity inclusion again. I'm really hoping that we are continue to strive and being the role model in that space as well.
And Jolanta, my final question would be, if you imagine that Thomas Schmidt would go on a longer vacation and you were asked to be the person that guides Haniel for some weeks in Duisburg, would you be ready for this special job?
Call me if it's this case. I love new challenges, I love new experiences, and it does sound like it would be a great one. So I'd love to tackle it.
And Thomas, you were offered the temporary head position, the country manager of Twitter in Germany. Are you ready for this job and with all the question marks in the future?
I don't think I'm ready, but I would still do it. It's a cooler job, definitely.
And Swantje, imagine that Jolanta and Thomas are both on a vacation, maybe not the same vacation. What would be your preferred job? Would you just jump in at Haniel or at Twitter in Germany with all the question marks in the future?
That's a tough one. But I'm going to Jolanta. Because I'm not very good with regards to Twitter, so I'm pretty new to it. And there would be huge potentials for me to learn and hopefully not to mess up too many things.
Okay, so Thomas, you still have to work on the talent attraction.
I will, right now.
Okay, so I think our time is over, so I think thank you very much to you three.
Thank you.
And for you, your 10.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much. All right, Fabian, come on up to the front over here. For those who don't know, this very tall man played national handball for Germany. He's not here to talk about handball. He actually set up this thing, co-CEO and Chief Empowerment Officer of Kienbaum, which is a consulting and management company across 15 countries. So question for you to talk to our audience, or for audience to meet you. What is one lesson from the world of sport that you bring into your leadership training?
Well, obviously you need talent, but at the same time you need discipline. So you have the most gifted, like the Cristiano Ronaldos, but then also you have the hardworking people all around. And that forms a team, and at the end it's about team efforts. This leads to success.
That's a really short and powerful answer to that. I'm very excited. And also, this is a special panel, one, because it's super relevant to a lot of what is happening in this region, but also, these are not just mere panelists. These are your co-authors. You guys put together a book and a report on generational responsibility, which is in German, so I haven't read it yet. But once this is English copy, I'd love to see it. So we're going to have a conversation about that here on the stage. Do you feel ready? You happy?
Absolutely.
In that case, guys, can we give one final welcome to one final panel here to the co-authors and panelists with Fabian.
Hello. So hello again. Let's get started. I hope you still have as much energy as we have for this final panel. But before we kick this off, let's start with some stats. We may have come across this during the day, but just for you as a gentle reminder, in Germany there are approximately 3.6 million companies, of which 99% account for small, medium-sized, and 94% for family-owned businesses. And out of these 35 million employees in Germany, this group forms 20 million people. Within the next couple of years, 150,000 will pass on their businesses, a trend which is going to accelerate even going forward due to the fact that the baby boomer generation is retiring, so on and so forth. And of those, apparently 50% plan to pass on their business to the next generation within the family. So change of generations in German, Generationswechsel, obviously is something worth talking about with my beautiful guests here, but that's only one part of the coin. Because as Dan pointed out, we also want to talk about what comes along with it, and this is responsibility. And luckily enough, today we have a couple of successes with me here in this round. And also, as Dan pointed out, we happen to be co-authors of this book. But before we dig into this topic, please welcome our panelists. And Felix, I start with you. I hope you can hear us well. Felix, you are one of the representatives of the 5th generation of Fiege, and you're leading the business together with your cousin Jens. And Fiege Group is an international logistics company. A pity you can't be with us today, but you look quite well, and I hope you feel much better. Please say hello to Felix.
Hello, Fabian, and everybody. Thanks for having me. Really glad to at least be with you virtually. Really sorry that I cannot be there in person, but since yesterday I'm COVID positive, but I'm feeling fine. Yeah, so it's kind of strange, but I have to stay at home, and would have loved to be there in person, but it is.
Great, thank you, Felix. Bonita, you represent the 4th generation of Trigema, a clothing manufacturer from the southern part of Germany, which is not only well known for your products and the family, but also for the mascot, which some of you might know, a sweet little monkey. Raise your arm, who knows this monkey from Trigema? You see? Many people here, yeah. You have to reveal later on who is behind this sticking idea. I have a guess. Zoe, you're a 2nd generation family entrepreneur from Hamburg and active in the legal tech sphere. And when talking about responsibility, you hold the position that dealing with everything related to the digital transformation is the next generation's job. We're going to talk about this later on. So to start with an easy question, given the fact that we are all family businesses, Bonita, you said that as a kid, I think you lived close by the factory and the home of Trigema, and did you ever consider taking a different career path, or was it clear that you will enter the company one day?
Yes, as you said correctly, we sort of live really close by to our company, and we're 4th generation family business, and my parents are both working in the business. We've always been really close with the business, so my brother and me, yes, when we were young, did play in the company, and for us it was always, we always said it was a big chance that if we were given this chance to join the family business, that we would take it, because there's, yes, we are in an industry that's very, well, not really common anymore in Germany to be manufacturing textiles in Germany, but we said that it's a big challenge, and if we can get that chance to be part of it and to sort of take it into the future, into the next generation, then we'll take it.
Do you have the feeling that as a family-owned company, because we touched upon this fact, we are very startups here, grown-ups, unicorns, but also in their family, there comes even a special responsibility? Or is it just something which has always been the self-understanding of the way you undertake the business?
No, I think the responsibility that we have as a family business, I mean, most of us, like our business, we are located in sort of in the countryside. We have many employees there. There are many families dependent on businesses like us, and we say that, you know, if you choose to work for us, if you choose your occupation in the textile industry, then we need to offer you something that you know you'll have a future in. And for us, it's important to preserve that and to also to preserve these skills. And yes, there is of course the legacy you have with the family business, and but also sort of the close connectivity. And yeah, I think if you're part of a family business, you feel that.
Yeah, Felix. Talking about the countryside or rural areas, potentially Greven, I happen to be there, can also be considered sort of Hinterland of Münsterland. Your slogan of Fiege is that you said Fiege has to reinvent itself, like actually every generation. Now you're in the 5th generation. What is something you have started reinventing together with Jens when you took over, or actually gradually when you took over more responsibility over the years?
Yeah, I would say it's not a revolution, but it's more an evolution of different things that we are pursuing at the moment. And you're completely right. We are in the 5th generation now, and I think in every generation there's a few new mega trends which are popping up that you have to have answers for. And I believe that in our generation, or in our times now, it's of course a lot about digitization, where we have to move forward and try to be ahead of the wave. There's sustainability, which is of course a big topic. Luckily, I would say that as a family company, you have, or we and every family company has been very close to to sustainability in general. Maybe not that professional and not that transparent, but it's something that has always been in our hearts, in our DNA. But it's a big topic, and a lot of our customers and partners rely on us that we provide them the right solution to become more sustainable in the end. So I believe these are the topics: sustainability, digitization, a lot about culture and leadership culture especially, that we are focusing on since quite some time now, because we believe, just like Bonita said, that as a family company you have to feel it, and we want to make sure that this culture really is present in every side and in every part of our organization. And that's a topic that we spend a lot of time to bring this culture forward in our organization. So there's different things that we follow up on at this time, and probably a few more topics during our generation, as every generation has.
We will come back to this phenomenon, also actually your success formula with Fiege. So everything you do related to your own digital/cultural transformation. But first, Zoe, let me ask you. I elaborated on that during the introduction. You said that from your point of view, our main task actually is to shape this digital transformation. What do you mean by digital transformation? What comes along with it? What does it imply?
Definitely, thank you. I think besides all the things you guys already mentioned, I guess we are all very aware that digitization is not something we can evade. It's something that is essential if any family business in whichever industry wants to have a chance to survive, to be long-term competitive. And I think us as the next generation, however old we eventually even are, have a higher chance of shaping this transformation. And we are a software company, so I always love to say digital transformation is not about the tool or the technology. It's about reinventing your company, optimized in a digital world where your markets are digitally shaped, your customers have changing behaviors and expectations, and your entire company operations have to adapt to these external circumstances. And as a result, you might eventually end up employing a tool, but first of all, you have to assess what is the need, where to change. And the cultural transformation that you just mentioned, Felix, is essential in that, because it's a big mind shift going from this is how we have always done it, and my absolute favorite sentence, to this is how we should be doing it in the future to remain long-term competitive. And sometimes, especially if you want to become more agile and use all the other buzzwords that are relevant in this context, you have to have a significant mindset change and also completely rethink the ways you do business and how you do certain things within your business. Also essential are your products. Not all long-term products have long-term viability, and especially in the software industry, I can tell you, it's so fast-paced. If you think you can rely on your past success, and say, look, we've been great until now, it's not an indication for success in the future. So you have to be open to change and actually see it as an opportunity and not as a threat, but taking the entire company and the culture and all the long-term employees on board and convincing them also on the urgency to change. I think that is our responsibility as the next generation.
As we want to take home value later on, you have to reveal what you're actually doing. So we need some practical advice from you. But prior to that, Bonita, I have a question. I read that your father, who might be behind, you have to reveal that too, is behind this idea of this famous monkey, admitted that he is rather skeptical about change and transformation. I'm not sure whether this is true or not. How do you deal with this moving forward? I mean, how does it work also on a day-to-day basis?
Well, yes, I mean, I think, you know, especially working with different generations in the same company, you always have obstacles because, you know, generations have done it a certain way, but every generation had their new ideas. And for us, yes, my father is skeptical on certain IT things, but he knows we need to adapt, and he's very upfront for it. We invest a lot in our digital business. So I'm head of our e-commerce business, that has sort of also been very important, of course, during the pandemic. And we can see that we always need to transform. And for us, we always say, okay, yes, you know, like 100 years ago, over 100 years ago, my great-grandfather started the company manufacturing male underwear. Now we manufacture everything from T-shirts to sweatshirts to everything, even a biodegradable collection. So, you know, we always need to transform, and in order to stay in the business, you need to transform, and I think that's what makes family businesses so interesting, that you always, you know, every generation gives their new input, and digitization is also big for us because in production, for us, it's very difficult to find skilled labor, and therefore automation is a big topic, whereas since we're competing with low-cost labor in Asia, where it's not very feasible to invest a lot in technology or in automation, for us it's an important factor, so therefore we need to do the development in that area, and we cannot rely on the rest of the industry, and that's interesting, and digitization in general is not, therefore, very common in the textile production, and it's interesting. So we need to always look at different industries, see what they're doing, and sort of adopt it for the textile industry. And yeah, so it's never boring. It's always exciting to try and move the company forward and to try and sustain it.
So in order to overcome this potential skepticism, you can argue like with, well, rational business arguments that at the end of the day, it's also then in terms of the innovation or the degree of innovation you have to show in order to be competitive as a company. Felix, coming back to you, potentially you could elaborate on a couple of examples, because as Fiege, maybe not all of you know here, I mean, you're really ahead of the curve in terms of collaboration, co-creation. Also, you're a member of Maschinenraum in Berlin. So you're actually everywhere whenever it comes to like new approaches of developing a joint or new ideas, investing. Fiege is the place to be. And one example is the pilot project with Shop Daheim. And then also a couple of weeks ago, you invested in the AI startup FreshFlow, and an AI-powered platform that helps grocery retailers tackle stockouts and food waste. So potentially you could shed some light on that. So you are everywhere. I mean, how do you do that? And who is in charge?
No, not everywhere, but it's true, we do see a lot of potential in venturing, investing into startups, cooperating with startups, having pilot projects, supporting them, investing into startups, but also trying to build or to help build startups from scratch, so to say. Our company build team that we have in Berlin. This is the team in the Maschinenraum in Berlin, by the way. The Express Ventures, who are doing company building at a very early stage. So we do see a lot of potential. There is a lot of need for this in the logistics industry, I believe, because compared to other industries, I think I can say that there's room for improvement in logistics, in terms of new business models, digitization, marketplaces, globalization, etc. Automation, absolutely right, also in logistics. So, and we believe that the best way to to tackle this and to move forward is to find the right partner and to collaborate and move forward jointly. And because you have to be realistic, yeah. In logistics, very often there's platform business models, and these like winner takes it all business models, and it wouldn't be realistic if we said, okay, this is something that we can do on our own, and this is a battle that we can our own. Yeah. In the end, we just want to have the best offering for our customers, and if we can achieve that by partnering up or investing into the leading platform, and then we support them, of course, from the very beginning. That makes a lot more sense than to, let's say, start a platform of our own and then compete with the big venture capital financed competitors. Yeah, they wouldn't be realistic. So we try to be smart and we try to find the right partner for every challenge there is going forward. And we believe this is, at least for us, the right way. And so far, we are quite happy with that. And plus, it's a lot of fun. Yeah, if you have the chance to work together with these startups and to be part of the team, so to say, it's fun. And a nice side effect is that these, let's say, the culture in these startups, yeah, the creativity, the dynamics, this is something that somehow finds its way into our core organization as well. Our logistics teams, the operations, yeah, they are involved as well, and they get a lot of insights and impulses from startups as well, and so that helps also.
Do you remember when you started investing? I mean, what were the reactions like? And also, like players today, we heard about Zender, or also Ferry Heilemann talked about his old company, Photo. So what did it mean to you, and how did you feel about it? And the second question, which is related to that, is when you had the feeling, potentially also as a younger generation, there's a trend arising, we need to change too, or we need to open up actually, we need to be part of an ecosystem, which was potentially new for your father or your uncle. How did you convince the rest of the family, but then again also like your executives? How did you manage to do so?
Yeah, I think the good question, I think that was probably one of the biggest challenges in the beginning, to convince especially your own team, yeah, your own organization, that investing into startups is not something crazy, that's more like a hobby, but it's something which really makes sense. This took some time, but this is also something that we realized from the very beginning is necessary, yeah? Because we didn't just want to spend money on startups and invest into startups, because we promised them that we support them, yeah? In operations, in whatever ways possible, infrastructure, network, and this is only possible if we have the team behind us believing in those startups as well. So this is something that we took very seriously, and it helped us to get into those startups and into this ecosystem from the very beginning, because just money is not enough, because until today, I don't know going forward, but until today there wasn't enough money in the market, yeah, for good startups at least. So we had to offer something else. And yeah, what in the very beginning, of course, a lot of people were skeptical also within our organization. So what helped a lot was when the first exit came along, yeah. And this is also something that is kind of strange as a family company, that you have to accept that these startups are in most cases built to exit sooner or later, yeah. And as a family company, you have to go along, yeah, and you have to support the exit sooner or later, and this is new to some family companies, I believe. But this is in terms of, okay, this makes sense. It's not crazy, because in the end you also earn money with it, or you can earn money with it. Was an important step to see the first exit.
Okay, so we also wanted to talk and dig a bit deeper into the field of responsibility. You took over responsibility from your father, who unfortunately fell ill, seriously ill, at the age of 23. So you were rather young, whatever that means. And back then you mentioned that it was not your career goal, but still you had that feeling that you want to take on responsibility. Could you elaborate a bit on that? How did it feel back then, and how has it developed over the years?
Definitely, thank you. Yeah, I was 23. I was totally gonna go into tech and work for either one of the big players or stay in VC. I worked at a VC in Berlin before. I loved it. I thought it was super cool. Definitely what I wanted to do. My father fell ill, very short, like surprisingly. And in that moment, it was clear, immediately, that of course I would step in. At that time, I didn't know for how long. I thought it would be 2 weeks. It turned out to be more than 5 years. And I'm very happy about it. In the beginning it was an entire move and decision completely based on a feeling of responsibility for the family business, for the family, for the employees, for the customers. So I'm the second generation in this family business, but I grew up also with another family business. And these values just have been with us in the family always, that when it matters, you're there. And you don't just say, oh no, sorry, I had different plans. So for me, it was clear, and I've never regretted this decision ever since. It was not always easy, especially since with 23, leading a company, my experience was not that big, But I think one of the things that really helped me was to be very humble and to be like, look, I haven't done this before, clearly, but I know the company since I'm small. I've worked in the company, that was helpful. And together with all the employees who have been there for a long time, together we managed the situation really well. I got to learn everything, they taught me everything, but I also brought in a lot of new things. So I think that combination was also important. And over time, it evolved from being a situation where I took over responsibility for the responsibility. It turned into, I'm loving it, this is my company, I'm the second generation. Wow, we have so much to do. And I'm enjoying it so much every day. It's not always easy, clearly. But if you approach it in a very open way and say, look, these are all things I have no idea about, but I'm open to learn or to bring experts to the table and coaches and work on my topics that I'm not that strong at yet, I think you have a good chance in succeeding well, because also all the employees realize, she doesn't pretend to know everything on day one. How can I? And have learned a lot. I'm still learning a lot every day. But I think it's also important as the next generation, especially since I didn't have a period of overlap with my father. It enabled me a clean slate, a clean start. I didn't have the overlap. But it also allows fresh and new ideas to be implemented a lot faster, I think, because I'm the only decision maker who decides if it happens or not. And that enables a lot of speed. In the software industry, that is very advantageous. At the same time, you obviously take decisions carefully and consider them properly, but it helps you to really push for the change when you realize what is necessary to change. And that is not always easy, because not everyone in the company is convinced, especially since you're so young. And how can you know? We've been here so much longer than you. But they've realized over time that the combination of both worlds, the new world, the new people with the digital mindset, or like the new agile mindset, and the experience in combination, so the tradition and the innovation together, is actually a really, really good recipe, because you combine both strengths. And yeah, so out of a situation of where I stepped in out of responsibility, now it's my passion. And yeah, we have a lot of things planned, and I can just encourage anyone who has the opportunity to step into a family business or into any kind of business, even in a role of responsibility that you might not feel you match yet, especially for women, I can say that. It's always a great opportunity, and you learn so much, which if you take the more cautious path, probably you wouldn't learn as fast. And you also fail, and that's totally okay. I've made a lot of mistakes, but I've learned a lot from them. And I think that's the important part, that you don't expect to be amazing on day one, but you slowly get closer to it, step by step.
So we learned that there are different success formulas, I want to put it that way. And Felix, I have another question for you, because the innovation very often lies within the companies, but there are certain obstacles, hierarchies, silos, whatever. And one way you approached that phenomenon is that you initiated the so-called innovation challenge. how did Fiege employees take on this challenge? So basically the idea is that, but please elaborate on that, employees in collaboration with students can work on new ideas. Have you yet had like the golden idea?
So first question, they love it. That's the good thing, and anybody can submit an idea. It's mostly teams. Yeah, sometimes it's a single person, but it's mostly teams. They love it, and they can do it on their own, or they can team up with students or some external people. But we are changing. We have this since a couple of years. We are very happy with this format to engage, to motivate everybody within the organization to think a bit further, and to ask the right question and to think about how to improve things or to invent new things. So this is quite well for us. We are changing the name now, starting this year, into Founders Challenge, and we are splitting it a bit because a lot of ideas are more focused on, let's say, internal innovations, improving the way that we work, but it's not automatically a new business model that's coming out of this. And the second part is more like a new business model that is being invented or proposed. These business models sometimes have the potential to be, let's say, externally founded and brought onto the market. This is, of course, one of the goals that we've pursued with the Founders Challenge now. But in general, it's cool format, and it's many people within the organization know it. And the final pitch, we try to make it a bit like Löwen style, and people like it. It's a lot of fun, and we do have some very good ideas that came out of it that made it onto the market. It's not yet unicorns, maybe unicorns, I don't know, but some of them work out quite well.
Yeah, great. Bonita, I want to come back to you and also talking about responsibility. You mentioned that like family home was close to the business as well. Also, your father still today is operating as, don't know the English term, but in German it's like eingetragener Kaufmann. So this is really like he's taking the responsibility on his own shoulders, like literally speaking. And when you anticipate and looking into the future, what would you say, also given the industry you're in, what are like the biggest challenges you foresee going forward, and what comes to your mind when you think about responsibilities these days, but then potentially also compared to when you first entered the company? Has it evolved over the years?
Yes, the sort of the level of responsibility that I have evolved over the years. Also the way you feel. I mean, it also depends. I mean, the past few years have been like an up and down, for all of us with the Corona pandemic and everything. I mean, I remember 2020. From one day to the next, we lost more than 50% of our business, of our sales, because we have a lot of stationary shops. So we were there, stuck there, and we knew we have 1,200 employees, and we need to sort of, we said we're going to keep all of them in work. So we had to sort of be fast, we had to be quick, and that's also sort of like, we have small hierarchies, and when we decided, okay, we're going to produce masks, and we made 2.5 million masks, within 48 hours, all of our production sites were changed to manufacturing masks, and we were all there in it together, and we knew, okay, we need to sort of tackle this. It was new, and we constantly, since then, we always know we have to adapt fast. Currently, we have big issues with the energy costs, since we're in industry that relies heavily on gas. So we always have to be innovative. We need to think quick. We need to think, okay, how can we do this? How can we reschedule employees? How can we change products? And I think that's what's really changed. But that's what really, there's a lot of responsibility in having a long heritage, many employees, being in a business where you can't really say, okay, what is our competitor doing, because they're not really there. So you always have to innovate and see how you're moving on. And I think also when you're longer in the family business, you realize the responsibility you have. I mean, there's also responsibility towards the customer, and you have to thinking about sustainability again, not only being sustainable sort of as a business, but thinking about the products you make, and the impact they have. I mean, yeah, there's lots of ways to think about the kind of responsibility you have when you're entering a business.
Yeah, talking about moving on and also like practical advice, you said that you had overcome some obstacles, although you're like a tech organization, but still somehow, what kind of obstacles did you have to overcome? And how did you manage to do so? Like taking people along the journey?
Yeah.
It's always...
Well, it's in irony, just because you're a software company doesn't mean you're totally like 100% digital, automated, and like super agile. I wish. If you've been in business for 36 years, you have certain legacy, not only technology, but legacy processes, legacy mindset, and especially in the software industry, it's so important to stay up to date, to stay state of the art, not just as your product, but in the way you work, in the way you think, in the way you operate, because the customers expect it. They expect it because in their private life, they have a smartphone, which is super easy to use. And so on the product side, of course, you need to match that. But I find, and that is applicable to all other family businesses, I would say, you have to be operationally excellent. And that means nowadays to be data-driven, to optimize all your processes in a data-driven way, which doesn't mean, oh, let's digitalize a great, horrible process and just make it digital. You have to completely rethink the way you work and how the processes work together, how everything is interconnected, how the data flows stream in the most optimized way so that you can then deliver the best service for your customers without any like hiccups, interruptions, data silos and everything. And only then you can start about thinking, oh, how could we employ AI and the automation and everything in those processes. But if you don't have the proper foundation in terms of digital or data-drivenness processes and workflows, I think that's very difficult. And that, in my opinion, is a big challenge for family businesses or any type of business that has been around for a long time, because it has always been done in a certain way, and it has always worked. And well, what's your problem? We're still very successful. There's no need to change. And that is exactly the moment when it's time to change, and actually already late, because once it starts declining and it's not going so well anymore, then it's definitely too late. So in any case, it's always an opportunity to completely rethink everything, but that usually doesn't only cause euphoria, especially with long-term employees. They're skeptical, maybe also a bit afraid of the change. Transparency that is caused through data makes you comparable, and you know, it's difficult, and it's a cultural change, and you have to take everyone along and explain why for the company as a whole it is important and why it's important for them individually, what the purpose of these initiatives are for them individually, and what the implications are if you don't do them, because then there is no security of employment anymore, because the company might not exist anymore. So I think it's a lot about communication, explaining why you do things, but also showing that it's very urgent, because if you don't do it, there's nothing to discuss in the end anymore. And I think a vital, let's say, suggestion I may provide is to really hire fresh minds with a very digital mindset, and that can be old and young, with experience, without experience, to just mix it up so that these fears of dealing with these new things and new tools in the end, which you then implement, reduces, because the others can show, look, it's super easy, and you know, it makes your life so much easier. You always have to put the benefit for the individual in the center. Obviously, the customer in the end is the overall importance, but in the change, everyone usually thinks a lot about themselves and has their own, you know, topics. And if you try to reduce these walls of resistance and first, you know, skepticism, it's much easier. And if you take them on board and explain why it has a significance for everyone and for the customer in the end, then it gets easier. Not easy, but easier. And it's a process, and it's iterative. You start, you adapt, and then eventually you get closer.
Okay, yeah, so Gabor Steingart always ends with dem ist nichts hinzuzufügen, so there's nothing to add. Thanks a lot, my dear co-authors. Felix, get well very soon. and all the best to you, and thanks for your attention.
Thank you.
All right, all right, all right, all right, all right.
Welcome back for the closing.
We're done. We're here at the very end. Guys, can I encourage you to come in just for a few minutes? I promise we'll party and after party and after party and after party. I will just keep partying, but for a few seconds because we want to take a photo of all of you. So come on in, but not at this moment. So come in slowly and then have a seat so we can get a photo. All right, so.
Yes, so you want everybody to sit here in the front, right?
Yes, please.
So please make a move, guys. Everybody from the back there, come closer. We don't bite, okay? A little closer. Sit here. If that's possible, that would be great. Thank you so much. The first ones are coming.
Thank you, thank you. Come to the front. Thank you so much. Excellent. So, while everyone comes up, and please do come up while we're talking, you said at the start of the day that you were here for growth and learning.
Yes, I was. And now you want to know what I learned, right?
Yes.
Well, several things, but actually what I remember right now is a talk with Fritz, and he's the founder of Casulo, and well, they told me about the prop tech industry, and I didn't know much about the prop tech industry yet. In fact, it's one of the biggest industries, but one of the least digitized ones, so it's really $1 billion market opportunity. That's what I learned. And he also told me that for fundraising for Series B and C, right now, he'd rather go to America than here to do fundraising in Europe or Germany, because it's really hard, and they've been more successful in the US. So that was an advice for him to other founders. Yeah, and that's what I learned. But how about you, Dan? What did you learn today?
I was here for the networking, and it was really cool to meet a lot of you off stage and outside, waiting in lines for the burgers and for the burritos. Honestly, a joy to see some old faces again. You know, it's been a while since we've met in person, so it's been really nice to see old friends and to make some new ones as well.
Who did you talk to today?
Oh, I met like entrepreneurs as young as 17 here, and investors who have done some serious exits. So like the whole bandwidth of the ecosystem here. So it's been really, really great. I really enjoyed it.
Yes, and I don't know if you missed this fact, but in fact, Flaschenpost and Dr. Edgar, this big deal that's been going through the media last year, I don't know if anyone knows, but this started here at the Hinterland conference. So the Flaschenpost team and the Dr. Edgar management team, they got to know each other here, okay? So, well, who knows what other deals are being made in the future?
A year from now, we'll be celebrating the next success story. But before we do some... Actually, let's do some thank yous right now, and then we're going to invite two important people onto stage.
Oh, yes, please. Let's welcome...
Oh, wait, let's do the thank yous first, and then we'll bring them up.
Okay, we will.
So from my end, I just want to say, while Celine and myself and the other moderators have fun on stage, everybody knows the real work is not happening over here. The real work is happening behind this massive screen. There is an entire crew of people who are programming and coding and clicking and dragging and expanding, and it's amazing the work they're doing. So can we give a big hand to the production team, the audio team, the light team, the sound team over there, and everybody who's been supporting everything from a cup of coffee when I needed it to fixing mics when they went wrong. Can we give them all a massive hand? Yes. You, and you, and you, and you, and you, and you. Yes. Well done. Thank you.
And of course, the ones who brought us here, the Founders Foundation, the core team, the ones who set everything up, who put together the agenda, brought all these great speakers here. It's been a massive load of work, and they've been working on this conference for several months. And now, well, it went so quick. So please, let's also have a big round of applause for the Founders Foundation team. And before you show me your applause, maybe wave at everybody, okay? Show that you're here, Founders Foundation team. Where are you? There you go. Thank you so much.
Yep. These guys have been working for weeks and months and years for this one. So can we also now do a special welcome for Dominic and Simon?
Woo, woo, woo.
Woo!
Thank you so much. How was your day, Dominic?
Oh, wow, what a day, what a journey. So it was really fantastic. And I'm so tired, but happy and
relieved.
Relieved, yeah.
It all worked out well, right? Simon, how was your day? What do you want to add to this?
It was just amazing. Tired means we did a lot of work. It's like a marathon, and now we're in the finish line. And it really feels amazing. I just see next year I need your shoes, man.
No, this is a good look. Gentlemen, you should be very proud, not just of your work, but the team who have been supporting and putting in endless sleepless nights. And not to mention, you guys have been busy interviewing people on stage. I've been seeing you all over the place. So it's been a really, really special moment. I heard from them backstage. Hopefully this doesn't embarrass you, but they want to remember this moment. This is special. We're back live, in person, not virtual. So, is it okay, do we get your permission to take a big group photo? Just remember this. We're not probably going to turn into an NFT and make millions out of it. It's just to remember this moment.
We?
So, I don't know, Dan is here. I don't know if we need another photographer with a wide angle lens, but if someone could come here, and Chris, can we get some house lights? And I think you know what to happen when a camera looks at you. Just smile, right? That's pretty easy. You don't have to do anything else.
The Founders Foundation, don't you want to
Look
come
this
to
way.
the middle and be in the photo as well? Just come and join us.
Okay, so yeah, you guys come on in, bring it in, bring it in, bring it in. Does it help if, yeah? Okay. Okay.
Great.
Excellent. You guys can keep coming into the middle over here for a moment.
Now that you're here, take a seat, guys.
Excellent. Okay, last couple things. We do want you to stay. Although the program is over, please stay. We have an after party, unlimited alcohol.
Yeah,
unlimited
safe travels home, so.
Safe travels home. Unlimited
Give you a limit.
networking, unlimited opportunities. Please stay as long as you want here and then have a safe trip back. And then besides that, is there anything else?
Well, the save the date. Obviously, we want you to come back next year. I don't know whether we've got a date already, do we?
We do.
So we're really looking forward to invite you to the next Hinterland of Things 2023 on the 14th of June. And get on the waiting list, and then you will be informed once our ticket sale is open. I really cannot wait to welcome you back. We won't wait for 2 years, hopefully.
No.
Can't wait to be back here in the Livestream Lokschuppen. Thank you.
Excellent. So what's going to happen is, on the count of 3, I want everybody to just stand up, only when I say 3, clap and exit. Nothing else is going to happen here. The program is over. It's now time to have fun and be outdoors and have a good time. So I'm going to say 1, 2, 3, and I just want you to exhale, clap, have a lot of fun, and be like, woo, we're done, and celebrate the end of the day. From my end, from Celine and from the crew, you guys have been a fantastic audience. Thank you so much for being a part of this. Thank you for bringing things back to live again. We can't wait to see you again. And here we go. 1, 2, 3. Go! Yay! Bye-bye, everybody. Woo!
Thank you so much. Woo, 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 woo.
It was amazing. Thank you very much.
Yeah, of course.
What?
Well done. Saying well done.
Oh, we will see you next year, definitely.